welcome to the classiest place on earth. How the fuck are you doing today? I gotta turn my light up a little bit. Hold up. It's dark in here. Better. I can see things. Good morning. Hola, ghetto. How are you, love? I stayed a while and listened. Oh my god. If only. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it anus swings. Your butt wizard of the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way. I fucking appreciate you. Thank you for the resub, Mandel. How the fuck are you this morning? I drank one coffee. I have a monster already, and I realize it's like 9 o'clock in the morning. I am aware. However, it's already so goddamn hot here. I can't do another hot beverage. I might just fucking die. It's snowed and now it's hot and my body is just dying. I can't handle this. So I'm going to drink a monster for the caffeine so I don't get a headache. But goddamn, it's already like, I'm just sweating. It's a great time. Ooh. What's the occasion? Nothing. I woke up. That's about it. Honestly, I have a huge zit on my nose. Well, it's not a zit anymore. If you follow my Twitter, you saw right there. I woke up this morning and had a little white head on my nose. Little. Like, it's your fucking nose. It's just a blackhead or something. And I went to pop it and it bled forever. Like, I think over 15 minutes, it just kept, like a stream of blood down my face from my nose, which is weird. I was mildly alarmed. I was like, should I? Am I going to bleed out of a pore in my nose? But it's fine. But I did makeup because I put on, I filled in. I didn't put on fake freckles. I have freckles. But I colored them in to blend in the zit because I don't use cover up. So I don't have anything to like, it just was a big black dot on my nose. It would have been a topic of conversation. Ain't going to do it. Not today. Thank you. The makeup, this is all Sugar Pill? Was that the brand name? Sugar Pill? Yeah. It's all Sugar Pill. I really like their makeup. It's a lot of like the vast majority of powdered makeup these days has talc in it as a main ingredient. And back in the day, they used to use like pure ass talc that they like mined or created. I don't even know where talc comes from, to be completely honest with you. But it was in such high doses in makeup that women were literally getting mesothelioma and like lung infections from inhaling the talc every day that they were putting on their face. And makeup still has talc in it, but they treat talc and they create it differently so it doesn't like clog your pores and do all this weird shit. But some makeup, for some reason, even if it's like non-comedogenic, totally safe, totally fine, it will like, when it gets into my tear duct, it just clogs my tear duct and I get a fucking migraine. It's like, it literally just like a little plug straight into my tear duct. And this makeup doesn't do that, which is really fucking nice. That's, I don't know what it is that does it. It's just, I think maybe it's just me personally because I have big, stupid, watery eyes. Sister, how are you, little sister? Sarah, I had the craziest pimple this morning. Did you just hear me talking about it? I literally just was saying about it. I colored in my freckles today. Oh my god, K-Pow, you motherfuck. K-Pow. And her bitches. Welcome, homies, to the classiest place on earth. We literally just went live and I'm waking up. Good fucking morning, everyone. If you don't follow my friend K-Pow, like, where have you been? She's the British version of me, but without all the cussing, but equally as loud and disturbing. But her makeup's better. You should check out Kay if you like to see cool makeup. Holy shit. Good morning, Kay. How are you? Thank you for the tea and biscuits. I had a cup of coffee already this morning, and now I'm already onto a monster because it's already really hot here, and I'm sweaty, and I just cannot stomach another hot beverage. But we'll pretend. Cheers. Thank you. This color I used is actually purple, but it does look really blue on my eyes. Maybe it's my skin that makes it look more blue. Hold on. I'll tell you the color. Because I'm nice like that, and it's within reach. It's the loose eyeshadow by Sugar Pill, and the color is Mystic. But it's like a periwinkle purple, like a periwinkle blue or purple, you know, that in between. That like some people are gonna say it's purple and some people are gonna say it's blue. It's like right there, but I really like Sugar Pill's stuff, dude. Man, K. I mean, I had a big coupon, like a 30% off coupon for them from them for some reason. I don't even know. Sometimes I get sent shit because I do makeup and stuff. All I heard was talc in the eye. Oh God, Sarah. So one second, I'll tell you about this pimple. It was sick. Sugar Pill though, real quick. They are cruelty free, which is my biggest thing. I'm not all about the clean skincare. I think that's just a selling point, kind of like gluten free and shit like that. But if you can get it, it's dope. Like I got a couple lipsticks and I got a bunch of eyeshadows. There's a jumping spider that's been living on my desk and I'm just watching him crawl all over things. I saved him yesterday. He almost drowned in paint water. And he's still alive. He's crawling across my desk. What up, bro? I don't think I got anything else. But all of them, I mean, so this was the coolest thing for me. If you can possibly get Sugar Pill at all, wherever you are in the world, they're liquid lipsticks. So I like to use liquid lipsticks, you know, the long wearing liquid lipsticks that dry all matte and shit. They work really fucking well as a base for eyeshadow. So if you want to do like a smoky eye, but you know, you're white like me, it's really hard to pack on enough black eyeshadow to get that effect. You can use black lipstick as a base and then pack the black eyeshadow on top of it. And normally, liquid lipsticks dry insanely fast for the reason that you're putting them on your mouth and most people want them to dry fast so they can like go about their day drinking and talking and stuff. But this shit stayed just like tacky enough that I could blend it for like 5 minutes on my eye. Like I was buffing it out, you know, forever. And it never made a line. It never creased. It's easily the best makeup primer or base I've ever used on my eye, even though it's a lipstick, in my life. I am thoroughly impressed by Sugar Pill's liquid lipsticks. And I wore one of them all day for an 8-hour stream and didn't like touch it and took a picture at the end of stream. And it wasn't terrible considering the amount that I talk. And, you know, I'm like smoking pot and drinking things, so it's going to give you the little butthole. Good morning, Berserker. How are you, love? Okay, Sarah, my little sister's here. I have to tell her, I had a pimple on my nose this morning right here. The big dark spot right there. And it was just like the tiniest whitehead. I mean, just a little tiny, like, you know, like a clogged pore. And I popped it and it just started to stream like a thick ass stream of blood down my face for like 15 minutes. It wasn't scary. Like I was just kind of sitting there like, can you die from bleeding out of a pore in your nose? Is this ever going to end? Like ever? So I took a little pencil and I like colored in my natural freckles so they stood out a little bit more to blend it in with the fucking zit. Because I don't have cover up. I don't like use foundation or anything. And it was so dark in like the middle of my face, like a unicorn horn. It would have been a topic of conversation today. Like I'm not ashamed of having pimples. Everybody breaks out. I've got pimples everywhere. You guys see them every day. But dead center in the middle of my face, big old fucking like too much. Really, Kate? Oh man, I have a couple websites I use that to get makeup from like Korea and stuff, things that aren't available here in the US. I'm gonna make a note and after stream I'll send a couple of I don't know if they'll work for you, but the reason I know about them is that most of the makeup YouTubers that I've been following for 50 million years are British. And the UK has I feel so much pity for anyone in the UK who loves makeup or skincare. The like not only is it exceedingly hard just to get anything shipped to the country, but the fucking fees, what are they called? What are they? The foreign like tax fees or whatever are astronomical. Like the amount that British people pay for makeup versus what we pay is triple sometimes. It is sickening. It is so gross. Customs fees, that's it. Yep, the VAT. Yep. Duty fees, tariff. Yep, all those. Yep, those are the words. Yeah, they have to pay those on anything that comes out of anywhere. And the UK is a fucking island, my dudes. Like, it's a little tiny country. They don't have land to put a building to develop their own makeup. Most makeup is made like in the US or somewhere else that has land and they can't get it in. I mean, dude, you guys know I love Tatcha. It's a stupid expensive I call it a luxury brand, but so when I say a luxury brand, what I mean is you're paying for a brand name, But Tatcha, I think, is actually really good. So I don't want to say luxury, but it's definitely a luxury brand in terms of price point. So, for instance, I don't think I have any of them near me. One little lotion, like a facial lotion, like this big, my purple pot. You guys have seen it before. It's like a purple screw top pot. For me, it's $60, which is stupid for facial moisturizer, in my opinion. However, it's fantastic, so I buy it. And my skin is wrecked from moving to Colorado. So we're dealing. But if you're in the UK, it's $130. 130 pounds, which is like $150 or something crazy like that. Like, it's just, and that's just like the taxes on it or something. I mean, okay, the fact that you have such banging makeup and have makeup is phenomenal. I don't know how you get it because it's crazy. Like, you basically have like Illamasqua. Just got done doing yoga, having a vegan breakfast sandwich with some aloe water. Aloe water, is it gooey like a booger? Oh my God. Lizzie, you're better at Hades than I am now. I have never accomplished a 32 heat run. I think I'm on like 18 or something. Seriously. I haven't played for a while, to be fair. I've been binging Have a Nice Death like nobody's business. The jumping spider is on my mic arm. If it comes to my mic, you guys are going to see it. He's really cute and little, but he's been living on my desk for days. It's not the same one that was on my ceiling. This one's much smaller. He's looking at me. What's up, bro? Want to come over and hang out? What up, Knives? Good morning. I mean, seriously, Kay, I wouldn't just say that. You have there's like, makeup, there's no rules with makeup. Makeup's kind of like I said, I put lipstick on my eyes. Like, there's no rules with makeup. But some people have like a knack for just understanding like the angles of their face and how to put makeup on their face. And Kay is one of those people, and she's not afraid to do, you know, the rainbow, which is what I like. I hate when a new makeup brand comes out and they're like, we've just developed the best lipstick in the world and it's 32 shades of beige pink. Did I can't physically tell the difference between them? Like, did we need 32 shades of beige pink? I think there's enough beige pink out there. Nudes, as they call them. Sammy.
Holy shit. That's a long time. Thank you for resubbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an 8 swings, bitch. How are you? I love you back.
Just kept tweaking the heat until I got it. Man, that's so. When you tweak your heat numbers, do you put on like I always avoid anything that gives any like extras to ads. So like ads, I won't give them shields. I won't give ads anything else extra because ads are usually what take me out. Like, it's always the ads that take me out. It's never the boss. But I was wondering, like, how do you swing on it? Like, how do you usually balance it? I know. I'm glad jumping spiders are small too, honestly. Like, as much as I love my tarantulas, in no way, shape, or form do I want any kind of giant spider natively living in my house. Like, loose. You know? Not how I roll. I don't know where the spider went. It left. Oh, it's on top of my monitor. Ah, he's so cute and little. Nude makeup. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Nudes. That's like a big term in the makeup world. Nudes. Everybody loves a nude lipstick, which is essentially putting on lipstick that is the exact same color as your lips. Oh, fuck. I didn't even see the link. Oh, my God, Catherine. What is? Is that a penis or a finger? Okay, let's watch. I don't know what it is, but Knives has gifted us a treasure. Let's see. It could be a penis or a finger. Nobody wasn't there a mascot who like put his pickle in the pickle and got fired or something? All right. Oosh. I know I hate my laugh so much. The gasp. That was so funny. My eyes are watering. Oh shit. Thank you for that. That was beautiful. There's a comedian who what's his name? Jimmy Carr. He also has a backwards laugh and he has a whole stand up talking about his backwards laugh and it makes me feel like I'm not alone. I don't know why I when I laugh, but it's terrible and I hate it. But Jimmy Carr does it too. That was beautiful. How did you find that? Oh my God, synesthesia. Can you imagine? If only. I would have if I had the tools. If only. Some of the best shit I've ever seen in my life. Easily. That is God damn it. Some people are so fucking smart. I gotta write down to message KPOW these websites before I forget. Message K. Boosh. I'm glowing today. I mean, I turned the light up a little bit. It could be a trick. I have no idea. I don't actually naturally glow that I'm aware of. It's a shame Jimmy Carr is a cunt. Dude, he's just like, he's going, man, can we talk about that? I tried so hard. I tried to watch the new Ricky Gervais stand up. Disregarding everything I'd seen online about it, but like literally the day it came out before I saw anything. Because I am an old school Ricky Gervais fan. I used to be very obsessed with him. I thought he is clever. But I feel like there are some comedians, and it's such a fucking, because I totally get it. I am the type of person that, like, in private company, most things are pretty funny. But on a stage is not private company, for one thing. And, like, I can't think of a word for it. It's like they're trying to push it more and more. Like, one comedian does a horrible stand up making fun of transgender people, and then, we're like, hey, maybe stop because they're suffering. It's not funny. Stop it. And then another comedian does it worse and harder and brings up the last comedian that did it and how we all canceled them and how we should have never canceled that comedian. So they're going to do it. And it's like, we're not doing shit. They cancel themselves. I didn't do shit. I just will not give my money to someone who thinks racial, transgender, or otherwise bigoted jokes are funny. I truly believe that our language is quite diverse and that if you are a master of English language, as most comedians tend to tout they are, you can be more original than racist comedy or transgender comedy, quote unquote, as I don't think it's funny yet. Or ever. I don't know if that will ever be funny, but you know what I mean? Like, things become funny over time as if oh God, I don't know. It's so fucking, I don't think it'll ever be funny because it's such a fucking, Texas has made transgender children a crime. And I don't know how any comedian can write a stand up. Now he's on my table. You guys are going to see the spider go by. Maybe. You see him? Here he goes. That's my jumping spider friend that's been living on my desk. Now you know. While I paint and shit, I just see him like every once in a while crawl by and I'm like, what's up? All right. Moving on with my day. Let me catch up with chat, sorry. Becoming obsessed after you told me that old people have fecal matter under their fingernails. Dude. If you want, I mean, it's real, bad rhymer. Dude, everyone has fecal matter under their fingernails. That's the sick part. It's just elderly people tend to have to dig their poop out of their butt with their fingers. They have a lot. No one should have poop under their fingernails. Nobody should want that, rhymer. I completely sympathize. Nobody should be out there like, you know what? A little poop under my fingernails is all right. What? He shamelessly turns it up to 11. And, like, in some aspects, I have enjoyed him in the past for that personality trait. I do like that he pushes. I like people that push a little bit. on things that need to be pushed, like gun control or like another comedian who's kind of a cunt. What's his name? The Australian dude. There's a fly. I hope the spider gets the fly. That'd be epic. What if you guys saw it? Oh my god, that'd be amazing. I forgot what I was saying. Shit, I'm so distracted by bugs. I'm a creature of distraction. Oh, God, what is that comedian's name? Wait, what are you doing a thing about? Rod, I have no idea what you're talking about. What thing? Please let Rod play hooky. I mean, he can bring over his present, but if he does it without my say, it's not going to be as cool as it would be with my say. So really, if Rod doesn't do what I say, he's telling all of you he doesn't care about you at all. Really. And I mean, that's on him, right? If that's the way Rod wants to roll with his neighbor lady, I mean, that's on Rod, you know? But I think we can all agree that, like, I'm going to make it cooler. And it'll be cooler if Rod's like, here IRL for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to go play in traffic. You can bring it over, Rod. I don't care. It's fine. You can do whatever the fuck you want, man. This week is just, I mean, 14 children got gunned down by an 18-year-old yesterday or the day before yesterday. So I don't give a fuck about anything anymore because the world is chaos and nothing matters. I don't give a fuck about anything. Do what you wish. The world sucks. Yes, Bubblicious. I love the way you said this. This is so well done. Off. No, I'm not making fun of Rod with this one. Although we will continue to bully Rod forever because we love him. I'm sorry, you're not funny hiding behind the guise of comedy, punching down on marginalized communities. Exactly. And if you guys have watched the new Ricky Gervais, wow, Katie, Ricky Gervais stand up, I couldn't even make it through it because it's not funny. It's like he's gone to the point where he's trying too hard to like push that comedians can make fun of transgender people as long as we want. Stop canceling us. And it wasn't funny because he'd like make a really offensive joke and then back it up with, but I'm a millionaire white man that's cis and straight. And it's like, it felt very, like a backhanded schmack a little bit. Like none of it was funny. It was none of it. And normally, like I can pick and choose a few parts out of it and be like, okay, that was pretty funny. None of it was funny at all. I didn't even finish it because I was just bored. And I don't know. What do you guys feel about that? Because it's really hard for me because I do think that comedians are kind of there to bring up stuff that, you know, no one else will talk about. But there are so many things that comedians could be joking about, you know, and bringing up that matters. Like police brutality is fucking horrific and they murder black people on purpose every day. Maybe that's not a funny topic yet. Transgender children are now a federal, not a federal, a state crime in Texas. Like it is a felony to have a transgender child and take them for a sports physical. I don't think it's funny, like any of it. I don't know. It's hard for me because I don't think I'm a comedian, but I do kind of like run my life off comedy, I guess. I make jokes, I'm funny, I'm thinking of shit all the time, and never have I thought of those like just to go that direction. I don't know. It's weird to me. It's very weird mentality and it hurts. I always refer to what Carlin said about comedians punching down. Dude, did you watch the documentary on George Carlin? Oh my god, Rod. It's really well done. It's tragic actually. He had a kind of sad life, but you guys know I fucking loved George Carlin so much. You can bring up a topic. You can bring up a situation in a matter that's not making the topic a punchline. Yeah. I mean, he literally opened up with making fun of Eddie Izzard. And you guys, you know my weddy for Eddie Izzard. Like, how dare you? That's how he opened up his trans jokes. And I was like, God damn it. I'm trying. I don't want to hate you. But that's what you're starting with? Like, that's what we're opening up with? Okay. Okay. Sure. Sick. Ugh. I don't really care if people think it's funny. Just stop fucking bullying people and calling it comedy. You're just cunts. You're contributing to systemic oppression and literal murder. Word. I added the word. Make a joke about how trans people are invalid, and someone walks out of there validated in their ideology that trans people are invalid. You're a piece of shit and you don't deserve that platform. And imagine, like, this is what really killed me, just to add on to what you said, Lizzie. They make the joke, and then if I was a trans person watching it, I'd already be like, wow, that was not a very nice joke. Do you realize I've lived 34 years in the wrong body and I don't know what to do about it? And then it's like you hear the audience burst into laughter. And even if it's only one person in the audience whose icky opinion about transgender people was validated, I imagine in your heart, you'd be like, oh my God. An auditorium of people think my personal struggle with my gender identity is funny, or like misgendering, or, dead naming, so on and so forth, like whatever they're joking about at the time. That's what they choose to bring humor to. And that is exactly how you oppress a people forever. It's the same reason why I won't watch fucking racial comedy. I don't think it's funny. It's not funny. You don't need to make jokes about the black guy down the street and then the Asian guy and the Korean guy. And oh my God, I can't even, the Mexican guy. Be better. I challenge you. Be more interesting. Yeah, that was the weird part. Honestly, Ressa, I'm not even kidding you. Like halfway through it, I was expecting the camera to pan to people like walking out because it just kept going. There was no reprieve from the barragement of just like, I am funny and I will joke about what I want and you guys can try to cancel me, but I'm rich, white, and cis. That's literally what the gist of the stand-up was. If you haven't seen it, don't waste the minutes of your life. And just be like, do better, idiots. Yes, Sarah, absolutely. So like, sure, talk about trans people, but in a way that makes people laugh at how fucked up, wait. At how fucked up people are at being treated. Does that make sense? 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can use the current atmosphere, the political atmosphere in your jokes, but you don't need to sit there and dead name and misgender and do shit like that to be funny. Exactly, Sarah. I love the way you worded that. No, it's exactly what I was thinking. Like, bring up the trans situation and make fun of people who have a problem with trans people. Like, let's do that. Let's talk about how no one has a gendered bathroom in their home. Yet for some fucking reason, the world is up in arms about, public bathrooms being just for everybody. I don't, what's the, like, non-gendered bathrooms? Because rape or something? Like, none of it makes sense at all. Those are things you could joke about. I'm not joking. I'm just angry about it. But you could, that I would laugh at. I'd be like, yeah, those people are fucking stupid. They're idiots. Like, that paranoia doesn't make any sense to me. But they don't. They go the other way. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Ricky Gervais does a bathroom skit, and he talks about, like, at first you think did anybody else watch it? I'm really conflicted on it. Because at first, he's talking about the bathroom situation. He's like, I don't understand why people are so wrapped up in the bathrooms. They're like, well, what if that trans woman rapes my daughter? And he goes on to be like, trans man, like just correct their pronouns, but not address like the rape or the allegations that because you're trans, you're just going to rape people, or people are going to try to be trans to go in a different bathroom to rape. I don't fucking know what the fuck it was. I'm so it felt weird, and I'm very, very I don't like Ricky Gervais anymore. Like, it really polarized me on him. Gimp, thank you for the resub, by the way. Sorry, I was blabbing. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it any swings. Eddie Izzard's amazing. Did you know that they're coming out? I think it's either at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. A new Jekyll Hyde movie's coming out starring Eddie Izzard, and I believe it's going to be a trans story because the cover, like the poster, is a silhouette of a woman. I just got sweaty thinking about it. I've been in that situation as a fat person. That shit happens all the time. Our bodies are our humor all the time. Oh my God, Ricky Gervais has an entire 15-minute skit about making fun of fat people. I'm not even kidding. And can I just say, Lizzie, and this isn't just all in one stand up, but this is all in one stand up I watched yesterday. I didn't get to the end, by the way. He says, so I'm in this room with a really fat guy, like a really fat guy. We're talking like 300 pounds. Come on now, Ricky. Don't pretend the UK is skinnier than the rest of the world. 300 pounds is not really fucking big to you, bro. Shut the fuck up. You're fat shaming indirectly, and it's gross. I know people who are 300 pounds just by height alone. Go fuck yourself. Like, that shit bothers me a lot. We laughed at, and the worst thing that can happen to you, and it's fucking upsetting. I can't imagine being trans and it just turned up, and it just being turned up to 200, and people laughing. Like, laughter is, oh, God. It is. Mental health, it's not only a joke. I feel like some people think it's, like, made up. Like, it's a pseudoscience or something. One of my least favorite, hi, Steven, how are you? One of my least favorite forms of comedy that straight people eat up is men are like this, women are like this, and that's why we hate each other. Same. Hard same. There are, and I feel like a lot of the older comics are really pushing this shit, and I love them. There are some old comics I really like, but just to give a really good comparison to like a good, awesome, oh, Trey Crowder's transgender bathrooms. Stop it. Oh my God. Okay, hold up. I got that link. I got it. Don't worry. You got hit by the bot, but I can beat the bot, and I got it. Kendo, let's cheers. I cleaned my bong, but I got a load of bowl. I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. I mean, that's the other thing. Skinny people and like in you know, normal in like in society, not on a stage at a comedy club, it's completely acceptable to tell someone you're too skinny, eat a fucking sandwich. But if I went up to someone who I deemed really big and went, yo, put your sandwich down, fat ass, I could get arrested for a hate crime. But you can, I mean, I follow a girl on YouTube. Her name's Tarantula Cat, and she's amazing. She loves spiders and stuff and has lots of tarantulas. And she's insanely thin, naturally. She's just a really thin fucking person. And she had to put out a video. She has a tarantula channel on YouTube, like where she just shows off cool animals and talks about them. She had to put out a video asking people to stop writing in her YouTube comments to ask her to eat a sandwich. What the fuck? It's not okay either way. It's neither way is okay, in my opinion. Oh, thank you, sugar. Oh, I got a grind up weed too. Actually, I have a stoner bowl. We can hit that. Sit up straight, posture check, and hydrate, motherfuckers. And stretch. Oh, I love it. I don't know why it does it. It pops my spine. If I do that and push down on my head, my spine pops. It's great. Oh my God, you get to see Patton Oswalt. Dude, did you see his most recent stand-up? It makes me cry, but I love it so much. Are you going to watch the Ricky Gervais stand-up? You know, that's what I was going to say. So if you want to watch some stand-up that is literally came out in the last couple months and doesn't have any racial or homophobic or transgender or bigoted comedy in it, check out Steve Martin and What's His Fuck. They just did a stand-up that is so fucking phenomenal. Steve Martin ends up fucking jamming on a banjo with an entire band behind him. I came. Y'all know how I feel about banjos. But those two guys, that's some fucking humor. Like, they can make you laugh without hurting people's feelings. Whoa. Fucking imagine. Let us cheers, motherfuckers. Dude, Barbie doesn't even have a slit. She's got other bigger problems to worry about. I need to buy tickets to see Jim Norton. Who's Jim Norton? Wait, why do I know that name? Norton Antivirus. The point is that people have never been obese, have no idea what dieting and abusing food for dieting does to the body. That, and I think a lot of the quote unquote hard air quotes comedy writing about like bodies comes from severe insecurity. Severe insecurities. Like people are projecting their biggest fears, you know?
Fohammer _419 tipped $5. CK. In my experimental phase in college, I got kinky with Ben Shapiro and covered him in lukewarm refried beans, and he was adamant that I smear them between his toes before using bean juice as lube, while he screamed that he was a socialist kakumu.
The bean juice got me. Oh my fuck, what? Sigma drill with that motherfucking 22 months.
Hail the Dank Lord, but more importantly, and most importantly, you hail yourself. And continue consensuality, and thank you.
Zoe, thank you for the very generous tip to my channel and for making me think about black bean juice for the rest of my day. How dare you? Oh my god, Zoe got me shirts. Stop it. I put them on the back of my chair literally 2 days ago and forgot. I put them there so I would remember. I got a package in the mail from Zoe, and I was warned and so beautifully shocked and surprised. Oh yes. Oh yes. I put them on the back of my chair to remember to show them to you guys and completely forgot because that's my brain. I'm grinding up more weed because that was a sad hit. The weed I'm grinding up is runts. If you car. Ooh, I'm on lunch, sitting in a park surrounded by trees and nature. Ooh. Hell yes. Cheers, Delaney. That sounds so nice. What a good smoke spot. Hell yeah. My DEXA showed osteoporosis. My doctor agreed, but I'm apparently too young for this shit. Oh god. That's what every doctor. I remember I went when I was really young, Trekkie. I have hammer toe, if you know what that is. Not like visibly though, which is it's weird to say out loud because most people are like, "Oh my god, she's got like arthritis in her feet and looks like she's 70." No, my feet look normal. But the pain in my big toe is pretty extreme sometimes. My big toe bone in both my feet got fucked up from playing soccer as a kid or football, wherever you are in the world. And my feet were growing so fast because I shot up to 6 foot by the time I was like in 8th grade. I was really tall. My feet grew so fast that my mom literally just could not keep up financially buying me new soccer shoes. So for a couple of seasons, I wore the same pair that were way too small. And if you've never worn soccer cleats, they're like fucking like stiff leather. Like they don't stretch or bend or move. They're not supposed to. They're supposed to like protect your foot so you can slam into a leather ball and keep your foot straight and not snap it in half, you know? And just like running and doing indoor soccer and jamming my toes into the front of these soccer shoes for a couple years just like ruined the toe bone in my toe. And it's not visible though. Like you can't see it, which is really annoying because when I went to the doctor, they're like, "What's wrong with your foot?" And I'm like, "I don't know, but every time I put shoes on, I want to die." It's like if anything touches the top knuckle of my big toe, I just scream out loud and die inside. It's a horrible experience. And I went to the doctor for it when I was in high school. My mom took me, and the doctor straight up was like, "You're just too young for this." And that was it. That was all they did. My mom was like, "Can you help her? She can't wear, she can barely wear shoes that touch her knuckle of her toe." Oh, she's just too young for this. Like that was their answer to everything. It was a great time. What does that mean? I think what they mean when they say that is they don't want to do surgery when you're super young because chances are, like most the time on joint and bone surgeries throughout your life, you're gonna have them redone multiple times. So like, I don't know this for sure. I'm just
fucking dinner,
guessing.
yes!
Bitch. That's a fucking long time.
Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving my anus a gaped out rosebud that oozes when I laugh. You're the best. That was gross for me. I'm grossed out, and I apologize.
That grossed me out. It's cool. I'm good. Nope. I want to. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like the moo fungus, literally. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, I'm thinking because the reason I think this is not because I'm a osteo doctor or anything, but when my mom got her knee replacement done, the doc told her that they normally won't do knee replacements if you're under 50 years old. Usually, actually, if you're under 60, because every 10 years they have to go in and redo them, and it's really fucking traumatic on your body. Every like 10 to 15 years. Because you don't have any cartilage or anything anymore. If you ever seen a knee replacement, they're fucking metal. And so I'm assuming that's probably what it is. And it wasn't like, it's not like the end of the world. It's just I live in sandals most of the time because, I mean, it sucks because you can't go to a doctor and be like, you see my big bent toe and that knuckle where things touch and it hurts because my toes look normal. It's very frustrating. They're like, there's nothing wrong. I'm like, trust me, there's something wrong. I can feel it. It's like a nerve or something. It's weird. So anyways, Zoe got me 2 t-shirts. Sinfluencer. How have I never thought of this word before? Probably because I hate the word influencer, so it's not in my vocabulary. But that is beautiful. That's just elegance right there. It's very fucking fitting. Zoe, you know me too well. And then this is the real winner. Hi Nico, how are you? Not that that one's not a winner. But move my bong. No gods, no masters. Only Ferb. I love that my immense fear and story of demolishing my little sister's Furby when she was a child has turned into my office being Furby themed. But I kind of love it because it's not, they're making them look as scary as we perceived them, you know? Like, this is how I saw them. And so it's like the world knows they get it, you know? It's so beautiful, though. Thank you, Zoe. They're so, I wanted to wear them real bad, but I really wanted to, that's why I put them on the back of my chair and forgot about them anyways. Ew, stop it. It still works. Wait, so your grandma not only found your old Furby, she put batteries in it? This is like Evil Dead all over again. Your Gizmo, yes. Oh, Sarah, I've told chat the story of how me and Corey ripped the battery pack out of the back so it couldn't talk anymore and sabotaged it because it was so scary. And now I have, like, Sarah, have you seen this Furby? This beautiful, it's crooked because the stickum came off, but I'm going to frame this as soon as I possibly can. That is probably the first beautiful Furby creature to have entered my home via Zoe. And I'm not mad about it, honestly. Like, the fact that they're, it's like, what they were doing before is portraying a lie. They were making Furbies look cute and innocent, and they are not. They are demonic creatures of the underworld and need to be destroyed. I could hear it talking in her background. Did you hang up? No. Is your Nana still alive? Did you call her today? I could ever. Oh my God. I mean, Steven, if you don't want that Furby, I will totes fuck with that on stream. I haven't touched a Furby in 100 years. He's got, I don't know if you can tell, Sarah, because it's kind of far away. He's like chewing on an arm. That's an arm at his base. And he's like, with his little feetsies, he's like chewing on the arm over there. It's fitting. It fits, honestly. Like, that is what Furbies are. I'm done with the lies. But if you die, it's not my fault. Honestly, I didn't think I'd make it to 30. So at this point, it's just like every day is a gift. Nuh-uh. My Deloney said my Furby just kept talking when I took the batteries out once. Time to burn the house down. Have you never seen one, Ghetto? It's just, I've never been a fan of AI. Like, I think AI is very creepy. Like, anything that is kind of sentient and an animatronic kind of thing is creepy. But the thing about Furbies is that if you got more than one, they would talk to each other eternally. And your Furby, it wasn't like something you turned on. It was literally acted like a pet. So it was on all the time. So if you put it in a closet because you no longer wanted to play with said Furby in 6 hours would go in your closet in the dark by itself. So we killed it. Oh God. Oh God. I'm scared, Knives.
Blood orgy!
Why does this exist? Gaming FTL. I'm living in Furby nightmare. Would you like to live it with us? Welcome to the stream, Raiders. My name's Katie, and I'm afraid of Furbies. Why is this real? Why is this real? What? Abso-fucking-no. Oh, I hate this. Welcome, Raiders. I'm so sorry we're living a frightening moment right now. You know what? Welcome, Raiders. Gaming FTL. Please follow my friend Gaming FTL. He was my last GM for the Vampires Masquerade campaign. It was amazing. He's incredible. A fucking brain about vampires, by the way. If you ever want to talk about Masquerade, dude knows everything. Crazy. Amazing streamer. Please check him out. Thank you for the raid and welcome, Raiders. Sorry, that is why. Why does that, Rod? Why? I don't want to be here anymore. This is the worst timeline. We are living in the worst. Wait, have we seen this one? And it looked like super... Yep. Look how fucking beefy this bitch looks. I hate it. It looks real and I don't like it. We've seen this one before, I remember, because look, it's not real. It's a sculpture, but look how fucking juicy it is. Someone could do an entire stand-up about Furbies and it would be funnier than anything Ricky Gervais has put out in the last 5 years. This is... I mean, okay. On one hand, it's utterly creepy. On the other hand, if I had a dick, I would definitely fuck it. Does that make sense? Yeah. On that note, I'm going to take a break and go puke. Welcome. Sorry. I had to pee and I washed my hands. I hope you all did too. And I vomited because, oh, holy shit, though. Sigmoid, how dare you? Sigmoid just gifted 10 subs in the channel while I was gone, you sneaky hoe. How dare. Thank you very much for sneakily gifting 10 subs in the channel. All 10 of you now have arguably some of the best emotes on Twitch, and you don't have to suffer ads in my channel if you refresh the channel, not resub. Refresh. Jesus Christ, Catherine. Oh, God. Siffy Hayes, Casswart, Aenia, Schmeez, fucking Cranky Head, Genova Plus, Buckeye Guy. Wow, I really fucked your name up. My bad. Emmy Lou, Jiggy Fly Joe, and Resident Davey. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. Enjoy your subs. Enjoy your ad-free time. And please say thank you if you're here and you see that you were gifted a sub, because manners are easy. What's SOT? Oh, Zach's outside with the dogs. What is that game? Wait, Zach, have you ever played a game called SOT? No. He has not. I don't know what it stands for, otherwise I'd say it. Yes, you always want to pee after sex. So the reason why is because not only are you, trading fluids with another human being, and no two people have the same fluids, the friction of genitals upon genitals rubs a lot. There's a whole bunch of rubbing and friction and moisture and shit, and it can like that friction and everything can force bacteria up your urethra while you're fucking. And if you don't go pee it out and cleanse out your urethra, it can crawl up to your bladder and cause a UTI. And UTIs are just hell, if not death. Sea of Thieves. Oh, you never played Sea of Thieves? He's gone. I don't think he has, though. I played it, like, right when it came out years ago. Once, I think, ever. And that was it. I tell that to every dude, thank you. I love my emotes, man. I mean, I see streamers every once in a while that, like, they do seasonal emotes and they're changing their emotes all the time. And that's really cool, but I'm the type of person that, like, I literally sub to some people just because they have an emote they've had for 7 years and I still use it every day all the time. And I'm addicted to some of my own emotes that way. That might be neurotic. ClassyKatie blank. I use it constantly. It is such a fucking mood all the time. I love my emotes, and everybody who's ever made them for me are incredible. Max was playing it last night, and he started playing it with his fiancee Beth. Oh, the game is fuck, what was it called? Sea of Thieves. You ever played Sea of Thieves? You did play it? Yeah, he has played it then. Me neither. I didn't know either. Yeah, I didn't know either. But yeah, he has played it. What is that? Man, did you come out before that then? I hate my brain sometimes. Christ. Oh, Sarah says hi. My sister. Say hi to my sister.
Hi, Sarah.
Zach and I had no idea what our anniversary was. That's why my break was a little long. We were literally standing outside like...
You didn't either.
I said Zach and I. Listen.
Oh.
Bitch.
Sorry. I love you.
Love you too. For real, I had no idea though. That we were just standing outside, not arguing. We were just like, when was it? What year is it? No clue. The dogs turned 2 this March. That's all I know. I've been here for 2 years, but time, no idea anymore. Ooh, something brewing. Oh. What's an emote, Sarah? Emotes are I don't know if you're on your phone or if you're on a computer, but in your little chat bar where you type, there should be like a little smiley face you can click. And then because I'm a partner on Twitch, whatever Twitch dictates, I get to like make my own little emotes and put them in my chat, and then my chat can use them anywhere if they sub to me. It's like, emotes on a phone, but I have my own catalog of them. You know what I mean? Dude, Pale, it's like COVID has just removed all the normal timestamps I have for like the passing of time. Like normally I'm traveling a lot, like either going home to visit my mom and sister or going abroad or, going to cons, and we've done nothing. I've literally not left Colorado for almost 3 years, almost 2.5 years now. In my life, I've never not gone on a plane this often. It's kind of crazy. So I just have no sense of like, I have no idea what time it is anymore. Like, where's the fucking timestamp? You mean last month when I did the exact same thing I did the past 2 years in a row? Where's my lighter? Let's cheers. Did I lose it? Oh, shit. I did. Fuck. I gotta go grab a lighter. Hold on. Un moment. What's them? Woo! Oh, don't set your mic on fire, Catherine. Lord on a dick. I know, Sarah, I'm so excited. I'm excited and nervous and excited. Nervous, not for the trip, for the plane. My knees will be destroyed. It's just inevitable. Oh, Lash Dude, have you tried refreshing the channel? Is anyone else getting a lag between audio and video? January 4th, 2020 is the day we made us official. Mark it down because we'll forget it again. Oh man, what do adults do do adults like celebrate anniversaries? I've never really been big into them, I guess. I don't know. It seems like something extra to add to your life that when we already have like a lot of shit we got to remember all the time. I don't know, maybe. Sure, I'm really bad at that shit. No desync? Okay, yeah, try giving it a refresh, Lash. Sometimes it happens. 5x5. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Zeke, I do not take responsibility for helping you remember your anniversary. I mean, he's not the only one. I don't remember that shit ever. I just don't think about it because, like, I feel like you would look forward to that stuff. And this is not shit. I'm not trying to throw shade. I feel like I would look forward or like get like really like, oh, fuck, anniversary's coming up. If I was like 24/7, ignored, or maybe if we worked away from home and didn't really see each other all the time. But like then it's like a day to like set apart and be like, we're gonna do something together and like be alone together and nothing else is gonna happen. But we're that way all the time. So I don't know. I mean, we don't have kids. So it's like what I think, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Ooh, the app is real glitchy, man. I'm sorry. The app sucks sometimes. Lord moly, but fuck yeah, dude. Get some good food or something. Dude, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, honestly. My parents celebrate their love. Yes, they've been together since they were 16. Okay, that's pretty beautiful. They were each other's first loves, so they're basically Scott and Bree. Yeah, Scott and Bree. Scott, if you Shireen, if you haven't met Scott, our love, he used to be our landlord. We bought our house from him. He's Zach's like best friend and community manager and shit. And him and his wife have been together since they were 15. Like legit, and they are our age with kids. It's weird. Like they're each other's first loves. It's pretty cool though. Wife and I just had our 30th.
Fucking cheers to that, anime.
That's honestly like people love to make fun of anniversaries. I've seen it all, like memes about, oh my god, you stayed together, good for you. Do you have any? I mean, I can barely stand to be around myself for some minutes, let alone committing to staying with the same person for 30 years. That is an achievement because there's been bumps. Holy shit. Like, fucking braille, my dudes. That's survival. Cheers to that. Oh my god, it's 1/4/20. Shut the fuck up, Mishy. How did you just do that? Zach, did you just hear that? That's so fucking clever. God damn it. High five. That is some strong weed. Jesus fuck. Runs. Whoa. It's fine. We're all fine. Oh, dude. I literally, Zach and I were talking about that like a month, I don't know. Time doesn't mean anything. A bit ago. We were like, if we ever had a wedding, like what kind of wedding would you want to have? And I said, if I had one, I've never wanted one. I've never been a wedding person. I'd love to be like either like a pagan wedding in the woods, with a couple close friends and a fucking druid and some deer, or Halloween, because you can wear whatever the fuck you want. You don't have to do anything. She successfully kept me out of jail and protected me from the villagers with their torches for 3 decades. That's amazing. I mean, seriously, I don't say that lightly. That's incredible. My parents have been together. Fuck. Oh my God. What year did they get? They got married in 2000. 22 years this year? No. Really? What the fuck? I hate that. Yeah, my parents are this July 1st. 22 years. Wow, that's amazing. Time, man. I remember their wedding, and that's weird. It's weird when you like can consciously remember an event that was 22 years ago. That shouldn't be memorable. I shouldn't be 22 years old. Callie and I have been together 30 years and married for 26. I'm going to cheers to that in a minute. I'm like sweating. That hit was really hard, but that deserves a cheers. I mean, that's seriously impressive because there is no such thing as a perfect relationship, regardless of if you're married or not. Like, I think anybody can attest to that. So when I look at a relationship that long, I don't look at it and be like, oh my God, 30 years of bliss? You must be a miracle. I look at it as in like, you guys overcame some shit. Like a lot. Like the longer you've been together, it just goes to show how fucking like hardy you are. That's impressive shit. None of us should be 22. 22 super sucked. I don't think I really enjoyed a moment until I was like 27. I feel like 27 was like the year my brain kind of settled. I don't know, like if that make like it was a bunch of pieces just floating around figuring it out. And when I was 27, things started to kind of click into place and become more of a solid. And I think maybe because I was becoming more okay with just being myself instead of trying to fit some mold I thought I was supposed to go into. Marriage is not always easy. I don't think it is. I mean, Rod, you could attest to that. I think anyone who's been in a relationship can attest that no like long-term relationship is easy. It shouldn't be. You know, like if it is, there's not any passion there. Like what's going on? I can barely be around myself for some minutes. Katie, that hit some just a bit too hard. Sorry. But I feel it spiritually and we're here together on that. No joke, I hate my autism. I don't even understand myself. How are others supposed to? I feel that. I mean, honestly, like I had therapy yesterday and I was talking to my therapist about that and I was like, I feel like I'm like a poison sometimes to people. I don't know what it is. Like I don't and she's like, "Why?" I'm like, "I don't know though." Like why though? And that's my new journey. Right? Pagan wedding would be so fucking cool. Like drink wine and dress in like fucking medieval garb in the woods and just get fucked up and then dance under the full moon naked around a fire. That'd be dope. Anna and I met as sophomores in high school. I didn't know that, Myron. There's a lot of you in here who are like with your childhood love. That's kind of crazy because it's like most of us, I mean, I was always told, my mom literally would be like, you're going to have a lot of loves in your life. Like, don't bank on one. She told me that all my childhood. She was like, the first person you meet and you think you love is probably not going to be the one for you. And that's okay. It might be, but it probably not. And so it's like, I think a lot of us are kind of raised with that, like, we're going to have to wade through the shit for a while. And you guys like didn't? Rod, you and your wife have been together 16. How old were you when you got together? Wow. My niece and nephew were born in 2000. Whoa, they're 22. They're turning 22. That's fucking weird. I don't remember anything till last week, maybe 3 days at best. Myrtle, I mean, me neither. But honestly, it's because what's happening to like stain our brains with a memory anymore, other than, you know, a bunch of children being shot again. That stained me. That's a song? Wait, which one? Which song? I'm sorry. I don't mean to hit home. I just talk. Poison is just medicine in small doses. I don't know. Maybe. Why am I poison? Why am I a Belle Biv DeVoe song? Oh my God. Is that really a song? I didn't know. Honestly, Lash, like, do you ever feel like you're missing out on something? Because sometimes I wish I hadn't thought a relationship was like the end all be all to happiness when I was a kid. Because I feel like a lot of my conscious waking hours were spent thinking about how I looked, how I presented myself, get fucked as soon as possible. Like, it was like everything. Because, you know, that was where my worth was, I guess, is the problem. But I don't think it was good for me. I don't think people should have invalidation or validation on worth when they're a kid like that. And when you start dating and doing shit like that when you're so young and your brain is all gooey, it can be very messy. You were 22? Damn, Rod, that's amazing. I know an amazing site in Washington near Oregon that's dope for those kinds of events. In Washington near Oregon? You mean Vancouver? Washington? Area? Thank you, Blue. I like the Blue too. I always go back to Blue. Callie-Field, am I saying her name right? I hope I am. Callie-Field Algebra, and we met my sophomore year when she retook it as a junior. Had she been good at math, we would have never met. It's kind of precious, though. The world works in beautiful ways sometimes. I'm sure I've heard the song. I just didn't know the name of it. Yeah, I'm sure if it's Belle Biv DeVoe, I've definitely heard it. Good morning, Crispy. How are you, love? Is this the song I can't play out loud? Thank you. I will listen. Shireen, I couldn't change if I wanted to, but thank you for that. You know what? You're a beautiful fucking disaster. That's a song. But for real, I think messes are way more attractive and fun and interesting than an organized something. Like, what the fuck am I going to do with something organized? I like a mess. I'm a mess. I identify with it, you know? I mean that in a positive light, by the way. Like, I like a mess. I'm not like seeking out horribly trash people, but you have a story, you have a life. It's interesting. It makes you who you are, and that's who we've grown to love, you know? I feel missed out when I see lots of other people. The reason I ask is because sometimes I wonder, just because like being in a relationship can be very fun. Like the honeymoon phase of every relationship's amazing, where everything is just like you wake up looking for a text and you go to sleep texting, and it's just every day is magic. But your heartbreak when you're that young, not saying you're young, when you're like 16, you know, when you're a child. I don't think that you don't have the tools to like survive it. Well, I guess. Sometimes I wish I would have just like chilled out and not thought that was it. Like the be all end all was I must be in a relationship. A Beautiful Disaster is a really good song. It's what's expected. Doesn't mean it works for everyone. 100%. That's why I asked, because I truly think like I think everybody's gonna date in and out of their life, but I don't think having a spouse is the ticket, you know, to like salvation and wholeness, and like it's not a vital part of having a fulfilling life. Which sounds horrible. It's wonderful to have, but I don't think it's like necessary, nor does it fit everybody. A Wake It grinder? I've never used that one. I've used what is it? There's a California brand that's got a bear on it. I've used that one, and then the grinders that I use, they're called Kozo. You can barely see it anymore because I have topped my bowl with it too much. But Kozo grinders, I have 3 of these now, and they're just great. They've got these nice grooves, so you can like, you know, turn it really well. And it's just like all really nice fucking steel medical grade shit. It doesn't wear down. These are nice grinders, and they're not too expensive. I think it's like $12 on Amazon or something. Every breakup was followed by a 2-year depressional mope for me when I was younger. Dude, I feel that spiritually. And like, I don't think we know what, I mean, you don't even have, you aren't, how do I word that? Like when you're really young, you know, you haven't even developed into your whole self to love yourself yet. So when your basis of self-worth is based on whether or not someone else loves you, and then you go through a breakup as a teenager, you have nothing to fall back on. And I like what you said, Graf, because that's the same with me. Like, I learned that my worth is not based on whether or not I'm fuckable or like hot or attractive to the opposite sex or the same sex or any of that shit. And that changed a lot for me. But I don't think that's possible when you're so young, because you're not I'm still changing all the time, you know, but I'm pretty much settled at this point. Like, I'm not really fluctuating highly. But in my 20s, fuck, every other weekend I didn't know who I was, you know? My little fuzzbutt down there. I don't know any other person that covers their bowls too. The only way, dude, I don't know anyone who nurses a bowl the way I do either. And I think that's the only reason why we have to cover them. Like, if you are the type of person who has like a little bowl that you just fucking roast every time you smoke your bong, why would you need to cover it? I totally get that. But my bowl is huge. And if I was to rock that whole bowl in one hit, I'd go to bed. You'd never see me again. That'd be a rough day. So I nurse it, but I'm the same. Yeah, I always cap it. I don't want it to just sit there. What do people do? It just burns. It'll just burn. What do you do? I'm currently planning to get my own apartment on June 11th. Ooh, fuck yes. That, dude, independence is incredible. And I think it's really smart and a really good idea of you to move out and get your own place on your own. That was another big mistake I think I didn't do. I went to college, and then it was just living with I would just live with significant others or roommates. I literally didn't live alone until I was 30 years old for the first time. And it was very scary, especially because I grew up in a house with 8 siblings. So literally I had never been alone in my life. And I was just in this like stark ass apartment, no furniture, no nothing. It was pretty scary, but it wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't have anyone telling me like, maybe that's not a good idea. You know, I had to kind of learn the hard way, which sucks, but I don't know. I'm okay, I guess. I was too scared to come out to date in high school. Not a great environment for that sort of thing. Oh, 100%. That was my high school. I mean, we used to make jokes about it in high school that are so insensitive at this point, but we used to say, like, if you came out in our town, you'd get lynched. And it wasn't, we weren't being, it was like a joke, but like a nervous, like probably true joke. Very small town, very, very Christian, very cis, straight, and white. You didn't come out. My best friend was a gay guy, and he, like, half the school thought we were together most of high school because we were best friends, and he would, like, spank my ass, but he was so fucking gay. Could not tell, I mean, couldn't, I mean, it was just it's heartbreaking, really, to be smothered like that. I overcorrected with the self-love, and now I get out too fast because I'm like, I don't need this shit. Ty, I mean, here's the thing. I disagree. I think there's no such thing as getting out too fast because time and life, you know this, is the one finite resource we personally have. Why waste time? Why waste it? If you know it ain't for you, like, get the fuck out. It's not that person. It's not on that person. It's not on you. It's just not a right fit. You know what I mean? I wouldn't feel bad. Good morning, Eliza. How are you, love? CK lost. Last seen smoking entire bowl. Insert picture of CK super high. It would just be Rod standing over me and me like a corpse on the ground with that white outline around my body. I never knew there were two songs that had the same name. Oh, do they have the same name? Yeah, it was like a warning and a hidden joke. It was just like this disgusting, like, no, people don't come out here. You wouldn't come out here. Like, ever. I didn't really understand what gay was until I got to college, to be honest, because I just hadn't even seen it. Lynching like Jesus would do. Which is officially illegal in our country as of this year, which is insane. A lot of gay men like myself are dealing with a form of arrested development when it comes to dating because we didn't get to have that experience in high school. I mean, yeah. Isn't that's exactly what I was literally trying to, like, verbalize when I said that smothering. Like, he was just, his entire life up until he was 18 years old was consumed with, how can I present as straight? Which is fucking insane. That's just smothering. Yeah. I'm doing all right. I'm fucking tired, man. I don't know why. The last 2 days I've had such a hard time getting up to my alarm. I ran low on bud to vape, so I did edibles out of Reclaim by melting it with a bunch of gummy bears. I got way too high. Oh no. And had the worst trip ever. At one point, I was hallucinating that there were spiders crawling up my throat. I am so sorry you had that experience. This is why we don't do edibles for the first time doing weed. And this is why I normally avoid edibles altogether, to be honest, because I don't want to feel like I'm going to die. No, thank you. Yeah, Zephyrus, exactly. Yeah, like, if you're just not clicking, I feel like a lot of people, we aren't, I don't know how you would solve this, but, like, how do you learn how to know how you deserve to be loved? If that didn't sound super backwards and horrible when it came out of my head. You know what I mean? Like, how do you learn that? Like, how do you learn what you deserve? And I think that takes time, and that's where you get to the point of, like, nah, I deserve better or whatever, you know? I feel so uncomfortable coming out as gay in my local area. I can't even tell my online friends, even though I know they're accepting and gay themselves. Really? And is it just a really closed-minded area, Nico? Like the city you live in or whatever? My anxiety and depression are kicking my ass. Been so tired and bleh and no wanna. Yeah, same. Like, I can't go to sleep at night. I stay up until, like, 2, and then I wake up at 6, and I'm just like, ugh, not again. I'm still living with the parent, out of necessity, unemployed, etc. Dude, I wish I would have stayed at home longer, to be honest. Not by fear of being alone. If anything, as soon as possible, I'd be out of here so fast. Dude, I feel that. I wish I would have taken advantage of having free rent for as long as possible, but I just could not stand my family. I had to get out. It sucked. Like, my mom and I butted heads. We're too alike. We butt heads so hard. It's like putting the positive ends of batteries together. It's terrible. After a certain amount of time, you just get exhausted. Usually a few dates to a couple months in, I'm just like, I'm not changing. You shouldn't change. I think we're done. 100% agree with that. Yes. I just feel like sometimes the honeymoon phase ends and I'm like, nah, never mind. And don't give it time to adjust. I've had that feeling too. But even though a honeymoon phase ends, I don't think you get disinterested in the person. You know? It's not that you're disinterested in them. It's when the honeymoon, at least this is just for me personally, like honeymoon phase, for those of you that are like, what the fuck? Is that an American thing? I have no idea. It might be an American saying. But it's like at the very beginning of a relationship, you might not even be boyfriend, girlfriend yet, but you're texting constantly. And like maybe you had your first kiss, so your vagina is on fire, like all of those magical moments. And then a few months in, you start to go into a routine and everybody has a normal life and you have to like meld your lives together or you move on your separate ways. But it's like, I still get excited. I don't know how to describe the difference, though. That's a hard one. One thing I'm excited about is trying to explore being bi when I finally move. Hell yes. I'm very excited for you. Oh my gosh, Lash. There was an amazing, I can't remember where I saw it. It was like on Reddit or something. And a woman was explaining she was telling a story about how she had to tell her son. She didn't have to, but she was explaining to her son what gay is and what bi is, because I think he had a gay uncle or something. And his uncle was getting married, and he was like, "Why are two men getting married, mommy?" And mommy was like, "All right, let's talk about this." And he was really little. He was like, I don't know the ages when kids start talking, but he could talk, but was really little, kind of on the comprehending stage of speaking. And so she was like, this is what gay is, this is what bi is, and then there's many other like sexualities out there, people are wild, and she didn't say that, but I don't remember the direct quote. This was many years ago, but I remembered his response. The little kid who was like maybe 5 or 6, I think, if you can speak by that point, I think so, because you're kindergarten, right? He looked at her and he was like, wait, so that means that if Uncle so-and-so's bi, then he gets like all the world to love instead of only half of it. And the mom just smiled and was like, that's pretty true. And he was like, that's really cool. That was the conversation with this small child about explaining what gay is and all this stuff. And I just thought that was the coolest conception of it, really, is you just doubled your dating pool. The kid used logic. I thought that was really neat. I watch Netflix and paint a lot. It's true. I don't really watch Netflix, though. I listen. How long would you say the honeymoon phase lasts? Because with me and my ex, it lasted for 3 years. I think it really just depends, honestly, on your effort you want to dump in. I think it all depends on the people and the amount of effort they dump into a relationship. Like, honestly, if you can feel a palpable end to a honeymoon phase, it's probably not a good sign. I think it's like the natural melding of lives that is the end of the honeymoon phase, where you're both, pretending you don't have jobs and you stay up till 5 a.m. It's just the end of that. It's being like, okay, we fucked a lot and we agree we like it. Now we have to start going to work on time. Like that kind of thing. Is that off base? Gets all the world to love and not just half of it, right? What a fucking beautiful child. Children's minds are gorgeous. They just start repeating words, usually around 1, putting things together around 2, some earlier or later. No shit. Wow. That's so early. That's crazy. I haven't been around kids in such a long time. I kind of forgot, like, what they do at certain ages. I was only saying yellow until I was like 4. My first word was cookie. My mom has a picture of me as a 2-year-old just covered in Oreo nonsense in my like high chair, with Oreos everywhere. I was a big Oreo. I still love Oreos, to be honest. Downside, everyone's hot. How the fuck do I pick partners? Dude, and see, I'm the opposite. I tend to not find physical attraction. Like, I've never just seen a human and been like, ooh, yeah. For me, it's like listening to them or seeing their facial expressions or seeing them laugh or seeing the way they carry themselves that I'm like, I'm going to fuck his knee or her nose or something. But I feel you on that. Honeymoon phase lasts until you feel like you're putting effort in while fucking. Word on that. When, being alone on the couch sounds better than a blowjob. You think sometimes, I was trying to think about it because I've never really thought about it, but I think that would be it, really. I've been with my wife for 17 years, but I'm also pretty awesome, so she's super lucky.
Bitch.
If she's put up with you for 17 years, you must be doing something right. That's a long time. If I was bi, I'm not sure I would even speak to men anymore despite being attracted to them. Really? Is the dating that bad? I've never dated. Like, I have no idea what it's even like, to be honest. I just kind of end up fucking a friend eventually. Dating just seems so like, ugh. You don't know me. I was 5 or 6 when I tried to steal my first kiss. She was too smart though. Oh my God. I was attacked by a kiss when I think it was like kindergarten or first grade. It was the principal's son kissed me by my locker. I was like, oh! He was a ginger. My soul was stolen, and that was it. Laying on a couch by yourself. Like, if she was like, hey, I'd love to suck dick. Want to come over? And you were like, man, I think I'll watch some Netflix. Like, I think that's the point the honeymoon phase is probably over. Tractor? Oh, cute. My little sister, Sarah, her first words were hot fire. Because we had a like old school wood fireplace. And we had one of those wrought iron, little fence grates in front of it to protect from sparks flying out on the carpet or something. And my mom would just chant that at Sarah because she wanted to touch it so bad. Like, the fire was so amazing and that grate. And she was like crawling age. And she would sit there and go, no, hot fire. And my little sister, when she was really, really little, she got something called bottle rot, where if your mom puts you to bed every night with a chocolate milk bottle, your teeth rot out. What a fucking coincidence. So my sister only had fangs. Like, literally these 4 teeth, she had to get pulled. They were just her baby teeth. So for a good, 4 years of her infancy, childhood, whatever, the toddler years, she had no teeth there, just these 2 little fangs. So she had the most adorable lisp. She'd go, hot fire, hot fire. And it was just, I still remember it. She's still fucking cute. But goddamn was Sarah a cute baby. I also really appreciate you being so open and accepting. Fuck yeah, Lash. The world is closed-minded enough. We don't need to carry that mindset elsewhere. Like, we create, like, if that's been my mind. That's been at least my mindset since day one of streaming, and like realizing a community would develop in here is like, I have a choice to take what nonsense I want, from the world that we all play pretend with, like the fact that no one says fuck or fucks or has nipples, and we can take it here and be like, nah, we have nipples. And buttholes and stuff. Even though the world wants to pretend we don't. Fun fact, the kindergarten people called CPS on my parents because I wasn't speaking properly. Called CPS? That's a little fucking extra. And then when the CPS sent an evaluator, my words were ugly man. Oh! Children are so pure. And he just said, well, I don't see any problems here, and left. That is fucking amazing. But CPS, though? I mean, that means that at one point that teacher was like, you know what? This little kid isn't as far along with his speaking as I'd like him to be. Therefore, the parents must be a worse option than the system. What, though? Hi, Spiff. How are you? I hate it. All of it. I think dating would be a much better world if people were just straight up honest from day one. I feel like a lot of people put on a show at first and then spend a lot of time breaking the show down so it doesn't seem like they were lying. It's like, just fucking, I am a bipolar mess and I cry all the time. I have a tiny vagina though. Want to party? Like, that would be my Twitter profile. Like, just fucking be upfront about it so people know what they're jumping into. It's kind of like indirect catfishing because we're all so ashamed of who we are. Oh my God, Mel, shut the fuck up. If I didn't know she was your wife and that she would most likely laugh at that, I would smack you digitally. Oh, I love Shakira. She's so fucking beautiful. And everything. Dating really isn't dating in a gay world. It's hooking up and discovering you have some stuff in common. I was okay with that for years, but I'm getting older and don't have the stamina. I feel that. I feel that spiritually. Steven. I'm more attracted to women, but more into sex with men. But hands down, I'd rather have a woman as a partner than a man. Men are just kind of, oh my God. So I'm kind of the other way. Like, I've always identified as bi. I've been told I'm like something else. There's so many descriptions now at this point. I don't know. I fuck men and women. But for me, I'd rather be with a man This is no shade on ladies in chat. I love y'all. You know this. But like, it's probably on me that the majority of women I've been attracted to in the past are just annoying as fuck when they speak. And I want to be like, you know? Boys are quieter. I love you ladies and your beautiful titties though. I miss making out with girls. They have the softest mouths. But man, it's too much chaos energy in one like space because I'm a bundle of it already. Like it's shade on myself, if anything. I think dating would be easier if people were straight. Oh my God, can you imagine? But were they female presenting nipples? I mean, you got me there. Who knows? Do we even know? Who doesn't love a nipple on their butthole? I have nipples. Can you milk me, Greg? Which nipple would you choose if there were 6? No, Spiffy, that's my sister's. Like, her teeth look normal, but I guess my mom took her to the dentist, and the backs of them were just black from going to sleep with a bottle in her mouth. But she has perfect teeth now. I think she's never even had a filling. I don't think my sister Sarah has ever had a filling, whereas I don't think I have a tooth without a filling. A little bitch. It seemed to scare him off. Really? Well, Lash, you know what? I feel you. I did not tell the person who theoretically, allegedly took my virginity that I was a virgin because I think the concept is stupid. It's a religious concept I don't heed by, and I didn't want to make a big deal out of it because people get weird about it. Like, I've been watching porn since I was X amount of years old. Like, stop it. Kazaa's been around for years. Let's get this over with. I did not say anything. I was just like, let's fuck. I know how to do this. It's natural. But I feel you on that. Like, people get really, and I think it's because, you know, it's insecurity on their part. It's like, it's not a reflection of you. It's them. They're like, oh, fuck, man. It's one thing if I'm awash in a sea of buttholes or penises or vaginas or boobs or whatever. But if I'm like the first, like you always, no matter what, you remember it. Like, they don't want to be the worst, you know? Zakarian, I wish I did. Hi, Bolvi. How are you, love? Oh, I hate the play dumb. I hate play dumb. I have a sister who does that just naturally. It's like cutesy to be an idiot, and I can't. I fucking hate it. Not Sarah, by the way. It is not my sister Sarah. Would have been hilarious if Zeke screamed from the other room right as Katie said boys are quieter. I mean, normally boys are quieter. I should say that. Zach is an extreme example of the opposite. Bottom left. I think I'd go for a midsies. I don't know why. Probably because I'm bad at making decisions. Oh, work your way up, though. That's a good one. I wouldn't want to be on the top nipple because that just seems like really intimately close to the face. I guess we're each coming from our own personal experiences. I'm not sure all men are as emotionally dense as my male partner. I think everybody's as dumb as they're, like, allowed to be. You know? Like, remove the warning labels and see what happens. See how dumb he really is. I mean, do you love him? Maybe don't do that. I don't know. People fetishize virginity like a fucking psychotic nonsense, and it's such bullshit. Like, 90% of the time, the hymen, little flappy tissue skin, like, dissolves by the time we're 4 years old, breaks riding a horse, something like that, and we are not cognizant of it. We don't feel it. It has no purpose. It's like an ancient organ or something, like an appendix that doesn't need, it's purposeless now. And the whole, like, concept of a penis changing inherently who I am because it went inside my pussy is, I mean, fucking stupid. If you want to be real about it, it's really fucking stupid. Nah. Yo dick ain't that special. What if you hit all the nipples at once? Oh my god. But could you suck all 6 at once? Because it's not like nipples just, like, stream after being slapped, you know? Day's pretty good. It's been fun. I'm just fucking tired. I'm so tired. The last couple days I've had a really hard time getting up in the morning. One thing I've heard from most women I've been with is guys don't like toys involved. I'm like, fuck. I've dated guys like that. It's like an insult. But I've also dated women who are insulted if I watch porn and masturbate. So it's on both sides, really. It's just jealousy. It's just like insecurity and jealousy. Yeah, it's all insecurity. And really, I mean, that's not a permanent trait on your partner. If any of you have a partner like that, you can help them get over shit like that by helping them feel less insecure. It's not a big deal, but I've definitely been on both sides of that, yeah. You're wrong. Wait. You're wrong. If you don't have a hymen, it means you're unpure and not worthy of a wife. I'm a man, so I would know more about your body than you. It's true. It's facts. Thank you, Blue Jay. How are you, love? Yeah, there are mothers with hymens. I mean, it's literally like a tissue paper piece of skin that means nothing inside of us somewhere. Toys are teammates, not enemies. Oh, I love that, Eliza. That's beautifully put. Toys are teammates, not enemies. That's really good. I mean, I don't think I could fit 6 nipples in my mouth at one time. That's a lot of nips. And effectively get a latching and a suck on them. Whew. Toys important for everyone. And that's the thing. Like, that's another thing about my channel. Like, some people have literally, like, come to my channel and they're like, I'm sorry, I really wanted to hang out, but it's just so sexually perverse and open that it made me uncomfortable. And I'm like, that's kind of why I encourage it. Not to make people uncomfortable, but because it makes people uncomfortable, it shouldn't. Like, the most natural, arguably the most natural things we do in the world, fucking, masturbating, making babies, are so icky and taboo. Like, the different colored skin around my nip nop is, like, can get my channel deleted. But, like, nipples feed babies. I don't know, man. The world is fucked up. It's just a body. Facts. Thank you for a fucking year.
Hail the goddamn Dank Lord, but most importantly yourself. Let us cheers to that and the joy that is nipples, because they're wonderful.
I used to get insulted when guys wanted to watch porn, but now I prefer it sometimes. I've always seen porn as just like another toy. It's just like another added stimulus to it. But I'm so fucking neurotic about my body. Like, anything. I could use anything to be like, oh my god, but I'm fat and they're not. You know, I had to get rid of that real fast. Real fast. Toys are teammates, dude. Sin, do it. That is fucking beautiful. That's an Eliza coin. Why is it called latching? Because you have to, the baby literally has to create like an airtight seal around the nipple to get milk to come out, to open the ducts. So the nipple, like your actual like nipple, the little like sausage poking off your body, if you look at it, it's actually hundreds of thousands of microscopic little pores. Our nipples are literally, boobs are modified sweat glands. That's all they are. And when your body produces, I believe it's oxytocin, correct me if I'm wrong, when you have a baby, the oxytocin makes the sweat in your modified sweat gland white and look like milk and feed a baby. And that's literally like it. But it comes out, your nipple's almost like a sponge. Like if you squeeze the sponge, like everything comes out of a million different holes. So they have to create an airtight seal and suck pretty fucking hard, which is why mommy nipples look like little balls of sausage on top of a pizza. Because babies destroy them. Love women's nipples because goddamn it. Especially if they've had a baby, Jesus Christ. Jesus fuck. On a dick. Praise the nip. Cheers. I was trying to catch up on chat, but it did the double thing, so whatever. I'm just gonna get high instead. Oh, Steven, I didn't even think about that. Does that make it weird? No, that'd be weird. That might make it weird. And prolactin, thank you, Biffle. Oxytocin and prolactin, thank you. Those are 2 hormones that your body produces only when you're pregnant and are about to have a baby. And that's what makes your milky's milk not look like sweat and look like milk instead. Pretty crazy. But it's essentially the same function as your armpit. Or the back of your knee. Ooh, oatmeal cookie, yum! Too bad Twitch won't allow show and tell. I mean, I could show off literally every other inch of my skin if I had a bathtub. I mean, a hot tub. But as soon as the color of my skin changes right around here, oof, we getting weird. People are too uptight about it, even when they're in the act of it. Oh, 100%. I have been told the amount of attention I give is more than they're used to, and I'm just like, y'all ain't going with the flow. Make her happy and she'll make you happy. Dude, I think I'm 100% on board with that, Ty. Like, the best sex I've had in the world probably was the ugliest, most fucking, like, sea lion-looking, blubbery bullshit sex ever. But it was the best ever because neither of us were worried about what we looked like. Or, you know, any of that. Does that make sense? I 100% agree. Like, if you just, like, aim in the activity to get yours, your partner will be so excited that they will get theirs. And, like, it's a mutual. Like, you both get into it. It's passion, man. But a lot of people, I think, get really, really, really wrapped up in, do I have a flat stomach right now? Do I look okay? How's my ass look? Am I looking okay from this angle? I can't see the angle they're looking at. Is there a zit on my back? Am I fat? Am I skinny? Am I bony? What are they, like, you know, we just get all up on our minds. Again, communication and just being honest and upfront is always the best policy, in my opinion. Ugly sex. I mean, I've never, like, filmed myself fucking. I'm assuming. Because I've been with people who, like, it's like that scene in American Psycho where he's, like, fucking the girl and, like, looks at himself in the mirror and he's like, yeah. Like, you think they're doing that. Like, you look for a mirror. Like, where are you looking? Hey. And it's boring as fuck. Because they're not paying attention to you at all. Oh, Steven, stop it. Oh, my God. Imagine if you were like, oh, my God. Joey got the mole removed off his team. That is just good for him. Like, you know what? That was the first thing that came to mind. Just, like, drop a name drop like that while you guys are watching it. That'd be pretty funny. I'd like to see the face made. Good morning, Pagan. How are you, love? Oxytocin is by everybody? See, I haven't taken hormones in a really... I haven't taken hormones. I haven't studied hormones in a long time. You could be totally right. I don't remember. I'm learning so much about milk here. The erotic manga really doesn't do it well. Some yaos got male lactations. Wait, male lactations? Is that like a fet thing? Yeah, that makes sense, to be honest. A lot of people are into pregnancy stuff. They're thinking it's like porn versus having fun together. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's like playing a game, like, yeah, I don't even know how to word it. It's, yeah. That pimple on my nose hurts. You're both in the same spot with everything just out, so get it. 100% agree. 100% agree. And, I mean, if you're doing that, like, I've never... I don't think I've ever had a thought about the way my partner looks while we're currently fucking. Ever. Other than you're awfully far away and naked. Like, I think that's about as far as they go. Ever. I'm just excited to get fucked. But maybe that's just me. I don't think anybody does that, though. I think it's all in everybody. It's all in our own heads, you know? Nick bleached his hole is a legitimate thought. I've had to do it. Please, I need to hear the story. Oxytocin is the cuddle hormone. Oh my God. Are we still oversharing about bodies, sex, and genitals? Always and forever. I hope we overshare about that stuff until my life is over. Nobody ever talks about the time you can't insert and you just have to laugh it off. The push and rope. Dude, that was a big one that nobody talks about. And that was, like, thankfully, and not thankfully, most of my family is male and gross and very forward with everything. So I grew up with a general knowledge of dicks and just how they worked as a child. Because, like, my dad would get drunk and moon us, and I'd be like, what are those? Balls. Sick. Now I know what balls are, and dads are really long. Stuff like that. However, let me think how to word it. Hold on. The whole, like, I guess as a born vagina forward presenting female person, we are kind of raised with the idea that men, penis people, cannot control their erections and they are 24/7, and you need to control yourself. Otherwise, you are just going to be raped 24/7 in your own home. And so, like, you kind of like go into it with that, like, I don't have to do shit. There's just going to be rock hard dicks all around me. And then you learn via trial and error that it's really fun to suck a soft dick to the not soft point. But that takes communication and learning, you know. I didn't have any fucking idea you couldn't get hard. No one tells. That was literally a non-conversation. I had no idea. But pushing rope is like a legit thing, especially whiskey dick, man. And how dare you make someone feel bad for that? No one has conscious, like, control over the blood engorging of their genitals. That's insane. I compare it to like a vagina getting dry. Like, that doesn't mean we're turned off or suddenly want to run away. We don't have control of this shit. Why is there not lube next to your bed? Are you an adult? Obviously not, Jeffrey. Really, ghetto? Oh my god. I don't think I've ever listened to sex either. But I've always, I don't know if this is, I think I've always assumed most people are like this, but I'm like an insanely tactile person. I lost my lid. So for me, if it was any activity that wasn't tactile, I'd be all up in my head like that, for sure. But like making out, dry humping, fucking, any of that, it's all the body is involved, and my brain is just firing off, and probably why I'm kind of love to fuck. It's because it's one of the few times in my life my brain turns off, and I'm just like focusing on one activity and enjoying it throughout the entire thing, and not thinking about when is it over or when am I moving on to the next thing, which is a daily experience for someone with ADHD. Dude, Ty, can you imagine how much more additional red blood cells you'd need to make? You'd have to eat all the time. I have a penile papule. It's a bump on the head of my penis. Was terrified and had an STI. I dated a guy with one of those on the like rim of the head. I had an STI when I first saw it, but it's completely harmless. It's like a skin tag. It's literally a skin tag. Yeah. It's literally a skin tag, and you can get them anywhere. I think I have one on my neck. It's very small, but it's like right here. You can get skin tags anywhere. Yeah, I had an ex who had one on his dick. And honestly, like, I've never had a one-night stand. I'm just going to put that out there. This is no shade towards anyone that does. Like, you do you, boo-boo, and you get yours. I can't physically do it. Like, I got to get to know the person's brain, and then I get aroused. But, because of that, I've never had to deal with, like, is that an STI or is it a skin tag? Because by the time I'm fucking someone, we've probably been, like, had that casual slide in of, like, yeah, I've never had any pregnancy scares or STIs. How about you? Honestly, I've had two dudes literally give me they went to a clinic before we ever even fucked and, like, got the paper and handed it to me. They're like, just wanted to show you I'm clean. That was pretty hot. Just saying. That was hot. Where gender's going to be a lot more fluid. Did you see they're doing the first womb transplant of a trans woman? No? Oh my god, where are they doing that? Oh my fuck, I'm gonna have to look that up. That's incredible. No? Imagine if a trans woman could carry a baby. I'll cry. I'll die and cry. Hi, Adam. How are you, love? Good time zone. I have the best embarrassing sexual overshare? Hell yes. Let's do this. I really need a burp. Hold on. I don't want to vomit. My second sexual partner gave me crabs when I was 17 years old, and I was in high school. If you don't know what crabs are, it's just lice in your pubic hair. And I was in high school, and it was legit the both worst and best experience in my life because it was totally destigmatizing the reality of STIs in my life. 100%. 100% yes. But I'm sorry you had the itchies. Oh, God. I've managed to avoid it. I don't know how because I'm not the most responsible person in the world, but I have, and it's a miracle. Damn, and there's me who sucked dick for weed when I was 15. Bitch, been there, done that. Like, we've all made mistakes. I don't think there's a wrong way or a right way to go about life. I would donate my womb to a trans woman in a second. 100 my eggs, take them. Would you like them? Because they're probably good and I'm not using them. Would you like them? I get tested regularly. I volunteer the let's go get tested together thing with this new sexual partner. Dude, what's hotter than like going out to a dope dinner and then the time it takes you to like go to the clinic and get tested and then go home is enough to become unbloated, and then you like laugh and about how you're both clean, and you know, if you fuck, then you fuck unbloated. It's a perfect wait time. That's so normalized in my own community. We have the STD talk, the prep talk, and the just in case, please text me if this ever happens talk, and then we fuck. 100%. I mean, it's a part of being an adult. Is, you know, are your genitals sick? Mine aren't. And I went and got checked because I don't want to get you sick with my sick genitals. Like, none of us purposefully want to, well, I would hope none of us purposefully want to get anyone sick with our sick genitals, but, you know, no one's nefariously out there doing it. Most of the time that shit gets spread, it's because one person has it and doesn't even know they have it. Because a lot of, like, I think, like, there's a good number of STIs that don't even present a symptom in penises. I think. HPV is definitely one of them. I have severe anxiety issues, always had first sexual experience, was so stressful and not really enjoyable. I don't think anyone enjoys the first time. I've never, honestly, like, the first time fucking anyone is never the best time. Maybe that's kind of why I'm more invested in being single and finding a long-term partner, because sex just gets better. Like, exponentially, it doesn't plateau. For me, it's never plateaued. It just gets better the more you're, like, comfortable with that person, you know? Like, when you're shitting with the door open, you're obviously not worried about what you look like fucking. You catch the full circle here? And I'm more into that. Yes, go be loving, Robo. I will be here. Shit happens, dude. Ghetto. Have you heard my story about watching a group of my friends come home from the clinic together giggling because they all had to go drink the chlamydia shake together? Because over the course of like 3 weeks and 3 different parties, they all fucked one another and like 7 people spread chlamydia amongst each other somehow. And I was chilling at my boyfriend at the time's house, and all these people come in and they're just like giggling around the kitchen counter like, tee chlamydia, yo. And I was like, but again, the stigma around STIs, like, there's a huge stigma, and most of them are completely curable, if not totally preventable from being spread, like herpes and shit like that. The deeper the connection, the better sex. 100%. It's like the deeper the connection, the less you care about the superfluous shit you shouldn't have cared about to begin with. You know? Like, at the beginning, we're all sucking in our stomach and, like, poking our butts out and, like, plucking our chin. But once you stop doing all that, it's better. My only true one-night stand, I was walking home from a bar in Philadelphia, and as I'm walking, this girl rides by on her bike and falls off. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry I laughed. I run over and help her, and I walk her bike back to my apartment. We bang until 4 a.m. I mean, fuck yeah. Sounds like a great evening. Was she okay? I'm hoping she was all right. I'm assuming. Hi, Cocky, by the way. Ty, dude, getting checked is free, I think, honestly. Like, getting STI checked if you go to, like, a Planned Parenthood. Again, if you're in Texas, I don't know how prevalent these are, and Texas has really cracked down and become a psychotic place, but in all the states I've ever lived in, it's free and totally fast to go get checked. I've farted on balls before, and I fart once a year, man. It was like when the planets align. I'm tracking 1,000% with totes have to agree. It's just in my personal experience. I don't know, like, I'm glad you agree, Bubblicious. I wouldn't want to put that on everybody. Like, for some people, it might get boring. Like, maybe one partner stops putting in any effort. But I think subconsciously, I look at whoever I'm with as, like, a sexual puzzle. And, like, every time we fuck, I get a little bit better at the sexual puzzle, you know? And I like having a project, so it's just an ongoing project. Like, it can always get better. You can always tweak and, because why wouldn't you want to, I don't know. I'm going to say come, and it's going to make people feel creepy. I don't want this to turn into porn talk. I'm sorry. They did the swab of... Do they not do the swab of doom anymore at all? A clam shake? Wait, what's a clam shake? Wait. Can someone shake their clam? Just a skinny. Okay, thank fuck. I was waiting for it was a compound fracture of the ankle, but we just dangled that leg off the bed, and she was great to go. Imagine if it was herpes. Oh, dude, knives. I don't know if you've ever been here for me. This story is probably the one that really pounded into my mind. Safe sex. When I was in college, I think it was actually still my freshman year. My best friend in my dorm, Jessie, her boyfriend broke up with her for another girl that he met in Italy abroad and all this shit, and they were high school lovers, and it fucked her up. And so she went on a little tirade of just I'm gonna fuck everyone, because that's what some people do, no shame. Unfortunately, one of the fucks ended up having herpes, and she got herpes, and it was a month after she fucked this dude, though. She I don't even know how we were communicating at this point. I think texting. I don't know. There were things. AIM messaging on my computer, probably. And she was like, hey, will you take me to Planned Parenthood? I think I got something. And I was like, really? Yeah, of course I will. I've been that friend to a lot of my girlfriends. I've taken a lot of girlfriends to abortions and stuff like that. I can keep very solid when it's not personally, emotional to me. I can be that rock, which I'm totally okay with being. And I was like, absolutely. And I took her in, and she's like, I think I got herpes from somebody. I'm like, man, it might not be herpes. What if you just nicked yourself with a razor, shaving your poos, and got a little ingrown hair or something like that? Anything like that. And she wanted me to go into the exam room with her. She was so scared. She was trembling. We were only 18 at the time, by the way. This was my freshman year of college, so I should put it into that perspective. Definitely trembling. She was so scared. And so we were in the exam room, and if you've never been in a OBGYN exam room, they essentially let you keep your shirt on most of the time, but make you strip down from the belly button, make you strip naked from the belly button down, and allow you to put a piece of tissue paper over your poos. And then they make you sit in a cold hospital chair and wait for them with your feet in stirrups and your poos out in the air. It's a great time. So that's how she was. And I was facing the wall, facing her face and the wall behind her. So I was trying not to just sit there and stare at her infected poos. I don't know. And the NP comes in. And before she even asks Jessie to do the scoot, she goes, oh, honey. Oh my God. And just rushes out to get a doctor. I, to this day, didn't see it, but I have no idea how bad it was. She just let it go. Because she was so scared to get treated. She was so scared to fucking go get treated. She just let it go. And I have no idea. But the thing about herpes is you can take a pill that prevents any sort of, you guys know. I don't need to teach you about herpes. But when you're a kid like that and no one tells you and there's no education and it's just the stigma around having an STD and around being filth, you're just gross now. You must have been this gapped out slut, whatever. Led her to sit there for a month and just suffer with burning, oozing sores all over her pee hole and other place. I can't even fathom the poor woman. It was horrible. I felt just this, and I didn't even see the nurse's face. I just heard this behind me, and I was like, oh my God. You can't take what you have for granted, Hi, Mag. How are you, love? Yeah, I felt so fucking bad for her. It was so bad. And get this. So this is the twist in the story. So her boyfriend breaks up with her while he's abroad for some Italian girl. Da 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 da. She goes on a sleeping tirade. Long story short, she didn't get herpes from the sleeping tirade. She got herpes from her boyfriend, who had come home for Christmas and fucked her after fucking the new Italian girl, and then went home after Christmas, or went back to Italy after Christmas, and then broke up with Jessie for the Italian girl that gave him the herpes. So she had Italian fucking herpes. Herpes. Eat the burn. What a jerk. Yeah, what a fucking asshole. But like I said, a lot of I think a lot of there's a lot of STDs that never present in some penises. Penis people. For real, they'd never have a symptom. And so unless you're getting tested, I mean, he was obviously slutting out, he should have been getting tested, but unless you're getting tested regularly, it's hard to tell. one of my good, and that's simply because on a vagina, the mucosal membrane, which is usually the part of the genitals that is affected by said STI, is exposed to the air. So it is not as protected and is just going to, oxygen-rich environment, whereas the urethra of a penis is internal. So it takes a longer time to gestate, and sometimes nothing really occurs that's visible. Sometimes it's on the inside, you have no idea, which is why they used to shove a swab up your dick this long. One of my good friends is a trans guy, and when he was fundraising for his hysterectomy, he called it uterus. Fuck yourself. God, that's good. The uterus. Fuck, that's beautiful. He ended up nearly dying. Oh, God. Because of blood loss? Because he didn't raise the money in time, and the NHS wouldn't give him a hysterectomy, even though he had issues with his ovaries. I haven't heard great things about the NHS, to be honest. Took him to almost die before they took it out. That's how they treat all the uterus people, sadly. They would rather us die most of the time, unless you get a good doc. It's kind of sick. And I'm sure there was a stigma on it because it was a trans man. So I'm sure there was a little less effort. We can't say that's not happening. It's everywhere. It's disgusting. And there's a spicy pussa. I don't know how to speak Italian. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would 100% donate. Like, I don't think it's fair that other people were born in a body they shouldn't have. I can't fathom having an actual cock. I would get it turned inside out, and I would get myself a vagina because I do feel female spiritually, like in me. I feel like these are my tits. And if I had been born in a body whose chromosome got flipped and I had a fucking dick, I would want it off. I completely sympathize and get it. I would totally help out. I try never to take that for granted, that I was lucky enough to be born in the body that I feel comfortable in, That's one thing that we absolutely take for granted. Just put yourself in those shoes for a minute. Just a minute. Don't freak yourself out, but just for a minute. It's very daunting. They didn't have an HPV vax when I was a kid, and they told us that once you were sexually active, the HPV vax was pointless, so I've never had it either, but I also don't have HPV. So maybe I got lucky. You're dying? But are you, like, dying? And Trump, yes or no? Yeah. Are you trying to say no? You said you're dying? I don't know if we have scheduling for death today. Yeah, it's disgusting. Sorry, I make jokes. It's the only way I survive. There are a handful of STIs that penises don't usually show, and I think HPV is definitely one of them. I want to say like gonorrhea, but gonorrhea can show warts, I believe, which definitely can be. I've known guys that have gotten warts burned off their dicks. Men are pretty lucky in terms of STDs. It's extremely unfair. Meanwhile, you can really fuck a girl up if you give them something like pregnancy. Nightmares. I actually have nightmares about that, actually. My whole being shrinkled, dude, I can't. I've never even had a catheter at my pee hole. I've never been in a surgery that long in my life. I cannot fathom a dry wood stick with a tiny bit of cotton shoved up my urethra. And you've got some extra inches on that bitch, no matter how big your dick is. If you have a dick, you've got extra urethra. You can't deny that one. And they kind of like pull your dick up the swab. It's fucking. You know? Are you dying in an acceptable way, and are you white? Amen. I mean, it's sick, but it's probably true. No shit. Fun fact, my brother-in-law helped develop Gardasil 1 and 2 vax. That is really cool. That's not just a fun fact. That's like fucking pat on the back. That's dope work. I mean, that's arguably, like, can you say you do better work for the world than developing vaccines? Jesus Christ. Heroes. You should still get it. Oh, I have it now. It's just they don't count it. They're like, oh, you didn't need to get it. It doesn't count if you've been fucking already. And I'm like, so no matter what, when I move, if I get a new doctor, it doesn't say I have the vax on my paperwork. I have to tell them, yes, I got it. I got it at this hospital, get the medical records. But because I was already sexually active, they never put it down. They're like, oh, it's a nil. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. Because it was free. I mean, if you guys don't know that, getting an HPV vax is free and covered by your insurance. It's a needle in the thigh. Like, do it. I cry enough. I cry at happy stuffs. Pregante is the worst STD. I fear that one the most. Him being trans is not going to make things better because there's the layer of, do you just want this out because of your dysphoria? Hard quotes for those just listening. Hard quotes on dysphoria. Despite the fact he'd had literal medical issues. Literally, his internal organs are murdering him. But because it's a uterus, they second guess, and that's disgusting. That's disgusting to me. You should see how fast I've seen a nut chopped off in the ER. What up, psycho? How are you? 49 prayers and 39 thoughts too short. Sorry, Timmy. You're a goner. Life is the daddy of STIs. It's word on that, dude. I mean, it's the STI that never stops screaming. It screams for you. You were 30 and too old for it? Really? I think I got mine at like 26 or something like that. I cry for myself, both myself and Mr. Cocky. I probably cry for a few families on the street. Same, but it's always at happy things. Sad things or bad things do not make me cry. They make me angry. But happy stuff? Oh, man, slaughter me silly. That shit just gets me. I just saw a TikTok where they said babies are a parasite until the carrier decides it's not. Fucking A right there. Fucking A. That's beautiful. Oh my god. Oh my god, Murgle. One of my brothers had to have both of his big toenails scraped and removed because he got ingrown toenails so often, and I still agree with that, with what you said. Because the dry wood stick up your pee hole, like, it's 2022. Have we not found, like, there's got to be another way? So about 10 years ago, they wanted to stick a camera up my urethra. I am female. They threw some lidocaine gel on it and came back when it was numb, and it was not. Ugh. Said I'm one in a million that have too many nerves around that area. I want to say something positive, but I'm just so full of fear and anxiety for your pussy right now. Oh my god. That being said, I think we can all agree there's no such thing as too many nerves in that area, though, right? I mean, the more the merrier. Bring enough for your friends, but also, what? I hate it. This is America. Mental health doesn't matter until we want to blame shootings on it. Until the people forget about it in a week. Man, the horrible tweets I wanted to say after I watched all that shit after stream the other day. Y'all be proud of how I can gather myself and be a professional because, dude, I just wanted to go on I was lit up. I just get, how do I put it? When something horrific happens that's inarguably preventable, and the people holding us hostage under their white man rule choose to not control said problem, that's a choice to accept a certain number of dead babies every year. That is a choice that someone is typing, writing, signing. You know what I mean? I get fucking angry. 100% Kaimo, yeah. Acceptable loss for desired gains. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And every single person in government who is who even has any sort of say on gun legislation has an income from the NRA. And the fact that that's not somehow illegal is baffling to me. And I get that guns are some people's hobbies and shit, but like, we get new hobbies all the time. All our lives, we pick up new hobbies. I challenge you to be more interesting. Maybe start collecting Furby stuff. It's everywhere and it's haunting. Yeah, Mother Doggos, I tweeted that was how I constructed my initial horrible thoughts in my head into was basically, if you're going to say that the heartbeats of babies don't matter, then your heartbeat bill is null and void. When does a heartbeat not count? The moment it's out of my pussy? Yeah, because it's all about control. There is not an amendment about equal rights in the American Constitution of the United States, America, blah, blah, repetitive, whatever. I said America munch. But there is one for an inanimate object. I don't like where I live. I just like came into this world wanting to make people laugh and show my butthole, and they're like, fuck you and your boobs. I used to argue with a guy in this community about guns on here, like in 2015. Oh shit, I don't remember. Oh my god, that was too long ago, but I believe it. It's a hard place to be, but at this point, like, we obviously as a nation are not responsible enough to handle the freedom of firearms. And until we are, I don't think we should be allowed to just buy them. %, Firmery. I like that. Guns should be no less regulated than cars. If you own one, it needs to be traceable with the government. You need to be legally responsible for it, and you need to have insurance on it if it causes carnage. Like if people steal your handgun and shoot people with it, which has happened to many people. Like people will steal guns to commit a murder because then there's no serial number like associated with them. But you'll get a nice call from the FBI wondering why the gun associated with your name was involved in a murder across the country. I 100% agree. Like, and the crazy thing is that every single gun owner I know is like, yeah, fucking do some background checks and get rid of those gun party tents. What are those? The gun trade shows? Every single one of them. I don't know a gun owner who likes those things in any way, shape, or form because it makes the hobby dirty. It makes it sketchy. And most of those people are all like, hunters and shit. I don't know one of them. I know a lot of people with guns. I grew up in a community of people who literally hunt and kill their own food, like, to survive, and you guys know. I grew up in a redneck area. However, those people most of the people I went to high school with did the buyback program and sold their guns back to the government after Sandy Hook because they couldn't take it. The fact that some people go, Sandy Hook, what was that again? I'm going to cry thinking about it, is fucking sickening. Murgle, time doesn't mean anything anymore. It's fine. I know here in Canada, if you own a gun, you're on a watch list and you're reviewed daily because you're a gun owner. And that's the thing. I think if you go to a gun store and you buy a brand new gun in America, you do have to do a background check and all this stuff. And you do a lot of official things. But we have no legislation on the reselling of guns. And this is where all these loopholes come in, where these kids get guns. They can buy them from someone who's considered, I can't remember what the term is. It's like a federal arms dealer or something, but anyone can be a federal arms dealer. I don't own any guns, and I could literally go online right now and apply to be a federal arms dealer. And it just means you can sell your gun to a pawn shop or something, but then they go and just sell them to anybody at a gun fair, like an 18-year-old angry kid with issues. And we have no laws against it. And that's what the NRA is pushing to hide and fighting to keep, because that's where I don't know. I have no idea. I'd like to meet these NRA people. 10 years ago, yeah. Pretty fucking disgusting. And I believe that dude who keeps who like for years was saying Sandy Hook was fake. I can't remember his name because he's probably a waste of air and not really worth memory space in my head. But that dude, he's literally still hasn't gone to trial for the slander and turmoil, emotional turmoil he's caused these families by saying that their children being murdered was fake. People still hobby shoot. People still hunt. And yeah, sure, some gangs still have handguns. Hell, there was an incel mass shooting last year. Seriously? Ugh. Oh, you could, if you're not from the U.S., I guess you can be excused. Sandy Hook, 10 years ago, it was, I believe, 22 children were gunned down in an elementary school called Sandy Hook. It was in a city called Sandy Hook, or a town, I believe. And it's kind of become a pillar amongst those of us who really would like just some more regulations, maybe some background checks or something, because it literally handfuls of children were gunned down and our country did nothing. Nothing. And there are literally shootings every fucking day. We hear about the big ones, but they're happening every fucking day in our country. And our whoever's in charge, I don't know, because I'm not super into politics as much as I should be, makes a conscious choice to say, you know what, we will accept a certain amount of children dying a year because gun regulation will make people not like us. Or whatever. I really would like to have a conversation with one because I just don't understand the mental capacity or lack thereof behind it, The private seller loophole, thank you. Yes. Long line of military men and hunters, they agree more monitoring on firearms and agree that despite their collectors all are papered and then some, and the shows put a bad name on the ones exactly smalls. Literally, your family could be my family. You sound like my dad. That's literally what my stepdad says all the time. And so does every single person I grew up with, and all of them hunt, and they hobby shoot and they shoot trap and all this stuff. And every single one of them is like, I will throw my guns away if that's what it takes. They don't care anymore. And I think every human being is willing to really say, I'll do anything to stop babies from being shot. Fourth graders. A classroom of fourth grade children. In no universe should that be something that should have to be said out loud. That is said out loud, happens, period, a thought in my brain, and it is happening regularly at this point, and nothing. They're doing nothing. Every time it's, arm the teachers. Raise your hand if you're a teacher and you would love to carry a gun. Raise your hand if you're a parent and you'd love for your children to go to a militant school. I don't think there's any, what? I mean, at this point, you probably want your kids to go to militant school just because you're afraid they're going to die because our country won't do anything to protect them. But most people don't want their children growing up in an environment like that, literally walking around armed guards with semi-automatic weapons or some shit. It feels like we no longer have any shared moral ground to connect on. It's a constant fight. Isn't it weird, though? You would think dead kids is not even a moral ground. It's a moral, it's a moral foundation. It's like the moral crust of the earth. I didn't think people had to be taught that. I guess. Or that I don't know. I really don't know. I cannot put my head around it in any way, shape, or form. How you can be like, no. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I have no joke about it. I have nothing because it baffles my mind. But I agree. I mean, I just don't know what happened. You'd think that it wouldn't take more than dead kids to make people rally around an idea, but. And hipster, that's the thing. And a lot of that is because we don't, in a lot of states, you don't need a license to have big weapons or anything like that. It's kind of up to the seller to put regulations on their shop. It's up to the city to put down some laws. You've heard my stories about the city I grew up in. I grew up in a very small town, population 1,200, where a lot of the people hunt to live. And in the fall, at the beginning of the school year, kids in my class would show up to school with the deer in their truck they shot that morning and their rifle. And our shop teacher would teach them how to clean the deer and the rifle. But we were given gun safety classes every 2 years as a part of school curriculum. Like, it was literally a part of our school curriculum, regardless of if you had guns or not. We were just given that class because our city, like, got together at some point in history and said, you know what? There's too many guns to not do this. Like, even if this family doesn't have guns, every single house in the vicinity does. And that kid could go to that house, pick up a gun, and shoot themselves. So they just did it every 2 years. We just got it. And it didn't make me like guns. It didn't make me love them. It didn't make me, like, obsess over them. Obviously, I don't own any. It gave me a respect for them. I respect them and stay the fuck away from them. And I'm happy I know how to disarm. I know how to get the bullets out of them. You know? Take the Bible and God out of school, and this is what you get. Oh my God, I know, right? Hail Satan. Ugh. I still shudder thinking of the Dunblane shootings. Oh my God. Ugh. We had the same reaction here when they tightened the gun ownership laws. But why? I'm responsible, but the government at the time just pushed it through. I can't comprehend shootings being a weekly worry. It's daily. I mean, it's daily. It's every day. Nobody will say that. No one will report on that because we have to keep up this, like, facade of America's number one. We solve our problems. We only have, like, nothing really. There's no bad places in America. We're really doing a great job. I worked at the ER in Baltimore, and I can firsthand tell you, I saw bullets pulled out of tiny black bodies every fucking day. Period. Can you tell me why no one reports on them? Because I told you. And it's fucking gross. And that was a wake-up call for me not a lot of people get. Little babies are being shot every fucking day by cops and other people and other babies. I had a 14-year-old in the ER die because a cop thought he smelled like pot and said, "Hey, come here!" And the kid got scared and ran, and the cop just shot him. He had no drugs. He was 14. It's every fucking day. And these fucking assholes will come at us with, it's every once in a while, arm the teachers, it's mental health, until it's not. And then they assume we've forgotten about it. I don't know what else to say about it, you know? I've seen more bullets pulled out of people than I have animals at this point. And it's just, no one's going to talk about it. No one wants to hear that we are out of control. We are not a first world country. We are in so much debt that there are multiple people in our country, just our country, who could buy our country because they have quadruple the money in their bank account that our government is in debt. Like, we are a non sequitur at this point, and no, but you can't put out that because America, fuck yeah, shooting babies and loving on our guns. Ew. Ethyl alcohol? Yuck. We had a 14-year-old killed here just standing outside the high school like a month ago. 15-year-old was hit as well. They lived. Fucking Christ. It's disgusting. But weed is a Schedule 1 because heroin. You can't forget that shit. I will. It's a part of me forever. And I've made it kind of... I don't talk about it all the time, but I make a point to talk about it when things like this come up. Because I don't want to lessen, there is no lessening the tragedy. It's not like I'm comparing numbers or saying, you know, well, this one's not a big deal because this happens. It's that we need to fucking realize it's happening every fucking day, whether the news reports on it or not. Little babies and kids and black people and everyone, people, humans are just being shot and murdered all the fucking time. GSW is the #1 most recognized acronym among non-medical professionals. Because everyone knows what a fucking GSW is. And we shouldn't. You know? It's important to, you know, smother the fucking thoughts and prayers bullshit and acknowledge that this is not an inevitable occurrence. It's not something that was going to happen no matter what. It's babies being shot in school. Fourth graders are being shot. These are like 9 and 10-year-olds, I believe. No, you're 8. You're 8 years old in fourth grade. These are 8-year-olds being gunned down. That is not a part of a growth of a country. That is not growing pains of a school system. That is the choice of a political system to accept dead babies. That's a choice. And they're keeping us hostage under their choice. It's fucking gross. It's so fucking gross. I don't know another word for it. Nauseating, sick, disgusting. It's like gangrene of the mind. Exactly. You know, Knives. You know what's up. The Golden State Warriors. Exactly. Fisto, I mean, I can't help it. But thank you for listening and just like being someone who's not just gonna turn away from the ugly. Because my parents do it. I love them so much. But my mom is this, oh, I can't watch all that because it really brings me down. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but me too. But that doesn't mean it's not still happening. It's a weird mentality to me. I don't know, but I don't know it's like my only power is having a very mild platform on the interwebs and speaking my truth and hoping to God that maybe a few people hear it and go, oh, fuck. Maybe I don't need a semi-automatic weapon in my closet that we only shoot on Christmas when we're real fucking drunk. Like, maybe. I mean, I'm the first one to say deadly shit is fun. But you know what's up? I own 2 Black Widows and a West African alligator-backed scorpion. All of which could fuck me up. You can get more interesting with your deadly hobbies. You could grow some fucking tomatoes in your garden. Guess what tomatoes are? Deadly motherfucking nightshade, bitches. Be more interesting. Don't be a cop. I'm just going to call people cops now. Because no one wants to be that. We should take a break, Rod. You're right. I'm sorry. I get very passionate about this stuff because it's constant. It's all the time. And obviously, I take it very personally because I have personally dug a lot of bullets out of babies. And it's gross. You shouldn't have to take a bullet out of anybody. But nobody should have to see a dead kid, let alone with a bullet. And it's more often than not a cop. And if you run, they get away with it. Like, that's rightful cause to shoot, I guess. So they just, like, leave the ER, and that's the end of that. And you never forget it. It burns into your skull. And I want you guys to take that away from today. If you're taking off, if this is, like, the end of stream for you because you're like, wow, this is really dark. When I come back, we'll talk about, like, nipples again or something. But when people come at you with, oh, it's an isolated incident, or all we need to do is arm our teachers, or blah, 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 maybe encourage them to do some research into how much murder there actually is going on in our world right now with guns, specifically in the USA. Like, it's astronomical, and it's constant. And that's not just Baltimore. I know a lot of people are going to be like, that's just Baltimore. Seattle ER is just gunshots all day, but it's different reasons. So, heroin dealers shooting each other, or cops shooting the heroin dealers, or homeless people being shot by cops or something. It's the same shit. It's everywhere. It's literally everywhere. Regardless of how liberal or cutesy you want your city to be, the more people, the more chaos. Like, it's just inevitable. It's gross. Yeah. Well, everything is a trickle down from Seattle, I feel like. Like, everything, like, Seattle's the big port, and then it just goes down Oregon, California, and just fucks it. I feel like everything comes through. Potatoes, yes, potatoes as well. Yeah, you can also, foxglove flowers, deadly. Fucking deadly. Like, literally, you eat a flower, you will be done for, but super pretty. You can grow them in your garden. We can be really interesting about our deadly hobbies. I literally have a bookshelf dedicated to how bodies decompose. That probably has me on a government list. But you couldn't take those books into a fourth grade room and gun down kids with them. So that's nice. Toe Compton. Dude, we used to call Kettle Falls K-Fed. It's fine. Okay, break time. I'll never go to break. Let us stand up and shake off all of this seriousness, I had to get real with you, but I think we can all agree that if there's any time for a class hole to be real, the time is when babies get shot and die. That is the time the class holes get fucking real. Because that shit ain't okay. It's not okay. Stand up, stretch your legs, pee after sex always, wash your tinglies, and get some fucking circulation in your body. I encourage you to listen to a dope song while I'm gone. Think of a song that just like lifts your mood no matter what and put it on. When we come back, I have the liberal redneck talking about transgender bathrooms clip that was gifted to me by someone in chat. And if you've never seen the liberal redneck, great. I mean, he's just very eloquent and well-spoken. He makes amazing points when talking about these ridiculous decisions that, politicians and whatnot are making. So that will definitely, I mean, it's obviously not on a great topic, the hate and, the stigma around the transgender community. I don't know how to put it because every state's taking a different angle at him right now. It's kind of disgusting. No, it's super disgusting. But he will make us, he is funny person. He is funny person. He make laugh. He make me laugh all day. I'm broken. I love you. I'll be right back. Listen to some good music. I'm going to put on tunes, but I can't, it's DMCA free shit. So like, how good can it be? You know what I'm saying? I'll be back. I didn't know Rod was going to bring over Gizmo. And so we had to do dogs. I apologize. I don't even know how long that break was. That was probably so fucking exceedingly long. But I apologize for that. Good. Have heart-to-hearts. Good. Rod is over because he really wanted to give Zach his birthday present, which is totally cool. But he brought Gizmo, which is awesome. But my puppies have never met Gizmo before. And so we had to like do, the neutral ground, like be chill. And they were totally fine. My dogs, honestly, they grew up with Millie, so a tiny, fat little French bulldog. They were probably like, what happened to Millie's ears? Who are you? It's been 84 years. I know. They're good dogs, though. I know the poodles do great with other dogs. I've taken them to dog parks since I got them and taken them on walks and stuff because I was so like, we got them during COVID. You guys know this. So I was very much like, I must socialize my dogs. Like my worst fear in the world is having an aggressive dog or a fearful dog. And so I over-socialized them. So I was just like, if Gizmo's cool, they're cool. Like, just let him in. And they were fine. They just sniffed the shit out of him because he's so tiny. Yes, liberal redneck. You have new dogs? Well, Rod is here with his dog. Have you ever seen Rod's dog, Bub? Bobo. Oh my God. So if you guys don't know Rod Johnston, he hangs out in my chat every day. He's dope. We've rated him hundreds of times. He usually is streaming in the evening, which is perfect. He's a local friend of mine, and he got a really cool present for Zach, which I already know about. So I'm sure he'll tell you guys about it. But he brought his little French bulldog, Gizmo, to come see us, which is super exciting. But we've met Gizmo. We've been over to their house, and he's been over here. So our dogs, each of us dogs know us, but the dogs didn't know each other. So we had to do like the dog thing, but Rod will come in with him. Don't worry. Let's watch Liberal Redneck because I'm very excited. I want you guys to see him. If you don't know who this guy is, I love what he does because he touts himself as a southern fucking redneck, blue-blooded boy who, isn't a racist piece of shit. He's very much on that stance. Like, you can be raised southern and not be a homophobic dick ball. And I think more people need to do this kind of thing, like stand up and not be afraid of, I always tell you guys I'm very afraid of the virtue signaling shit. I want to stand up for my friends and use my platform, but also not come off as like a, hey, look at me and my black friend as an example kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? And he does it so well of, just being himself and showing that you can, let's just watch. He's great. Let's just enjoy this real quick. That's really fucking good. This is the Gizmo, baby. This is the little pork pie Gizmo. And if you want to see him every day for the rest of your life, you should follow Rod_Johnston at Twitch. Seriously.
And on Twitter, he's everywhere.
You get to see him every day live. It's super exciting. And you guys know me, like, I'm going to follow an account that's got a dog over an account that doesn't have a dog any fucking day. Isn't he super cute? Oh, he's a real nice little pupper, too. He's really sweet. He's so cute, and he's such a little butterball, and I love him so much. He's so sweet. Oh, I love them. Oh, how did I? Oh my God, we went from the algebra and the homos to the dog, and my mood just went from on a roller coaster.
Like, Daddy, what you doing, Dad? Explore.
Gizmo's just exploring the
He's like-
world. Oh my God, it's like
Oh.
having Millie in the house, but her legs work. Oh, Rod apparently got me a gift, which I told him no, but well, let's be honest, nobody can afford a French bulldog.
Of course I would.
Do I just pull it out?
Yeah, just pull it out.
I wasn't allowed to
Pull
look at
out.
it, but I've been touching it. Shut your fucking face. Oh my fucking what?
Yeah, I saw it at Hot Topic, and I was like, "This is, yeah." That's why I had to get it.
Thank you. Oh my fuck. So y'all know I'm very anti-pop figures. I fucking hate them because I think people hoard them. However, I do own a select few. And one of them is a ghost, and now I have two ghosts.
Album
It is, yeah, this is Opus Eponymous, the one with like the Gigolo Dar Har song on it and stuff like that. Yeah, it's one of my favorite albums actually. It's one of their older ones. But that's fucking dank. That is so cool looking. I mean, I honestly, like, it's just, at this point, people I think are just like, it's like Beanie Babies. They're like, I need the next pop. However, if it's a ghost pop, I will purchase a pop figure. I also have Jack and Sally.
Next time you stop by my house, my wife
Hold on, let me turn down my thingy.
has turned down one of the bedrooms.
It's just barely too low. I mean, barely too high. They're like getting just a bit of you. Let me just a little bit. Hold on. It's the threshold, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm gonna go down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my
There we
wife,
go.
my wife has so many of those that it's like bought 3 shelves that came in or 4 shelves that came in on Monday, and it's just like
Is there a theme?
they're all Harry Potter, Marvel, and Doctor Who.
Okay, well, I get that a
Yeah,
little.
yeah.
Like,
They're
I
all-
get that. There. So if you guys didn't catch it because he was cutting out, all his neighbor lady has shelves she just ordered literally just for her pop figures, but they are themed Harry Potter, Marvel, or what?
or Doctor Who ones.
Or Doctor Who,
Yeah.
which I get the theme. Like, I totally get buying stuff because if it's a ghost, like, there's only 2 ghost pop figures, I think, and it's just because they're ghost. Because honestly, like, there's so little ghost merchandise in the world, and the cool thing is, if you're buying Harry Potter pop figures, I don't think it goes to bitch fucker.
No, I don't think so either. But yeah, so I saw this and it was funny because I was wandering on the mall and I bought that, and then I bought got drug into Bath and Body Works, and I found a Pop Funko shark. It looks like it's a soap
Katie?
holder. Yeah.
Oh,
And
you showed me it.
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Yep. You showed me that one. You sent me a link to it because on stream you were so high. You were talking about it, and I was like, all you said was, I found a shark dispenser. And I was like, Rod, what drugs are you taking that you found something that dispenses sharks? And nowhere in chat, I looked. He never described what the fuck he was talking about in chat. So later I get a message that it's like a tape dispenser, right? Or
It's
something.
a soap dispenser.
It's a soap dispenser.
It
But
sings.
I'm thinking there's a fucking shark dispenser somewhere.
It sings a generic Jaws tune
Oh.
for the 20 seconds you're supposed to wash your hands. Yeah. And it's just generic. Like, so when you push down at it, it pushes the soap into the buttons and it sings the generic high track.
Yeah, boy. Trick's so excited Rod's here. Trick's like, there's a friend. I'm gonna make a friend.
You're already my friend, Trick. Oh,
The dogs
I
love
gotta
Rod.
kiss. I got a kiss.
I think Rod was just moving his hand involuntarily, and he was petting the void. Oh yeah, you just can't. If you guys can't see, I have an extremely dark dog under me, but like he absorbs all light. He is my void boy, but he loves Rod.
A lot.
Our dogs honestly love everybody. It's just like, some people have not dog energy.
Yep.
And so they run from our dogs, and then our dogs chase them because they're like, wait, but love.
Yeah. Oh, you are a very handsome boy. His like little afro on top's getting a little.
I know.
A little poopy, huh?
We were actually yesterday. Zach came out of the shower
Uh-huh.
and walked down the hall naked, and Lil didn't recognize him. Like, she acted like she didn't know who was in the hall and like started barking and
Yeah.
freaking out. and it's because her hair's grown over her eyes. It's
She
like
just
long
saw
enough.
movement, yeah.
So all she saw was like movement of nude in the hallway, and flipped the fuck out. I laughed. Hi, Bill. Hi, Bill. Are you feeling like the love is not? I know. There's someone cuter than you here. Sorry.
Are you just like, is this too
The
much
dogs are all
Gizmo?
so fucking hot. Oh yeah, the dogs. I mean, I swear to fuck, they know where the camera is. Lil especially. She totally knows where the camera is because they don't do this if I'm not streaming. They've never tried to crawl on my lap while I'm not streaming.
It's
Ever.
like they're fighting for, like, they know that their
This.
attention is, and
Yep.
they're like, no, mama, don't look at that thing. Look
Yeah.
at us.
Yeah, you've watched Lil. She'll like
Yeah.
headbutt my mic out of my mouth and get right in the camera, and I'm like, how?
When she specifically goes in and like hangs out with Zeke when he's streaming, and she's like looking at it like, no, Daddy, why aren't you paying attention to me?
I know. I like when she hits him in the face.
Yeah.
Okay, the threshold's 100% off. So if you guys hear like crickets and farts and fans, I apologize. But I just want you guys to be able to hear Rod. My house is really small, so we literally don't have a dining room table or chairs.
Yeah, there's no room.
But we do have chairs. I mean, I can go get him a chair, but I don't think he plans on staying forever because he has shit to do. But he was just hanging out. Come to fucking hang. But it was perfect timing because I don't know if you guys remember, but right before chat, we were talking about some pretty dark shit. And I was like, when we come back from chat, we're going to stop talking about dark shit and we're going to talk about something funny. And then Gizmo showed up. And what's fucking cuter or funnier looking than a French bulldog? Other than like an eye. Knives, where are the eyes at? Where are my eye reps? Can you hear all the panting?
He's very like.
Get him down there. Hold on, let me see if I can get the camera.
He wouldn't even take as long.
Look at that little pork butt. He's so cute.
He really makes the poodles look so big, though. It's kind of crazy.
He's not like.
You do.
The biggest dog since we've had him is Newbie, and Newbie's like not much bigger than him, right? So
Nah,
it's,
Newbie's not too big.
Yeah, he's like 36 pounds, I think.
He is?
No, Newbie.
Oh, I was like,
No,
damn!
He's 30. Ripley is like 37 and a half.
What, do you know what the normal, like what a normal...
They're supposed to be like right, for both of them, like right around 30.
Oh, then that's not
Yeah.
bad.
Ripley, though, I mean, she's 5 pounds overweight, so...
Oh.
We put her
Millie
back-
would always get in trouble. Like, they would, because on paper, they'd be like, oh, pugs should only weigh like 16 pounds.
Yeah.
And Millie weighed like 25 pounds. But then when you looked at it, they'd be like, oh, no, she's fine. She was always longer.
Yeah.
She had just a bigger body than all the other pugs for some reason.
We always laugh at Ripley because she has a tiny head for her body.
Yeah.
Like Gizmo's head is appropriate. Like
He's
like,
got a big egghead. He's so
He's like-
cute. Look at that little guy.
He wouldn't kiss Zeke, and Zeke was heartbroken.
Oh, it's because he knew where the camera is. I swear to fuck. They just know. I should stream just to get affiliates so I can have an ii. Dude, if you've made an ii emote, I'd put it into mine. I have like a lot of open slots for like channel specific. I want an ii emote. You could put it in Frinker Face, Knives.
Yeah.
And then just talk streamers into adding it.
Or
Fuck
make
it.
a Kevin emote.
We all love Kevin. Except Knives. Knives is the only one that doesn't love Kevin. Dude, they're all the dogs just like, it's hot today, huh? I know.
Dude, after snow this week, and they were talking about us getting snow again yesterday, but then didn't, and it's like,
What next?
Yeah.
A tornado? Hurricane. I don't fucking know. I would not be shocked by anything, even though we don't have water. They were like, a hurricane hits Denver. I'd be like, yeah, that checks out.
yeah, it's like we're on the wrong side of the mountains for that, but
It would happen.
yeah.
This place is so wild. Dude, it was literally the day before, it was like 85 degrees. Fucking gorgeous. And then May 20th, because it was Zach's birthday, it fucking dumped. Like, he got snow. We got, like, slush shit snow. Like, the wettest, soggiest, break tree branches and knock our electricity out for a day snow.
Yeah, it was. I've been here long enough that I go, it's
That's the weather.
Colorado," you know?
Yeah, it's like, this state is the reason layers were invented,
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah, it's all year round when I'm at work. I have a hoodie with me because
Yeah.
I'm in cold things like labs.
The lab
but,
and shit, yeah.
But when I come out, who fucking knows what temperature it's gonna be? Like you're sitting there going, I walked out of work today in a
No.
hoodie, and I think it's probably 10 degrees hotter up here than it was down at my house. too.
Really?
Yeah.
It's hot. I mean, yesterday it was freezing. We had the heat on yesterday.
Yeah.
Like it was like, I want to say it was maybe like 38 degrees or something.
Yeah.
And today it's 80. And it's just like, we'll adjust to it eventually, but this like spring adjustment time, I feel like my body just freaks out. It's like, is it snow or not, bitch?
Yep.
I don't know when to sweat.
So my wife's like very like she gets hot way easier than me.
Yeah.
So she showed up while I was streaming yesterday, and I'm sitting there, and I start feeling the air blasting on me all of a sudden because it's like if it gets above like 68, she's like AC, and I'm like.
I'm the cold one. Like I could be cold if it could be like 90 degrees outside, and if a breeze goes by, I'm like, I'd like a hoodie.
I'm a freeze baby one.
Yeah, I'm just like I feel so bad for my dogs when it's hot like this because we don't have AC yet. We just got our electricity fixed to get AC, and so now Scott's got to come over and put it in. But until then, these guys just like fucking bake.
They've been installing my fence in my backyard, and the dogs are like, "Who are you?"
Yeah. Dude, did I tell you what we got quoted for a fence?
No, but I assume lots.
What guess? A realistic guess. What would you guess my fence would cost to replace?
Are you doing it with wood or metal?
Wood.
I'm paying almost 6, and your yard is probably comparable, so probably 5 to 6.
13.5.
That's someone who's full of shit for that. That's too much. Like,
That's our first quote
yeah.
with one gate.
That's too much. Like
Fucking nauseating.
So mine was just my sides.
Oh fuck my dick. Oh
So mine
god.
was just my sides. And
Punched in the gut.
And the like the flat parts that connect the house.
Yeah.
And that was like $5,700. But it's the main problem is, if you guys don't know, when COVID hit, all the people in Canada, where all our lumber comes from,
Yeah.
lost their visas. They basically kicked everyone out, so they
Yep.
stopped getting lumber. Like one single post is like $37.
Yeah. It's
38,
disgusting.
And so the guy who's doing ours is maybe I don't know if he would come up this far, but maybe I should
Give me your info anyways, yeah.
I'll give him, but it was like,
Bud, you're so hot.
I'm like, damn man, this is just asinine.
It's-
For wood.
Yeah. It's crazy right now. But we talked to the guy actually. We were like, so we know wood's expensive, but like out of wood, metal, composite, he said wood is the longest lasting, honestly, and composite is astronomically
So
expensive.
The guy who's doing ours.
Healthcare included, right? You would fucking think so. Hold on, let me put the chat on this monitor so Rod can see.
The guy who's doing ours does a thing that not everyone does, where he does he puts, instead of posts in the ground like regular, he puts steel beams, like galvanized steel beams.
Yeah, you told me about this.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it because it gets so fucking windy here at times that it just.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I didn't even think about it, and I was thinking about it looking at our old fence posts today. It's so dry here. It's like if your wood isn't treated, it just sucks the water, any moisture out of a post.
And it becomes like petrified wood. It's just
Yeah,
brittle.
It's like brittle as shit.
Yeah, that's essentially what our fence has
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
Like it's just snapped off at the base because the constant like moisture dry, and then the wind we get smacked with just pummels anything. It sucks.
You guys lose your power like way more than I do, but like I think I've lost my power like twice in the 9 years I've been in the house.
I've never lost power more
Yeah.
in my life.
Yeah. You just lost it
I just lost it a couple days ago because of the
before
snow.
Zeke's birthday, right?
It was Zeke's
Yeah,
birthday.
yeah, it was.
Well, the snow hit Zeke's birthday. We lost our power the day after.
Oh, it was the day after, okay.
And we think it was because it was so wet. It was like that slush
Yeah,
shit.
it just knocked
Snapped
the
the
power
power
lines
line off or something. Yeah.
Also, you probably have lower running power lines because the neighborhood.
He's just hugging me, but he's so
He's like-
hot. I
he's like,
feel really
"Mommy,
bad.
Don't replace me with Gizmo.
I know. I know there's another boy dog here, but I'm still your favorite, right, Mom?
I'm the void. Everybody, you're not getting replaced. I just brought Gizmo to visit.
Yeah, you're fine, bud. No one can replace the void.
Nobody. You're pretty cool.
Oh no, he's pretty cool.
You don't live with Gizmo. You don't know.
Lost power 2 days ago for only for 2 hours. It's just bizarre how we lose it. We lose it a ton, and you can like go online and look at the power grid, like the neighborhood. Sometimes it's literally 4 houses on different roads that lose power, and we're one of them. Why is it us every time though? I don't know.
You must have a real
I
susceptible
don't know.
breaker or something near you. Either that or someone in your house around here is growing weed.
Well, the people that used to live here grew weed in our basement. And we wonder if, like, something's... Because what they did is... I don't know if I ever told you this. We have, like, a cellar basement. I've said that before.
Yeah.
That you have to access from outside. But if you go into it, it's completely finished. All the walls are mirrors. And it's just, like, racks of wiring on the top.
Yeah, so they had plants hanging.
They had plants hanging. Yep, they were doing hydroponics. But what they did is they lied to the insurance people and said that the house burnt down so they could do it. So they didn't lower the foundation or anything.
I bet you what they did, too. I bet they fucking diverted the power.
That's what we think, too. Yep.
It probably has too much, and that's still running down there.
And that's why my power out here, because my computer is hooked on this switch and the kitchen.
Yeah.
I think that cellar is the kitchen. And so when the AC or the window unit like pulls too much power, it just tanks the whole house and fucking shorts it out.
You go.
It's the Indian burial ground you live on, dude. I wouldn't be shocked.
I mean, there were.
Colorado was definitely stolen.
Yeah. I mean, the whole country.
Hi, Marilyn. How are you, love? I'm here to say hello and also hopefully receive some level of external validation. Aren't we all?
I mean, that's the point of life.
Oh my God.
Right?
Gizmo's still down there, and he's just totally frog-legged out behind Trick's giant court.
He does the thing.
Torso.
So after he eats, and I've never seen another dog do this. He puts his front arms backwards, and it's like so.
It's like he's really given up.
So he eats.
Ow.
And then like rubs his face, like he has to get under a dog bed, and so you just see doggy style with his ass up, with his ass under, like sticking out from the bed. And, like,
his arms back.
Yeah, his arms backwards, and he's just like, just such a little ham.
I feel that way after I eat sometimes, to be honest. I feel that.
I mean, you eat once a day, so it makes sense. Like, you're like getting your day's calories, so your body's like, what the fuck?
Bud, why are you trying to crawl? I don't know I don't know what Trick's trying to accomplish. He's so hot.
He's like, Mommy, don't replace.
I think he's jealous. Yeah. There's
Gizmo
another
doesn't care,
dog
Mom.
here,
Gizmo
Bob.
doesn't care.
Gizmo's down. There he is. There's that little Gizmo face. Move my fat knee out of the way. There's that cute little good Trick.
No, Mama.
You are a jealous boy.
Possibly a Saga.
Sir.
Gizmo a sub in Zeke's chat.
Oh my God, do it.
Saga finds the most wonderful names to like gag gift subs.
Oh yeah. Oh.
And it was like he found cum in my oatmeal the other day, and I'm like,
Cum in my oatmeal?
cum in my oatmeal.
I would be so upset.
Yeah.
Like, bitter's not what I want in the morning, unless it's my coffee. It's Gizmo. Do you hear him? Yeah, that's Gizmo. You hear panting. Yeah. That's the... the snorts. It's Millie.
Yeah, it was, the Zeke's chat was all laughing at him, his, breathing. And then he tried to give him the lung, and he was like, nope, don't want it.
Oh, you
Too
didn't
much
want a treat?
No. He didn't want the lung.
Wow. Did you show him the water in there?
Yeah, I did. He was like...
He's probably way too excited.
He's overstimulated.
Millie was like that. She would never eat or drink.
Let's try to get you more water.
Yeah.
I tried to feed him before I left, so he was like, not hungry. And he was like, nope, don't want it.
He's so cute. He's just in Rod's arms like... Reminds me so much of Millie, man. It's funny because French Bulldogs are, in general, I've noticed, bigger than pugs.
Yeah.
They're like they've got more of that, like that barrel body, and their head is bigger, but they sound and smell and feel and look and like act identical. Like, it's just wild. It's kind of cool. Like, they're just clowny.
How stubborn/smart both the breeds are.
Well, doesn't it take intelligence to be stubborn?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, Scotty dogs are really, really smart, but I think they're like intensely stubborn, like one person kind of dogs.
I wanted to go across the street while I was waiting for you and punt that little shit dog across the street.
Which one?
Only one of them was being an asshole. Like, one of
The
them,
rats?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like one of them was chill, like just hanging out and not doing anything, and the littler one's like, eep, eep,
Yep.
eep.
I can't. I've told Chad about them. We have neighbors who have like 8 rat dogs. I say rat dogs because it's many tiny little dogs
Little, yeah.
species. I have no idea what the breeds are. There's lots. And they leave them in their yard 12 hours a day, and they just yap. I mean, it never stops. It's just yap, 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 all day, and they feed off of each other like a little herd of rat. It's not fun. And then it sets my dogs off. And then the people over here have pit bulls that sound like death. They're very nice dogs, but when they bark, they sound like they're murdering somebody. So they get set off, and then the neighborhood's just a hellscape of dogs barking.
Oh, he was like nosing the toilet over there.
Did you get that one, bud?
He's like, I gotta check out everything now.
Look at that little pork pie. Chihuahua mixes. I think they're either Chihuahua mixes or Pomeranian mixes, because some of them are short-haired and some are floofy, but they're all like, less than 10 pounds. They just live in a yard.
All of them look like they need haircuts.
Yeah. Oh,
They're
and they
all-
don't.
Yeah.
They just and they leave them out there all summer. It's weird. I don't know. I think it's a little old lady who like her kids just keep getting her tiny dogs. They're like,
so.
here you go, Mom. I guess, because she's never outside. Like literally ever.
Take 'em and then keeps them outside and doesn't.
Oh, they're small enough that you could do like what's that? You could badminton them over. They're so tiny. And I'm not against tiny dogs. I think your dog is who you bring it up to be. Like little dogs can be yappy or they can be perfectly pleasant like this little dude.
Yeah, Gizmo's he's a weird
look at he's so cute.
Part of the problem with Gizmo, right, is just like the poodles.
Yeah.
He spent a large portion of his life in quarantine, right? He was 2 when quarantine hit, and
It's literally what I was
Not even
telling
two-
Chap
not even
when
two.
you were with Zach. I
Yeah.
was like, we over socialized our dogs because we got them during quarantine. We were just like, fuck.
Yeah,
No one
he's-
wants dogs to touch now.
he was like fine, and then he hit puberty, and then he was a little rambunctious, right?
Yeah.
And then we were a little more careful, and then a little more careful turned into COVID, and so like now you take him out, like
He
my wife-
seems so chill though.
he is like I said, he was.
Dude, look at those forearms, man.
It's just
What's
like,
this muscle?
It's just it's like muscle. Like this right here is so thick. It's
I don't
just
remember what this
power.
one is, but he's fucking got definition in those little forearms. Tricep. His triceps literally bulge out of his arms. You can't see it because of my desk, but
What's up, Kaki?
he's got some really impressive forearms. Little bulldog.
Well, you don't know what to do either, huh? Huh?
Is she running a rescue? I hope not. This is not a good rescue. Those dogs are not giving attention. Look at my dogs are so jealous.
They're like, you don't know what to do.
You still like us, right?
He's just visiting. I mean, don't you want friends?
We're usually the favorites.
Everybody loves you.
Gizmo's tongue.
He's like, what are you doing, Katie? What are you
So
doing?
cute. You're just so cute. Are you gonna bark? Oh, yes.
He's like, what are you doing?
I love his little. He barks like Millie, and I die.
He does the when you really he does his temper tantrums. Yeah, he's like, which I had one last night on Twitter for it. When he does it, he makes a little O with his mouth. He's
Yeah.
like,
I love
Yeah.
it. Millie used to do it, and it fucking melted me when she did the little O bark.
yeah.
I love him.
Are you trying to get him to play with you?
But Doggos kept me at my desk. Oh my God, Smalls, run! I love you. We'll be here.
What are you doing? Are you being nice? That was his I want to play with you thing, and
You said no.
no, he was saying that's his like chase me around thing. He likes being chased around by bigger dogs.
Oh,
Maybe.
Trick likes to be
Yeah.
chased.
And that was, I think, what he's trying to get her to like chase him around.
She's usually a chaser.
Yeah, they're all very anxious.
I know. Look at that little fucking beefy arm. Oh my God. Oh, you want to see Rods? They want a close up of your ink. You want a close up on the camera and show them your ink?
So this is all actually it's
30 cm is like apparently the perfect distance
It's
from
like
the camera.
12 years old. Like I finished getting it, and so it's
Hi.
all Japanese based. The Buddha. I think it was no. I have a mountain.
Hold up.
So I have a mountain on my back. That is.
It's a lump. He has a hunch.
Yeah.
He's just trying to be cool about it. There you go. Now you
And-
can kind of get a
Yeah,
better
so
angle.
it was my friend went to Japan and brought me back an art book. I was like, he's like, what do you want? And I'm like, an art book, because I was planning on doing the sleeve. So it's like, this looks like Where the Wild Things Are, but it was my artist's interpretation of a food dog, and then
I like it.
a koi fish, and a Buddha sitting on a lotus flower. Which
I love those colors.
Yeah.
I don't know if that comes up on camera, but these ones, they're like, it's like violet and
yeah,
purples.
It's like pink and purple and yellow.
and oranges. It's like sunset colors.
Yeah,
They
so-
look really good though.
And then it all go like there's cranes on the back. This is like a kanji for My
Is that showing up? No. Turn around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little. There we go. Maybe? Is my skin? There we go. There's a crane.
yes, I have cranes and this is a kanji.
Maybe if you do this, is it better on the inner?
I
Like the
don't know.
bicep angle, maybe?
maybe.
I don't fucking. Tattoos are hard to show off, man. Even
Yeah,
just my
it's-
forearm one, I can't
and
get.
it's like 10 years old.
I
so
feel that. Drew!
And it goes into
My love, how are you?
I have a cherry blossom tree on my chest that like hit my sternum, which was misery incarnate,
I've heard the sternum's the worst.
and like Mount Fuji kind of tattoo on the back, on my like back shoulder.
Have you been to Japan?
No.
What if you go and it's wrong?
I don't give a fuck.
Nice. I like that
I like
answer.
the art. I mean,
I like that
that's-
answer.
I do things for me.
Some people freak out. Some people are like, oh my God, I would just be like dead inside. And I'm like, wow, really? Though?
It's all like the only thing that were like the Buddha statue. Was,
Here, sit in my chair and show your tattoo. I was trying to get him to sit in my chair earlier, Knives, and he wouldn't do it.
Well,
I was like, sit here. Show him your shit. Show him your shit, motherfucker. Quit telling me no.
well, I kind of just showed up. I just appeared. So like, yeah. So there's a lot.
Because my stream is so fucking planned
It
and
is.
shit.
I mean, this is my life as like when it. Yeah. So you can kind of see it down here. It was supposed to be a half sleeve, and then it was a 3/4 sleeve, and then it was a full sleeve.
Did you get the tattoo done in pieces like that? Or
Yeah.
was the planning like, oh, let's just do a half sleeve, and then you planned and it was like, oh, now we're fucking this
So
all up.
what it was like he was like, I want to do this now, and I'm like, okay, and I was like, because it would be like once a month I would come in for like a full day for like $300 or something like that, and
For a full day?
yeah, but it was like
how long was that sitting?
it ended up being 6 hours with breaks, so probably like 4 or 5. I sat. This is if you guys know anything about tattoos. I sat when I was moving from Colorado Springs up here 3 days straight to get it colored in, and all the tattoo artists are like,
No.
"You're fucking crazy,"
Yeah.
and I'm like,
No.
I.
Look how pale you are
Yeah,
on my
I know.
camera.
I am a pale
No, this is
motherfucker.
great. Because
Yeah.
I'm always telling people I'm not that white.
Yeah. So
Now you can see he's the color of my teeth.
so
This
so-
is perfect.
I'm,
Proof!
I'm pale, but I'm not this pale. So the thing is, like with mine, I had too much yellow in my lights because they're LED lights, right? And so I had to turn the yellow down all the way, and I still look pale now, but I don't look shiny pale anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Mine's
it's,
the opposite. I have to turn up the warm. Because otherwise I start looking like a ghost.
khakis glow in the dark. I mean, no, you're not, Drew. I hung out with you. You're not that pale, man.
He's pale, but he's not as pale as like Eliza.
He's like
truly the palest human. Sorry if you can't hear. Eliza, Ella, E-Cook in chat is truly the most see-through human I've ever seen in my life.
Drew is like Italian man pale. Like he's like for an Italian looking guy.
Because he's olive.
Yeah, he's got that.
Yeah, he's not
like you,
pinky.
yeah. And it's yeah. And hey, yeah, we were talking about how translucent you are,
I was
Eliza.
saying, this is such a good comparison because you can see how not white I am compared to him because I
Yeah.
always look so goddamn pale on stream.
Yep.
But I was saying, like, if Eliza was here, we'd have a 3-shade step.
You
Because
wouldn't.
Eliza, I mean, this is no shade, but you
Yeah.
are truly the most pale human I've ever seen in my life.
You're like powder, Eliza.
She's pristine too. She doesn't have a pore. Like that's why it's so white. Like you look at her nose and you're like, android.
I hate my nose because that's where all my pores are, and I'm just
Same.
yeah. It's like just dirt.
That's how your skin breathes.
This
You
is
know
where.
it's not dirt.
What is it?
Blackheads are oxidized sebum. So a whitehead is sebum that
So-
hasn't been exposed to air, so that's why it's white. But
And-
once it's exposed to air, it turns black.
As we've talked about with fidgeting and ADHD, right? When I started like realized I could like push them and stuff, I was like, it was a fucking thing for a while.
Oh yeah.
And then when I realized I can't get the pores on one side because one of my hands doesn't work as well as the other, it just goes. Can't get it.
I've had that before. Like, I've had a little tiny hair,
Yep.
like an eyebrow hair that I can feel, and I felt it once, so I know it's there. And if I can't find tweezers that can grab it, like
Yep.
my day is ruined.
Yeah, my wife
I
gets.
can't function beyond that point.
So I don't know if Zeke does the same thing with you, but my wife gets mad at me when I get like picky. And one of the things that like I pick, and it used to be my fingernails.
Picky.
Yeah, like
Oh.
picky.
I'll pull nose hairs out that I feel, and she's like, "Those are your filters." I'm like, "Well, they're annoying me, and
I mean,
they're."
I fucking
Yeah.
that shit.
I lost mine. I don't know where the fuck it went. I had a note.
Get a new one.
Yeah, I'm about to. I need a new lawnmower to shave
I'm
my
not
balls.
even sitting. I'm just squatting.
She's pooping.
I'm sitting on my heels technically.
This is okay. So my dad. That brings me a story. My dad got stationed in Korea, South Korea, and he goes, I sat like that all the time. Like when at soccer games or we went somewhere, and he goes, you squat like that, and he had some probably racist term for it that like I don't know what it was at this point because yeah, and he goes, you sit like that more than even any Korean I ever met. Like
some racist slur about people. Yeah.
yeah, and I don't want to say it on stream.
Hi, Alchemy, my love.
Bang alchemy! Exclamation mark! Bang alchemy!
Hi, Nicole. Happy belated. I have a birthday present for you, but my shitty neck apologizes. But I made you a thing.
She did.
Happy belated.
We had a blast, man. But we kind of lost each other as you kind of said we would. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's real. Honestly, I think if you tried to stay together, you'd kind of put yourself at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
'Cause you kind of just like even Zach and I would split up on accident, just exploring.
Yeah, and then you're like, I will never find anyone again. Gizmo was like, "What are you doing, Katie?"
I know. He doesn't know about me. I don't know about you. Oh, I got kisses though. I got kisses. I win.
He's a ladies' man.
He's a ladies' man.
So when
and the feelings ran.
when people yeah, when people want to give him treats and the wife is at home, he is like perfect with it. Like I call him and he comes right away. When she's home, he's like, "No, I got to protect Mama. I'm like in charge of Mama."
Oh.
And so yeah, it's yes.
Thank you, mods. Please follow Alchemy. She hates the love.
She
Trust
hates it,
me.
so follow her and bang alchemy. So we're good, right? That's why she has not one but 2 commands in channel.
It's true.
Yep.
This is what happens when you're my friend. I just bully you forever.
She bullies you with love. Bullies you with love and noogies. Noogies are a. If you guys don't see it, like as soon as she goes to break again, she's gonna give me noogies.
Swirlies in the summer though. At least
Yeah.
they're nice about cooling you off.
Yeah, it is. It's refreshing. What are you doing, Gizmo?
I can never get that pale. I wish. I bet my ass is that pale. Like my ass or my tits. The places that have never seen sunlight.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Isn't that then technically the taint would be the most pale part of almost everybody's body?
Unless you're that dude on Fox News who thinks you should put red light on your balls,
Yeah.
then maybe not. But yeah, theoretically.
I was gonna say, how does your taint ever get sunlight?
You'd like have to do the spread eagle in the sun for a bit. Yeah, like I might actually show some cheek. I'm not gonna put my leg up, but
all I could think of is the gynecologist chair you were talking about from earlier.
Oh God.
Yeah.
The gas,
Which part of the isn't that okay? So taints are weird, right? Because taints aren't like they're not like standard issue,
they
right?
taint the ass and they taint the balls.
But
oh,
like it's like some taints are way longer than other taints, right? And guys' taints are significantly longer.
I actually learned recently via a medical article I was reading that a long taint is correlated with high testosterone and high virility.
I have a decently long taint, but man, I don't know. I've never had high testosterone. Like, so when we
Have
were
you had it checked?
yeah,
Oh, what are normal numbers for testosterone?
I don't know. Mine were on the border, right, of like acceptable, and it was one of the things they looked into when the pregnancy, struggles, right?
Did they swab your pussy for it?
I don't have a pussy, but
That's not what Zoe said.
I mean, that's my that's my bussy. That's
Facts.
different.
Facts.
And so like they were like talking about doing they'll do a thing where if you have varicose veins in like that region, they go in and fix them. I don't know what the fuck they did, like, but
A varicose vein.
like
because that like can restrict circulation.
yeah, I think that's what it is.
I was just trying to figure out why
Yeah.
that would even be a factor, but no, that makes
So they never had me do it because they're like, your numbers are good enough that it doesn't like. I'm on vitamins. Like I take a bunch of like carnitine and shit like that, and like shit that's it helps with your sperm, whatever.
That explains the tail.
I mean, a lot explains the tail.
At least the neighbor lady can sew.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, what would you do? Your pants would be so fucked up.
Dude, I have no hips though, which is the ultimate problem
Same.
with like.
Hard same.
So you get pants that fit you, but they don't have anything to hang on, and so they fall down anyways.
See, girls, we kind of have the same problem, but it's like either the pants fit your thighs and not your waist, or they fit your waist and not your thighs.
Yep.
So you get, it's like not an all-round looseness. So like in the front right here, you're like, oh yeah, fuck, that fits. But you'll have this like this.
Are those guys' shorts, by the way? Because I see pockets.
No, they're actually not. Oh my god, they're not men's shorts. This is, but look how deep, look how small it is though.
I was gonna say, well, Zeke's brother told us.
This is my pocket, y'all. What would you put in it? This is what they give women. This is why we all want to die. What the fuck is...
Especially with you.
What is going in there?
You're not a condom? Maybe one condom?
It's literally... Okay, here. There's the... It's that. That's how deep it goes.
I mean, it goes back that way.
Yeah, but it's with the seam.
Yeah.
So it, like, the pocket goes up your ass, so I guess... like, if you can get something right here... I mean, why did they waste the zipper? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We're gonna do a science experiment. There you go.
Okay, what was it?
A lighter.
Oh, a lighter fits. There you go. A lighter fits for your runs when you need a lighter. Now we're just... Let's see what we can shove in Katie. Just kidding.
I think you need to specify with that a little bit more. That let's see what we could shove in Katie.
Hey-o!
That's a Pornhub video, not a Twitch video. All I could think of is Pam on Archer, where she's talking about how many pool balls she could stick in her mouth at once. My record's 3, and I'm just going like,
Your teeth.
Yeah.
That's all I could think.
Yeah.
Was like, do you have any teeth left? Fucking A.
Greg, it wasn't official, and then Katie yelled at me I could come over, and then I just came over after work.
Yeah. Rod was in chat, and he was like, he's had a birthday present for he's had a gift for Zach for a bit. But, like, Zach's birthday kind of got fucked up because of the weather, and our power went out and shit.
Meg!
And Rod was like, I want to give it to him. And I was like, just fucking do it! And he literally just came over.
Yep. Oh, man. That is...
Yeah, be careful. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously, you know. But isn't that fucking sick?
It looks awesome on camera. And
yeah.
I'm like,
Look at how detailed it is.
it kind of looks like it has 2 testicles hanging.
Those are the fangs.
I know, but, like, from a distance, you're like...
Oh, my God, he got on the couch. Oh, he's so cute. He sneezed on my ass, and I felt it.
You know,
You're such a good boy.
Katie Peters did a painting stream with someone, like, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and for painted Warhammer figures for the first time.
Oh,
I know you were talking about that.
Well, I'm gonna paint that. I have my DSLR.
Yeah.
Somewhere in here.
Dude,
I've been doing so much research because I hooked it up the way they said.
Yep.
And it didn't work.
You need the specific connection things from like Elgato, the cam links.
It's not even that, because my camera's a Nikon. So Nikon has a cam link, but it doesn't work with my model of Nikon.
Oh.
So you have to like go HDMI, basically through a capture card.
Yeah.
So I need another capture card for a fucking webcam.
I tried to do that with my Nikon, and it wasn't like I tried to do it with an HDMI, and then OBS would never see it.
You're doing okay, bud. You're doing okay.
He's like finally like.
He's gasping.
Yeah, he's like. What are you making noises for?
He's just a perfect boy. He's just so
Give it a nice makeup job, mail it to DP, tell him to open on a stream, bask in glory and clips. I mean, we already watched, I
He
showed
would break it.
I mean, I showed you the clip that Greg was so proud of where he was telling how he would murder spiders that he could see.
We watched it in stream.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you rated me, and Greg's like, you got to show her. And I'm like, oh, no.
I know, I
Greg.
brought it in stream the next day and we watched it together. And I told everyone how I'm going to make there be a spider no matter where he lives, stays.
I mean, I would let you in to harass him, but...
There will be spiders. It's not harassment, it's exposure therapy.
Yeah.
Exposure therapy!
Is that what they do at
Thank you, Greg.
Is that what they do at conversion camps? They just, like, show you, like, vaginas or dicks until, like, You're not scared of him anymore? I assume.
They show you like straight porn for hours. Like there is some like literally Mike Pence like backs financially a lot of these fucking gay away camps and shit. It's fucking weird.
I will never ever comprehend the ability to everyone who loves Jesus hates everyone in this country.
Yeah.
And
all the people that don't want government up in your business want government up in our business.
Yeah, it was.
One's weird to me.
I grew up as a Republican, in a Republican household, I should say, where the Republicans were supposed to be small government and states' rights. And I guess the states' rights thing still holds over because of the abortion thing.
Yeah.
But they are just evil fucks. I mean, dude, fucking the shit that Marjorie Taylor Greene keeps saying, I'm just like, how is this woman elected? I do have to laugh though. That little Nazi bitch from North Carolina. That
which one?
The
which one?
The one that was
America.
The one who was talking about orgies, sex orgies in Washington.
Oh, Madison Cawthorn.
Yeah.
Madison Cawthorn, the guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah, he's in a wheelchair who loves Hitler so much, took a selfie in the same picture. Hitler got a picture of him. Got lost after 2 years because he opened his stupid fucking mouth.
God, they're just, it is, I mean, I just don't, I can't anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He lost his primary,
yeah.
No shit?
Yeah, so he's like.
Okay, but who won?
Some other Republican.
Yeah. Is it worse or better?
I mean.
Because that's
like saying I got gonorrhea or syphilis. Is the new?
Nuh-uh, Marjorie Taylor Greene got outed, nuh-uh.
I didn't know that. Thank God. Thanks, sweet Jesus.
Oh, there is a Jesus.
Dude,
Hail Satan. Oh my God.
I saw that fucking
Stacey,
what's her Stacey Abrams? The black lady who was in charge of like she's done all the like voting stuff in Georgia for the last
She won, yeah. She's running.
She won the Democratic primary. Yeah.
She's
and
amazing.
I was like, dude, I was like, that woman is like the only politician besides about Bernie that I actually like in this country. And I don't know, man.
We just got to get rid of Boebert. She's the psycho number 2.
Yeah.
Boebert's the brown hair.
Yep. Oh, dude. So when I went to Grand Junction for that concert, there was a billboard with her fucking face in the middle of nowhere because obviously the middle of nowhere
is the only place that would do it.
Yeah.
Oh, clarification. Ooh, what is it? Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, fuck.
Oh, she won the primary?
She did win the primary. Oh, man.
I hadn't heard she lost, but dude,
we can still hope. There's still hope.
Georgia has improved a lot with that stuff because of, but I mean, the Republicans have decided that trying to stop black people from voting is okay. So.
Oh, there. She did not lose her primary, but the guy who has an amazing chance against her won too. Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Good.
Oh yeah, because dude, I saw a thing. It was on the internet.
Yeah, they have tinfoil hats and they like wear that
dude,
"Don't Tread on Me" flag.
As you talk about it, she has the Jewish space laser is her like claim to fame, and then her and the pedophile.
But she denied it in court.
Even though
she denied all of it.
Yeah.
I do not remember saying there were Jewish lasers on the sun. You don't remember making this tweet about Jewish lasers on the sun? No. Oh, sick! I want to vote for someone with that kind of memory.
Oh man. I mean, obviously, it's you're literally.
Yeah, Con.
I keep saying this, but the reason why Donald Trump decided to be a Republican was he was like, oh, I can get the stupid, uneducated white people to vote for me.
He said it out loud.
Yeah, and they still voted for him.
They had literal video footage of him saying, "If I ever run for president, I'm going to run Republican because they're the only people dumb enough to vote for me." Yeah. That's a quote. And they're still going with it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the problem.
Crispy, that's being kind.
The problem is, if you're that dumb, you don't realize she's talking about you.
Oh my God, you're right though. I hate you. Oh, I hate that. Nixon told him that? I didn't know that. Ew.
I mean, think about it. Like,
Cone, dude, Crispy and Cocky, two of my favorite people in the whole world who I've known for years, are both from Georgia natives. I don't know a Georgian native who thinks there's Jewish lasers on the moon or whatever.
I mean, one of the most intelligent people.
I don't think they're real.
Dr. Claw's wife, Peachy Keen, and chats and stuff like that. They just got married in January. Is one of the smartest people I've ever like interacted with, and
Yeah.
she's like, is another just. I mean, but they're also not in rural Georgia, right? They're in Atlanta, where it's like you get intelligent people no matter. I mean, that's where.
Cities, you're gonna have a way
Yeah.
more diverse. That's like it's like those islands. Like Texas has Austin.
Yep.
It's just an island because there's a school there.
Yep. I mean, but Texas is a fucking oddity in a lot of ways because in Texas has stronghold cities that vote Republican still. That's how fucked up Texas is, right?
I feel so bad for anyone in Texas
Yeah.
right now because they're just like on fucking fire.
Dude, I've been preaching all week, and it's like I just
Oh, you're a damn Yankee from Minnesota. Okay, my bad. Point of correction. Cocky is a native to the Georgia, and Crispy, we won't talk about it.
yeah, but I mean,
Minnesota.
Khaki, Georgia is in the point where it's gotten because of Stacey Abrams. A lot of what Stacey Abrams did was going out and getting enough black people to go and vote that didn't vote before that, and that was what switched Georgia from Republican to Democrat, right? And that was a big deal in this last election. So that's it's a lot of it's those type of people that we need more of. And that's why, I mean, people love her so much.
Dude, Cocky. Imagine how different the Holocaust would have gone if Jews had lasers. I love you.
It's like, you know how sharks with laser beams on their head are way more terrifying than just regular sharks.
What?
Wolf. What are you talking about,
What's up,
Gizmo?
bud? You got something to say? What's up? What's up?
Gizmo is telling everybody what the fuck is happening.
You go get him. You get him. You get him. You get him.
Lilith, Gizmo, come here. Come here. Come here, little ham. Who's crying?
Gizmo's protecting me from tricking Lilith right now.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He's like,
I put my head down and he got on it and just started pouncing at them and snorting.
he's like, no, I'm gonna protect Katie.
He was like, at them.
He's a very like.
You're a good boy. Thank you. Hey, maybe we need a break.
Yeah, let's take a break and come on, let's go
You
outside.
wanna go outside? That was fucking funny. Oh, jealous boy.
I gotta get back on camera.
No,
There
you're
you
fine.
go.
There's that sweet boy. There's that sweet boy.
Well,
Thank you for joining us with your sweet boy today. I hope you can hear me. I was just thanking Rod for coming with Gizmo today because it's so special to get to see another pupper. And especially during COVID times, you know, like our dogs didn't get to make any friends, so long-term hopes for dog friends.
They like you. Be nice to them.
Those arms.
He's like, no, I'm beefy.
They're so like, they're so beefy. I love them. He's just the cutest. It's good to have dog friends, but it takes time, you know. And they're both of our dogs are around the same age. They're still puppies. Like, they
turned
just-
4 last week. He's his birthday's the day before Zeke's.
Oh, look at that little pork. He's so. Oh. That's all he wanted. Dad, I feel better now.
Dad, take care of me because I'm Gizmo. and I'm really adorable. But my brain doesn't always work very well.
Isn't he? He's so white. I know.
He
He's
so
so pretty.
Sheds and sheds.
Yeah.
And sheds. I don't even know if I'd never done that voice before, Niles. I was just making a goofy, like...
I could picture it like a Stitch voice.
Yeah, basically.
I'm also a bomb.
I am not a monster. I am
What is this voice, Rain Man? I was thinking more like the hormone monster.
Dude,
Like, what are you gonna do?
have you seen the spin-off of that yet?
No, I haven't. Don't spoil it. No, I
I'm
haven't
not
seen it yet.
spoiling it.
No, I
haven't
want to,
watched
though.
All of it.
What are you doing, Bill?
It's interesting. I haven't watched all of it, but I've enjoyed it. Mommy, break.
Don't go outside. Okay, let's go. All right, guys, let's take a break. Let's stretch our legs and shit.
Oh, you want to play? Oh, you want to play with him now? Come on.
Stand up, pee your pants, wash your fingies, your piss mittens, all of the things. I'm trying to think.
Who made the piss mitten sticker? Someone in your Discord.
Synesthesia did.
I saw
So
that.
fucking
I was
beautiful.
clearing out your Discord today, and I'm like, oh my god, that's amazing.
So fucking beautiful.
Wonderful.
I love it. Lenny from Mice and Men. Oh, maybe. That could be close. Rod and Giz are the same color. Oh my god.
I think
That's what albinism does to you.
I think if it wasn't for the black hair in my arms, probably.
No, he's more white. You have blood circulation. All right. We'll be right back, my dudes. Do all the things. Stretch your legs and stuff. Thank Satan that we got to see this delicious French bulldog today. Because he's so fucking cute. I'm putting on the shit. The shit. Maybe. Someday. Or is my internet? What's today? It's not Saturday.
It's Thursday.
Am I framing out?
I don't see where's your OBS.
Oh, there we go. It just wasn't loading. YouTube wasn't loading. That was weird.
Oh, okay.
Usually on Saturdays it happens because Zach's downloading every game on Earth.
Not Jeffrey's,
Yeah.
Saturday, yeah.
He's like a bowl of mashed taters. Oh. That snorts, though. All right, guys. Stretch your legs and I'll be right back. Welcome back. It is hot outside, man. It's like the dogs desperately needed it, but also they did nothing. Because it's just too hot. Lilith took a shit. Like, that was... But, man, none of us can adjust. There ain't no adjustment time for this bullshit. How y'all doing? Welcome back. Thank you for allowing the dog break.
Mel's here.
Again, just want small apologies for longish breaks, but we do have a new dog in the house. Gizmo came to visit us today, so we got to, pay extra attention to make sure no one's super stressed, Little pork pies can get stressed real fucking fast. I was telling him, that's why I wanted to get him water and stuff. When I had Millie, my vet told me a pug can overheat and die from heat stroke in 5 minutes.
All the purebred dogs have some kind of weird issues like that.
Yep.
So the thing with Great Danes,
Their heart.
their stomachs can flip.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
what?
so if they drink water after I think it's from panning and then having a bunch of water in it.
Oh, so their diaphragm
yeah.
pushes. Oh my God.
Yeah, so
if
you
you didn't
can't-
hear that, he said, what are they called? What kind of breed? Great Danes. So
Yeah.
the Scooby-Doo dog, apparently their stomach can flip.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
So we always had to
Oh my
if
God,
we
I hear-
ran around the backyard.
Zoe, look who came to visit today. Oh, I was
Look at
really-
how
sorry.
look at this. Look at how fucking
Look at that little
the
pork.
muscles.
I know. I'm saying you can see them when he's standing there. It looks like he's flexing. He's so cute. He's such a little chungus. I love him. Can we tried to give Gizmo a treat. He didn't want it. He's too excited.
He's there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
With him, man.
Our dogs won't either. If we're in the car driving somewhere, they won't take a treat until the car's stopped. They're just too excited. There's very few things in this life that can take the food excitement out of a dog, and that is one of them.
It's funny,
One of the very fews.
he is because he's got such a sensitive little stomach. We have to give him the probiotic stuff on his food every day. It's like a powder, and we call it his little cocaine.
Oh yeah.
Because it helps with his digestion.
Oh, he
And,
gets cocaine in his breakfast.
He loves it. He loves it. And now Ripley gets it too. And so both the Frenchies get it.
Not a thought in that head.
Oh,
And
no,
that's the
there's-
way we love them.
There's nothing in there.
It's just a big dome of cute and soft. By the way, if anyone's never pet a French bulldog, they're just as soft as pugs.
And his head.
They're like satin. It's crazy. Pugs are like Millie. I was just astounded by the fact that even until her oldest years, she was that
Yeah.
soft. She was just the silkiest. If you look at it's funny. If you look at the AKC standard for a
Yeah.
pug, it literally says velveteen ears.
Velveteen.
That's the standard for an AKC pug,
I-
but she quite literally had velvet ears. They were the softest ears.
So my growing up, pugs were my dream dog because of Milo Notice. And Milo
Oh,
Notice,
me too.
And then you figure out Milo Notice is
It's
a horrible
fucked
movie.
up.
But so then when I met my wife, her grandmother had this little black pug named Abby,
Oh,
and it wasn't her; it was her grandmother's dog.
yeah.
And that dog had a heart attack at 8 because the aunt that bought it for the grandma just basically took her back, and she got human food all
Oh
day.
no.
And she was a little a round ball. And
Oh.
it was.
It's the most common thing you see with pugs and French bulldogs and shit because Rod knows, but you guys might not know. Bully breeds, smush faces like this little cute fuck right here. They have this mechanism in their head. They're lacking it. It's like a goldfish. Goldfish are the same. They'll eat themselves to death. They never know they're full. They'll just eat and eat and eat. And so some people will get a little dog and be like, but they're just so happy when they get their treats every second of every day.
It's funny.
I don't know why their tummy drags on the ground.
He can't have. We have the little bone treats. They're like little milk bones from like.
Oh, yep, we have those too. Yep.
And all he can have, because if you give him anything that isn't that, like then he's like explosive diarrheaing out the other end.
Oh. You know, I think I figured out that Lilith's farts, the source is
Yeah.
those pizzle sticks.
Yeah.
The dicks.
yeah.
Cock gives Lilith farts.
So we bought one of those for newbie's birthday. But it was one of the like twirly ones, like the bully
Yeah.
sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And they almost all tried to kill each other over them.
Yep.
And it was like, I tried to break pieces off, and
You can't break them.
Yeah. It's
Did you break one?
I think I cut a piece of it off and like fed them to like newbie one at a time or whatever like that.
How did you cut it?
I think the one we had wasn't as hard.
They're a stiff cock, is all I'm saying. Like, I've tried. Because they always give you an uneven number of them, always.
We got one, so like the one we got was like
Oh, fuck.
it was like individually.
His leg between your legs is just the cutest thing. Look, this leg gave up on life,
Dude,
and
he's-
I live for it.
He sits like Frenchies sit like crooked. I don't know if Millie sat like that. It was like you like.
Yes. Oh,
Their
definitely.
legs go this way and their
Yep.
torso goes this way.
It's because their torso's not long
Yeah.
enough to, like, sit like a dog.
Yeah.
I'm just zooming in, so my boss tossed me a free pre-roll to smoke during the meeting. Fuck yes. Cheers. I just packed a bowl. Rod is driving and has a child, so will not be imbibing, obviously, but
Gizmo.
look at that fuck. I'm going to smoke away from his
Zerker,
face.
Vile, how you guys doing?
Federal jobs are the worst. Cheers, y'all.
Vile, am I the weirdo? I think you're implying I'm the weirdo, but I mean. Mwah.
Isn't he fucking cute, merman? What did I do when I met Gizmo?
You cried. She literally teared up.
I fell on the ground on my knees
I am pretty weird, Knives.
and cried.
Isn't that pretty cool, though? Vile, and I hope you're spending the rest of the afternoon looking for a new job, so you don't die.
You got off early today at 1 p.m.? Fuck yes, Vile? Wow,
So-
I choked.
It was funny. Vile was in my stream the other day talking about how he worked 160 hours, and we had people. I had someone from Europe going, "Yeah, I work 160 hours," and that person meant they worked 160 hours in a month.
Oh, yeah, Vile did it in a week.
No, 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks.
Yeah, and yep,
Honestly, I'm shocked he didn't pull it off in a week.
I am too.
Even though there might not be ample hours, he would do it if he could.
Yeah, so Gizmo is. We're pretty sure he had a rough little puppyhood, and so like when he gets scared, he gets super defensive. So you have to always be like, you know.
Spiffy, that's so sad. Listen to this. Spiff said, my chihuahua will do that regarding eating too much.
Yeah,
I have to keep her on a strict. I had to keep her at 7 pounds.
yeah.
She got up to 9 pounds. That's almost a 30% increase in weight. Holy shit.
So Gizmo eats a lot, like you. Not all the time, but he eats like he'll like not eat until like dinner time, and then he'll like, okay, here's a half
Binge.
cup. He goes, okay, give me 2 more half a cups.
Yep.
Like because that's like the rate we feed him is a half a cup at a time.
Yep, that's what Millie got. I think Millie got a quarter cup, but that's old.
Yeah.
Old dog.
And so like the thing that we give him shit about he fucking eats Isabel food because she fucking just. If you guys don't know, I have a conure and a little bird. And she,
A conure is a bird.
Yeah,
You
parrot.
cut out. I'm just correct. I'm just filling in the
and
gaps.
they're the messiest eaters in the world. The messiest. So he'll.
I think
come home-
all birds are though.
Yeah.
Like all birds I've seen. If you want a bird, you best be a fucking tidy human. I feel like,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Would you
Yeah.
like? Not that yours was messy. It's just every person I've ever known that has a bird. When a bird eats, they just like make a circle of shit
Yeah,
around
they
themselves.
just fling it. They
Yeah.
put their heads in the bowl and they just fling food everywhere.
Yeah. Gizmo's just visiting. We just got Gizmo today because our dogs had never met before, so we
Yeah.
figure like one at a time.
And we didn't know how long I was gonna hang around, so it was like I was like I could bring Gizmo for a.
Rod's on his 4-day weekend now.
Yeah. Thank God. And I
Yeah.
got some shit to do.
You're gonna stream tonight.
Yes.
Rod is gonna stream tonight, and tomorrow you're streaming with Katie Peters, right?
Yeah, we're gonna stream Astroneers, I guess.
Astroneers?
Yeah.
Have you played that? It's fun.
Yeah, we were looking for something that we could. What are you doing over there?
That was the funniest snorty weird sound. It's a fun game. What's the other one that was like a spacey builder game? that came
No Man's
out.
Sky?
It's like No Man's Sky, but like everything that was wrong with No Man's Sky, they got right.
Yeah.
And it's prettier, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's a little like softer, a little fluffier.
So I don't do builder games very often because I am like you're talking about like
Oh, knives.
Zeke. You know how you guys play like Valheim together? What happened?
Knife. It's the anniversary of his puppers passing away
Aw.
this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, nice.
It was his
like,
forever
So the one
pupper.
tattoo that like I didn't show is that's God damn it. I'm just showing my fat belly on that. But that's
You're
my
a dude.
current
You
game.
can get away with anything. It's fine.
I always laugh at
Fat belly? The fuck?
I
Get
got
out of
fat
here.
belly.
Get out of here
Not
with your
the
shit.
penis.
Not the penis. Just keep your fat
It's
penis
a
to
violence
yourself.
is harness.
Welcome back, Lizzie. We have a gizmo still. We're just hanging. I took a big hit and I am sweating. I'm sorry, Knives. I'm not excited for August 9th. I can't believe it's almost summer and that's going to be here soon because it still feels like not.
Gizmo.
It feels like yesterday, you know what I mean?
Gizmo. Gizmo. I gotta send the wife a picture.
I know, I was going to, I don't know where my I think my Harry Potter pillow is behind that curtain up there. I was going to put that in the background, but it's fine. He's cute no matter what, that little schnucker. It super sucks.
I sent that to you, but that was from that Fresh movie. The guy.
Oh, yep. Yep. Did I tell you I met a real Chad that was Chad?
No.
Yeah. Like, he was part of the comedy troupe that Zach, like, grew up doing comedy with in
Yeah.
Montana. His name is Chad.
Yeah.
And he was
a Chad.
the Chad.
So I was
Like, if you could put all the dumb of Chad together,
yeah.
take out everything else, like, you know, those clever, heartfelt moments,
Yeah.
it was incredible.
Yeah.
And I said it, and it made Zeke cry. He'd never put that together. I was like, you didn't realize you named your chat after this human? He was like, never in my life. I didn't know that.
So I had to explain to Josh, like before our podcast, like that Zeke's chat is called Chad.
Yeah.
And he because he hasn't hung out in Zeke's chat, and I'm like, yeah. And then we laughed because Chad is if we talked about a movie on the podcast this week.
I thought I heard music.
I don't know.
Creepy. Anyway,
Which
sorry.
has one of the most awkward date scenes.
Which one?
That Fresh movie.
Oh, yeah,
that
no.
Opening scene,
Yeah.
and it's like painfully.
It's
Yeah.
like, you know, when people are like, oh my God, it's cringeworthy. Like, you feel your body do the cringe
Yeah.
before you
I was
realize
covering
it's
my
doing
eyes.
it.
I was covering my
Yeah.
eyes watching it. Yeah. It was. I mean, the only other movie that made me do that, there's a movie called The Stylist, and it's about this hairdresser who has like no social skills at all, and so she ends up scalping people and like putting their like it's crazy like, but the character's social awkwardness during the film is so incredibly like the whole time.
Yeah.
Like so there's this I can't I don't want to ruin it, but like
No, I know
yeah.
exactly. I was just trying to think of the name of a movie I've seen where it's that exact feeling. Like, I recently, if you didn't know, Rod does a podcast about like horror movies,
Yeah.
but in general, like shat-tastic ones, you know, the B movies that are all over the place, which are cool. And we both, I watch them all the time. Like, I binge shitty horror all the time. And I was watching one the other day, and normally I can just, you know, look
Yeah.
away or kind of divert my attention from shit cringy. But this one, within the first 30 minutes, there had already been like 7 emotionally driven musical montage sex scenes. I got to the point where I just started fast forwarding in the movie. Like, will I find a part where they're not naked in bed and nothing is happening? Like, it's one thing if you go to fuck and you get your dick chopped off. Yes, there was a purpose for the fuck. I get it.
or your dick bitten off.
Or your dick bitten off, or a monster blooms out of her pussy and impregnate. I don't know. There are options. None of it. I never, honestly, like, I just stopped watching.
I'm nice. I like the film, but I understand not liking it. It's very indie. It's a very
Hi, Lee. How are you, love? Who's that silly bitch with me?
That's me. I'm Rod.
This is Rod, the silly bitch.
Nice.
Cheers,
understand
Beata.
that.
I just started unsweating from my last cheers. Damn.
I'm sorry
He's
you
such
didn't
a
like
little
it, Knives.
pork pie. He's so fucking cute.
He just sits like
Mhm.
it's always like.
He's just like frogged out on the floor.
That's why they call Frenchies frog dogs.
Cheers, ghetto. Oh, my heart can't beat unless you tell it to. What was that one?
It's a
Is it a-
vampire movie.
Oh, I didn't see this one.
Yeah.
I tend to avoid vampire stuff just because
It's-
it's so overdone.
It's not a normal vampire movie. It's very much more like a realistic take on what it would be like if somebody had vampirism. Like
That
because
sounds really boring.
it
It just sounds boring
it's a
from the
character kind of movie, like very like it's indie.
like a
as fuck.
slice of life kind of thing.
It's very like this brother and sister. They live together, and they have to. Their little brother comes down with vampirism, but they don't ever. They just you get set up in the movie, and you kind of it's already happening, and they're like have to like pick up homeless people to like feed them to their brother and shit. Like it's weird.
It sounds like Let the Right One In. Like
It's even smaller scale than that. Yeah. But
dude, right, Ghetto? Thank you for saying it. I didn't say it, but you're right. Though. I can't not. It's real hard when I've used this phrase before, but it fits very well. It's like going back to holding hands once you've fucked.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have quite the same electricity as it did before.
it's like
You had the dick in your mouth
Yeah.
or butt. You
It's
know?
the whole like once you've made making out is really awesome before you fuck. Like
Yeah.
it's like oh yeah,
And then you're like,
I could just put my mouth on your genitals and that's way better.
yeah, like
And-
you making out's still fun, but you don't need to do it for 4 hours
Yeah.
and dry hump in your mom's back seat or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Knives. That's why it sounded super familiar. I just couldn't remember the name.
My
I'm really bad
co-host
with
called it,
titles. Hi, David. How are you?
He said it was so indie it was Corduroy's the movie.
Oh my fuck.
But we liked it, but like I understand you not liking it. It's a very
I just am. It's Ghetto said it perfectly, and Rice set the bar high. I'm so snobby
Yeah.
that if I like even try something new that's vampire stuff, it's either got to be foreign, like
Yeah.
Korean or something, because
Like
they do
Thirst.
horror.
Thirst
Thirst was
wonderful.
fucking fantastic, or comedy, like
Yeah.
What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah.
Like that shit, I'm all for. But you cannot do better than Interview with a Vampire.
No.
I don't know how.
Colin Robinson, and that's about all.
Colin Robinson, like that's it right there. Touche, and cheers to that.
What are you doing?
Lilith just borderline vomited into Rod's mouth, and that was fucking gorgeous.
Oh my god, you were precious. I love you.
She's such a good girl.
You're such a good girl.
Oh, just a gassy bitch.
No one's hurting you.
Cheers.
It's
I
like, what
fucking
is this thing?
heard that.
You know, you're not. Everyone's nice. You just have to eat
Oh,
a little
fuck
bit.
me. Cheers. That was beautiful.
Ugh. Oh, I will never stop loving your Yoshi bong.
It's my favorite, too. I just can't name it. I get really close to accidents all the time.
I mean, that's your second one, right? You broke one of those, right? Yeah.
But it was a Fury break, so we were fine.
Sitley's here. Oh man.
Same. Anne Rice just really did it. Like, and honestly, it's not that I'm avoiding other vampire writers. I don't need anything more. Like, I can just go reread and then I can speak an Anne Rice book.
Vampire movies. It's funny because they don't even make vampire movies very much anymore. It's like, it's rare to make. Yeah, that and werewolf movies. They don't make werewolf movies anymore either. That's like.
So I have a funny theory. I read a really interesting psychology paper on this recently. Hold up, let me answer a question. Then I want to comment on that. Do you mean Queen of the Damned the book or the movie? Because the book's pretty good. Movie, it's a cult classic. Like we all just had weddies for the lead dude.
Oh, and Aaliyah. That
And
was,
the
like,
music,
last
and
thing
Aaliyah.
She did before she died.
Literally, she died before it came out, so it
Yeah.
was dedicated to her. So I think a lot of us, like, I was a big Aaliyah fan. Who wasn't?
But yeah, so what did the paper say? About,
Oh, so this was really interesting. So I was reading about this. So society as a whole, like our world, we tend to hyper focus on things like that are immortal and beautiful, like vampires and werewolves and stuff like that. When we are,
happy.
no, it's the opposite. When we're like in down fiscal times, when the world's kind of in a tumultuous place because we dream of this
Yeah.
being bitten and suddenly you're beautiful and
Yeah.
perfect and don't have to worry about money. Like it's all subconscious,
Yeah.
obviously. They're just looking at this. And then in times of like fiscal, the 90s or whatever, when we're just like booming,
Yeah.
zombies. It's all zombies
Yeah.
and witches come out. And
It's
I don't know
scary.
the correlation, but it was really interesting. And if you watch like the patterns,
Yeah.
they totally correlate.
You go, I mean, watching as much foreign horror as I've watched. Like,
Yeah.
Horror, like with that goes, you can tell what the country, its fears, what it's afraid of, what it's
Yeah,
like, saying.
yeah.
And you see, like, you just watched Antlers, right? And
Yeah.
Like, they take child abuse and they put it into as a monster. And that's
Yeah.
one of the cool things about horror. They could take drama things
Yeah.
and put them into like tangible items.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
it's almost like, especially with Antlers, I liked it. Antlers
Yeah.
was weird, but I enjoyed it because not only did they take like an abuse, what you think is going to be like child abuse situation, and they turn it into like a horror, it's almost translating what abuse is
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
kid.
Exactly, yeah.
Like the kid is like 9 or something.
Yeah.
He's really young. And to him, you know, abuse might be my dad is now a monster because he was an alcoholic or
Yeah.
something. And so they actually portray like this fucking
it's-
monster.
And it's like it's in Oregon. Like that's what I saw.
Yeah,
I was like,
rural
this is like-
Oregon.
this sounds like everything Katie talks about with where she grew up and everything like that. Everyone's on meth, and everyone's like, and you're talking about kids.
There's a lot of
taking meth.
trees.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. Horror can be a very like, especially independent horror. Like independent horror is that thing where I think can be way more focused on that type of stuff because
Yeah.
you're not doing big budget, whatever. Like
You're not worried about
yeah.
big moments or big stars.
I mean, horror now, like, Malignant cost $60 million last year, and
damn.
by far the biggest horror movie last year. Like, horror is usually, like, Halloween Kills was $10 million. So, like, that's way much more, like, Hollywood horror.
Yeah.
Horror now.
I mean, when's the last time you saw a horror movie in a theater? Besides, like, The Quiet Place or something.
Yeah.
Are those Netflix, though? I think those are just
No,
Netflix.
they were.
Were they theater?
Yeah, they were theater. The second one wasn't because, I mean,
It Follows was
but-
good. That one
yeah.
was creepy. There's a lot of really good offbeat horror out there if you just give it a
Rock of
chance.
Ages, that doesn't say anything about anything. That's just a horrible movie nobody should ever watch.
I
And
know,
it's-
Lee. Now I've got her. Fuck.
There's
Midnight
a
Mass,
Taiwan
though.
movie just came out, and you talk about zombies. It was very much like 28 Days Later or Mayhem, which I don't know if anyone's seen, where goddamn Zoe. Zoe, Katie and I talked about it.
We're gonna do an entire
do a
podcast, and we're gonna
podcast
fucking
about-
argue it out. So we're
about
not gonna
Terminator.
spoil it here. I don't want to.
Yeah.
You guys know my arguments. I'm just gonna elaborate.
I have a view that Terminator is a slasher film, and we'll go into that later.
What does the Serbian film say about economy? I don't know, man. I'm not from. I don't know. You got me.
But that's just a gross out. That's like Postal as a movie, basically. Even though they made Postal as a movie, I think. But I don't know.
They did make Postal a movie, I think.
I think yeah, with Bowl, the insane person.
Man,
Zoe,
I think I
whatever.
saw it or heard about it or something.
I didn't say it was overrated, Blake. I said it was a slasher. Don't give me your shit. The original Terminator.
Isn't that what he does with his penis,
They
Zoe?
made a sequel to Train to Busan, which is supposed to be real bad, and they're making an American version of Train to Busan.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Why? The other one was perfect.
So was Old Boy, and they made an American version.
We don't talk about it. They're making a second Hocus Pocus, and I still get sick every morning thinking about it. Evil Dead. I mean, I love that shit. That's my shit too. I'm
That's
all
why-
about it.
That's why I really, 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 really like Doctor Strange, because it was a Sam Raimi movie, right?
Dude, did you?
Yeah. We did a whole podcast about it.
I know that's why I didn't ask because
Yeah.
I listened to it. It was going to be a very stupid question because I already talked about your podcast on my stream. If you haven't seen the new Doctor Strange, they did a damn fine job.
Sam Raimi's so good.
Sam Raimi fucking wiped the board.
He's such a talented dude, and like I talk about him and I compare him to Peter Jackson, where he's kept making Sam Raimi movies, and Peter Jackson stopped making Peter Jackson movies
Yeah,
because those Hobbit movies made me angry.
Yeah.
They're such a waste.
we're not going
of
to
time.
talk about it.
Yeah,
The Hobbit was my favorite book. I know everyone's like, but why not? No, I like The Hobbit. Don't hate me.
Yeah.
And the fact that they added characters for Hollywood, it was a very Harry Potter movie, and I hated it. Brock, I don't know. And this is the thing, though. I'm really conflicted because they got the original actors. They have all the original actors: Bette Midler, fucking Sarah Horseface, and the other one that no one knows. And they look great. But did we need a Hocus Pocus
as
2?
long as they do it well, I hope it is, because it's funny. You can do stuff that you go, why did they do this? The Chip and Dale movie was fucking awesome. That just came out.
Okay, but that's absurdity, and I mean
Yeah.
that's a totally different.
I know, but it's
You couldn't do that with Hocus Pocus. Like
I know,
how?
But,
if you have the right people making it.
True. I mean, true. You got me there. If you got the right people making it, like.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, instead of getting craft remakes, which are hot garbage and shit like that, right? And so.
I love Hocus Pocus 1. Don't get. I mean,
Hocus Pocus 1 is wonderful.
It's a classic. It's fucking I was literally gonna say. I was gonna quote the ending line and say, but Mayo already like answered me like Thackeray Binks.
Nice
Do we
neighbor
need
lady
anything
asked
beyond Thackeray Binks? No, we did not.
The nice neighbor lady asked if Gizmo was being good.
You look at him. He's being such a good boy. He's sleeping, or just laying there.
Just hanging out.
Hocus Pocus. It is kind of absurd, but at least it had like. I mean, it's
fun absurd though.
I don't know. I haven't seen New Chippendales. I've seen clips from it, but I haven't seen the whole thing yet. So I don't know how ridiculous it goes.
I could stare into your green eyes.
Aren't
all
they?
day long.
Oh my god! I have to show you a picture. I meant to put it in Discord. Actually, I'll post it in Discord for you guys too, because showing my phone would be pointless. She was sitting in our back door, just like looking out, so the sun was going through her eyeballs, and I got an incredibly high quality picture of her eyeball.
She's got some of the prettiest eyes.
They are really fucking
I've
gorgeous.
ever seen in a dog, yeah.
Haunted Victorian child eyes. Look at this shit though. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, her eyes are gorgeous.
There's a star in them.
Man, yeah.
I know.
That's why I love.
I'll post it in Discord for you guys. But if you zoom in on her iris, her eyes are like gold and gray. There's literally like a star shape in the middle of her eye, like a white striation. It's pretty cool. I'll put it in Discord right now. What were you gonna say, Rod? Sorry.
I don't even know what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, I think, oh yeah, Gizmo's eyes are real light brown, which I like a lot. They're not like as pretty as hers, but.
No, I mean
Yeah.
his eyes are like black. I mean he's just absorbs all the light. He's my void
is the
boy.
void.
But Millie had dark brown eyes, but in the sun they were like red brown. They
Yeah.
were super pretty. Wait, why is Crispy dying? Like right now?
Dude, the Ernest Scared Stupid is one of those
I
films
love
that is
Ernest Scared
lovely.
Stupid.
God damn it, Vile. How could you... Vile, you were supposed to stop 5 ago. Why are you going still?
What happened? Bitch, thank you. Vile just gifted 4 subs in the channel, which means the 4 of you can refresh my channel and you don't have to suffer ads for a month. You get to enjoy content for free as it should be and enjoy some fucking cool emotes. But the way to activate it is to follow Rod_Johnston
Yep.
on Twitch.
I've
And you
been-
get to see the little pork ball like every day,
You
which
can
is super
summon it,
dope.
And
Thank you, Vile, very, very much. Germ, Smiler Coffee Addict, Can't Uppercut in Lavoshka. Go forth
Vile-
and be consensual in all ways. You are about wizards. Let me post
Vile-
this in Discord before I forget. Go ahead.
I was just kidding, by the way. You know I appreciate you as the awesome dude you are. It's just like when Eliza was at 666 and she donated more.
Oh, man. What a beautiful number that was. Vile's an IRL nice person. I got to meet him and hang out.
We hung out. Yeah, you hung out. What was that? Was that another bird?
She just belched in his face again. This is amazing.
I still think one of my favorite.
Oh, I love Ernest Goes to Camp. I don't think Ernest Scared Stupid is my favorite, but I think it might have been like one of the first Ernest movies I ever saw. And I was like, it was kind of scary, but it's
Dude, it was
Ernest.
gross for like. a little
Yeah,
kid,
like
yeah.
the creepy troll things that would like ooze out of the tree and little like droplets of just semen goo. Like
call
that
it-
shit scared me.
That is gateway horror.
Yeah,
It's
yes, that's a
gateway
good
horror,
one. It's
yeah.
like Goosebumps.
Yep.
Goosebumps was gateway horror like that. Like it's
That-
scary enough to give you that like adrenaline, but childish
Yeah.
enough that I could get through it.
It's something that parents are gonna feel bad about putting on for their kids.
Yeah.
But like, it might
You're not gonna
make-
see slaughter.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean maybe. Sorry, let me post this picture before I forget. Lil,
Hey, Vile. I mean, you don't have to tell everyone. I told everyone.
there's
that...
hands elsewhere.
Yeah, I will pet you.
Not enough.
I will pet you, you little sweetheart. Oh, I can't. You know what? How traumatized this dog's gonna be when you go to England, and is.
I haven't even brought it up, but I am worried about Trick. Trick is the kind of dog that like puts his nose under the door when I pee and just sits there and goes. I don't know what he's going to do. This is going to be his very first time in his entire life. He doesn't see me in the morning.
Yeah.
I don't know what he'll do. I don't know if he'll just adjust or if when I come home he'll have a heart attack and die. I have no idea and I'm kind of sad.
Are you smelling her butt? He's like, I'm gonna see what her name
Yeah,
is.
you got to smell that lady butt. There, I
He's like-
posted Lilith's eye and Aminals in the Discord if you guys want to see it. But I mean, she does have some gorgeous eyes. They're
God damn it, no.
phenomenal. And we were kind of worried because sometimes like baby humans and baby dogs and stuff, their eyes are like kind of bluish when they're babies, but then darken up and get a little boring as they grow up. Hers just stayed fucking bright.
It's like human babies, right? Like most human babies have blue eyes, right? And
And then the melanin
Yeah.
kicks in, once sun hits. Even like I've seen babies with like black eyes, and it looks like they're blind. They have like a blue cast over their eye, over the iris, over
Oh,
the whole eye. It's very bizarre looking.
Nice. I'm very, very interested in that movie and his.
Ooh, which one?
The Crimes of the Future.
I am
Cronenberg,
too. Yeah.
His son is great, man. Possessor. His son made a movie called Possessor that came out a couple years ago. That is fucking wonderful.
Ooh.
With I think Tilda Swinton's in it, but it's really.
I love
good.
Tilda Swinton. She's Gabriel forever for me though. That's all I
So-
see.
Basically, it's these they play hitmen that basically take over people's minds through this like device that the government has.
Oh.
And like they kill someone and then kill themselves, and so then they go back to their own body. But it's his son doing body horror, like, and it's really cool. And
Oh, that's fucking
Yeah.
sickeningly scary.
you get in the middle of it, like when this has been going on. So
Wow.
you like it's real cool. It's a trippy little film.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. No, but
I don't like it, but I like it. It's a cool idea. Like
Yeah.
it's definitely original. It's just very It reminds me of something. I can't
Yeah.
quite put my finger on it, but something where they could do something similar like that. It was creepy.
I tried, Zoe. I woke up a little early. I slept.
Oh, Odious. I saw it when I was like 5.
I read it when I was 11.
I should not have. I've still never read it, and to this day, if a clown comes around me, I retain the right to shank.
Have you seen Clown? The movie Clown with the.
I wouldn't have like seeked or
Oh, yeah,
sucked it out,
So.
but
it is-
maybe because I
think
do like Clowns from Outer Space. That movie does not scare me because it's comically
a
fucking
Marvel
ridiculous.
director did it. I forget which one.
What?
The guy who did the Spider-Man movies. So.
Let me look
it's-
up a cover of it.
Yeah. So the plot. I'll just tell you the plot. So this guy his kid is having a birthday party, and they hire a clown, and he's a real estate agent, and the clown cancels. They're cleaning out this house, and he finds a trunk in the basement of this house he's selling, and there's a clown costume on it, and he puts it on, and it ends up being like a Norwegian, like the actual like skin of a clown demon, and man, it is.
I hate it.
Yeah, and so he ends up eating children in a ball pit. It's fucking like whacked out.
I officially can never go in a ball pit again in my entire life.
Yeah. I mean,
Thanks, Rod.
When are you gonna go in a ball pit, Katie?
I mean, if there was an adult ball pit, I would have dove into it that said
Would
ball
you-
pit.
Would you yell Bazinga the whole time?
Maybe. Very highly possibly.
Bazinga!
Bazinga! I did watch. I hate it, though. That's the cover, and I fucking hate it. Yeah,
It's
my biological dad would watch Sci-Fi Channel at night. This is what I've been told. And then I would wake up as like a youth and, stumble down the stairs looking for a parent to get a glass of water, and he'd be passed out drunk on the couch with, what a Poltergeist on TV or something. And I'd just sit in front of the TV, very similar to said Poltergeist girl, and consume whatever was on. And it was it one time, and it just ruined me. It ruined the sink scene with the bloody
Yeah.
just haunts me. To this day, if a bathroom doesn't have a fan I can turn on just for background noise, I can't pee in it because the silence makes me feel like a bubble of blood is going to burst out of the sink and a clown will eat my soul.
Dude, the remake scene of that is just like.
Hate it. Although, the new one didn't scare me at all because that dude that plays the new It guy is comically bad, in my opinion.
I like him, but like I understand
just
not
me.
liking. He's gonna be the crow, and it makes me
Spiffy,
angry.
you silly fuck, thank
Did you know
you.
about that?
What?
He's playing
Yes,
the
and I
crow.
hate. I'm not paying attention to it because he's not attractive. No offense, Skarsgård child.
He's not nearly as good looking as his brother. That's for sure. Yeah.
I didn't say it.
Yeah. He is. I mean, that's why they picked him to play Pennywise, right? I mean, you picked Tim Curry's not a good-looking guy.
I mean, Tim Curry, like, he is a sex bomb because he's Tim Curry.
Yeah.
But the little Skarsgård dude, he was given the job of the It clown because he can make the creepy no teeth face.
Well, no, that and the eye.
And the eye
That we
thing.
can make his
Yeah.
eye roll.
Yeah.
Which is fucking creepy.
But the Crow,
Yeah. I love the Crow, man.
me too.
It's
It's one of, I mean, it's literally like a what's the word? Like a
It's like
not
a goth kid entry piece.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I was gonna say that like a childhood, like it's a pedestal. When everybody gets to see Crow, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like these are the levels I gotta get myself up to in terms of being a goth freak or
Yeah.
whatever you wanted to be. I
It's
definitely wanted to be a
very-
little
it's
Hot
very,
Topic
like,
person.
Yeah, it's very like entry goth because I mean, but that movie's just like iconic because of.
He's
Brandon
not
Lee.
funny when you're 7, Knives. And alone. It is not funny. Oh, spiff. I read your message, thank you. My chat sometimes doesn't show them right away.
Can't rain all the time. Why are you quoting? Isn't that fucking Blade Runner? Am I crazy?
Wait, what?
It can't rain all the time. Beatitude.
That's Crow.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what is the line from Blade Runner? Why am I stupid? Ow! It's been like a year since I watched The Crow. What is the line from that? That's about the tears from whatever.
I don't know which one. The Miracle. You've never seen The Miracle Born?
No, the
I have the book on the shelf.
yeah, I know the line from. I'm just thinking of the line from the end of The Crow or
The
Blade Runner.
first one?
Yeah, the first one. That,
I mean, there's alternate endings.
Yeah. Man,
That's one of my favorite movies ever. I'm sorry, I'm being a bitch right now. I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
That's,
But there are alternate endings.
oh,
If you
there's-
guys didn't know.
I don't even think there are like more cuts to that movie than almost any other movie in existence. How dare? I'm sorry, Spivvy. I'm sorry.
I mean, if you've read the book, I kind of understand why they
Yeah.
did the multiple cuts. I don't want to spoil the book if you haven't read it, but the book doesn't really give you like a finite ending.
Yeah. Well,
You know?
Well, the problem with that film, right, was originally they like audiences got confused, and that's why they added the voiceover. And
Yeah.
So that's like the big thing, and then endings and all that shit, and then they were trying to leave you with ambiguity that the fucking whether or not Decker was a.
Gorg got your ass. All those moments will be lost in time like tears in rain.
Yeah.
Yep, you were close. It is a rain quote.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, it's a beautiful quote. If you've never read the book,
Rutger Hauer
Highly
was
suggest
so
it.
good.
I mean, they did a phenomenal job. Honestly, have you read
Yeah.
the book?
No.
Oh, they did a great. I mean,
The last.
there's so few books
Yeah.
that they, don't just dry fuck into a
Yeah.
pillow until it's dead and crying.
Yeah.
But I think they respected it well. That being said, I can't stand the second one. Cheers. Cheers for 20 years.
The second film, if you go into it looking at it as a art piece, it's fucking beautiful. Like it's shot amazing. Like I don't think they do much in that film. Like that's the problem. Like it doesn't go anywhere. But man, that film as an art piece, that film is beautiful. And it's this Arrival. I talk about it all the time. Arrival made me cry like
I
a little
love
bitch.
Arrival.
And because the plot point with this Amy Adams knowing that she's gonna have this daughter that's gonna go through all this pain and still do it anyways, as my wife and I are sitting there next to each other as we've been trying to have kids for years,
Oh
and
my
we're sitting
God,
in the theater
your
just like,
heart.
and I'm like, I'm like bawling in the
Yeah,
theater, and
yeah.
I'm just like, and I've cried in movies. I was bawling.
That's some
and I'm-
personal.
and I'm just like,
Well, in the new, I don't want to say spoilers because I think it's still in theaters, but the new, I'm really bad at this.
Doctor Strange?
Doctor Strange, yes.
Yeah.
I want to say timey-wimey lord dude.
Yeah.
That's what I want to say out loud. The mom
yeah,
intense,
yeah.
I was shuddering. We
I-
were with Scott and his kids, so I was trying to,
Yeah.
be the adult.
Yeah.
But I ended up with my knees up on my seat, and I was just holding myself, just like, just like snot and boogers down my legs.
Someone put it like this. Scarlet Witch made a couple kids in The Sims and then just started killing everyone in the multiverse. I'm like, oh my god, because it's so funny to put it like that, and it's like, yeah.
Scarlet Witch, I mean, she, honestly, the Olsen chick, she
Yeah.
fucking wipes. She does such a good
Go
job.
watch Martha, Marcy, May, Marlene, and dude, it's like her independent movie. That
It's incredible.
and
Yeah, I
it's
saw
just-
it.
It's her and that skinny dude who shows up in a lot of shit, who looks like a crackhead. What the fuck? Is
Yeah,
his
I'm trying to think of his
name?
name.
The cult leader.
I'm
guy.
really bad at names.
He's like a character actor that nobody knows his real name, I think. But like, yeah, that film.
He has a common name, though.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So
Sorry,
I went
it's
and
just not
saw-
coming to me.
I went and saw a screening of that movie in Denver, and the director and Elizabeth Olsen showed up afterwards and asked questions, and we answered questions. And
Go
I
fuck
answered-
yourself.
Yeah, it was like so before anyone knew who she was, and so my wife was like, she's your girlfriend now. You just love her so much. I'm like, that movie's impressive.
She has one of the most perfect sets of tits I've ever seen in my life.
Dude,
I
she's
will say that.
beautiful. She's like one of those like people though that's like, it's gonna be like Sigourney Weaver when she's 65. She's still gonna look gorgeous. Like,
Oh,
she's not like,
yeah, and people are gonna
she's-
ask if you're her dad.
yeah, she's not like Scarlett Johansson, who probably won't look as good at 65. I think Elizabeth Olsen is going to be a beautiful older lady.
She has such amazing bone structure.
Yeah.
Like I feel like everything on her face is bone structure. It's
about-
not like fat.
Elizabeth Olsen.
Elizabeth Olsen, yeah. There's I can't remember the name of the movie, but there's a movie that came out a few years ago where she has a little sex scene, and she like takes off her dude's button-up shirt, and her tits are like anime symmetrical tits. I mean, just like almost comically, just the tiniest little nipples, big milky perfect. Check it out.
Yeah.
Appreciate a good set of tits, but all titties deserve a second. We deserve that. When the lights are off, they all taste the same. But I literally like paused it and went back because I was like, there's no, wow, okay, yeah, those look, wow.
Elizabeth
Wow.
Olsen, Mayo.
I love Dennis Villeneuve?
That's
Who
the
is-
director of Blade Runner and.
Oh, yeah, I'm real
Yeah.
bad. I never pay attention. Like, until literally the past 5 years of my life, I've never paid attention to directors of movies before. I don't know why. It just wasn't taught to. My parents were kind of space cadets on that kind of shit. So I just never did. But yes, anything. Yeah, same. That's what I was gonna. That's what I was gonna say about the second one. If you cut all the dialogue, I'd enjoy it just as much.
Yeah, it's an art piece.
It's
yeah,
an art piece, like
yeah.
just that ambient hum and I mean, shout out to the graphic. What,
Yeah.
is it graphic artists?
Yeah, it's graphic design.
The graphic
yeah.
design of it,
Yeah.
the shots, where they shot them. I mean, even the dude that actor's
Yeah.
names fail me.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling did a phenomenal job. It was
He
just
is-
the story was kind of like, meh.
He's a good-looking dude, but he looks like you could put him in your pocket. Like he looks like.
I think he's quite petite.
Yeah.
I mean, if you watch The Notebook
Yeah.
with Rachel McAdams,
Yeah.
like they're pretty on par, and she's literally like 90 pounds, 5'3".
It's all these man. I feel like there's a bunch of little dudes who like end up getting into like
They fit on screen with the little
media.
girls.
Well,
Think
so-
about it. Like, Tom Cruise, he
Yeah.
literally has a block
He's but like
that they
he-
put him on, so
but
he's
like
as tall.
5'6" though. Like he's not like a
5'4".
midget. Is it 5'4"? But like, I went to Mayhem Festival.
When
and
you're a
there
tall
was-
bitch, you pay attention to these things.
Mayhem Festival one year had Disturbed and Corey Taylor's other band, not Slipknot. The other ones.
Oh, Stone Sour.
Yeah.
I didn't go that year. I'm sad.
And both of them.
Two
are,
Dunes, Too Furious.
Both of them are like little tiny motherfuckers, like 5'2", 5. They're like tiny.
I believe it. I mean,
Yeah.
if you think about it, like, especially if we're both kind of freakishly tall people. I'm just projecting here, but if short people want to speak to this, please interrupt me and be like, "Yo, gravity's ruined you, Katie. Shut up." When you're small, it's hard to command a large presence, and when you're given the chance of a job of being on a large silver screen, you can't ignore that person no matter how small they are. And I know, especially not saying it's everyone, but dudes, man.
Yep.
It's a huge like inferiority like complex to be
That's-
short, which
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
The average woman height in America is 5'5".
Isn't
I
Vin
think.
Diesel not very tall either? Like,
I don't know if he's tall or not. He's
don't-
fucking just a brick house.
He's a fucking idiot. Because I don't know
Is
if you
he?
know about he scared Justin Lin off these last two Fast and Furious movies. Like they're making 2 more. And
I haven't seen one since the Tokyo Drift because it was so bad.
That's you stop. They get good at
Sorry.
4. When The Rock comes in is when they start getting good.
See, I didn't watch them.
Yeah.
I'm
so-
sorry. It felt like they were just like diversifying their cast at a certain point. They're like, let's get some black rappers in The Rock in the film because so far we're really white. And that Paul dude died. Shit.
Yeah.
And I don't know, not my thing. But I love the first couple. Like the
So,
first 3 are,
They
j-
get,
I love them.
they
They're
get
great
absurd
movies.
in 4, and then they start, but they're actually really entertaining because they embrace the absurdity. This last one was okay. Like, it was when Justin Lin started directing them. I think it was 4 he started directing, and because Justin Lin is such a fucking awesome director. He directed. He was one of the directors of Saw. It was.
Oh
him
yeah,
and-
that's where I know him from.
Yeah.
Saw. Yep, I was literally gonna say, wasn't that a horror director?
He directed Aquaman too. He directed
Oh.
Aquaman, and then he directed.
What a strange resume to have.
Oh, the penis haircut. Yeah. So Berserk. I talked about it on the podcast.
Thank you, Mayo.
Charlize Theron's haircut in the last Fast and Furious movie. She has a bowl cut and she looks like a penis.
Charlize Theron is in a Fast and the Furious 27.
She's a villain in the last 2 movies. Yeah, Google Charlize Theron.
No, I don't want to.
Look
Don't do this to me. She's one of my spank bankers. Don't give me the penis head.
I
hate this.
You're gonna have to see it eventually, anyways.
Napoleon complex. I mean, it's culture induced, you know, like the same way that our culture and media like subconsciously, quote unquote, pushes women to be as skinny as possible but have a fat ass and big titties. They do it to the penises as well. Like, you got to be like big and bulky and manly and have a low voice, but also have 0% body fat so we can see the fucking veins in your arms. And you have to have a huge dick, because that's what we want.
You're scaring Gizzo with your.
I hate it.
You're scaring Gizzo with your deep voice.
No.
It's okay.
That's the worst haircut. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's terrible. I'm sorry, Gizmo. I didn't mean to make a scary voice.
He's like, what was
You're
that?
such a sweet
I don't know what that was.
You're such a sweet baby. You did a sweet baby boy.
I scared him with my scary man voice. But you know what I mean? I think it goes both ways. And so, like, when part of what society imposes on you as man is what you're born with, i.e. your penis size or your height, you just start to harbor a lot of anger, because what the fuck are you going to do?
Especially when you don't have one of those 2 things. Like, I'm
That's what I'm
tall,
saying.
and
Like, it's basically fuck the world.
I'm not bragging, but I do well enough for myself down there, so I've never had, like, fear of that stuff, right? I have.
But
enough,
everybody has insecurities.
Yeah,
like,
I have
just
enough other
because
insecurities, right? Yeah,
everybody.
I talk to you about all that all the time. I'm like, guys, what are you doing over there?
Why am I so short and my dick so small? I mean, I have a brother who is... oh, my God. His precious little howls. One of my brothers is in and out of prison literally because of short man syndrome.
I think he hears Zach in there.
We can, I mean, walk him to the door. See if he'll waddle in. Oh, my God. Gizmo's, like, doing his little... down the hallway. Hey, Viata, you know what? You like what you like. I feel that. I only hang out with you guys, so, I mean, it's toxic. I mean, I think it's toxic humanity. We just keep pushing shit on people that's not... It's physically impossible to be, like, a body shape or height, you know, that you are just not. I've struggled with it my whole life. Like, I'm 6 feet tall. And it is really hard to accept that sometimes. But it doesn't go... Oh, my God, one of the dogs farted, and it's so bad. But it doesn't go away by ignoring it, and being angry doesn't make me less of a tall person. It doesn't make my brother any better. But I do have a brother who's 5'4", and he, like, from day one made it a fucking, like, inner passion to knock people out, especially if they were tall. So if a tall dude, you know, seemed imposing, he'd literally walk up to him at a bar and just cold clock him like a dick.
He walked into prison and hit the biggest guy there.
He did.
Basically.
I mean, he has multiple times. He goes to prison all the time for fights and shit. And it's all just, he just internalized all the siblings were tall but him. I don't remember anyone bullying him about being short because he was one of the older ones and he was mean.
Yeah, that's yeah, when you feel bad about yourself and you just want everyone to feel
That's
bad,
exactly what it is. It's like, just pity me. Pity me, pity me. And we were like, for what? Though. And he had to point out, I'm short. Why am I so fucking shorter than everybody else? I look like my mom. Genetics suck, bro.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's gorgeous.
Just,
Like, he's my brother, and I will tell you, he is straight up got the looks. Like, he has a beautiful face. He's a gorgeous person. He's always been hit on, but the height just ruined his life,
It's
literally.
Insecurity, yeah.
It literally stems from a weird-ass insecurity he got at one point, and it has ruined his fucking life.
He probably got fucked with in high school, like when people started getting bigger, and then that was the thing they went to him about. And it's because also there's probably 5'10" ugly dudes who are gonna go after him because
Yeah.
yeah.
We always thought it was because he's the youngest of the brothers,
Yeah.
of my 3 brothers. And my 2 older brothers, Nick isn't tall. He's like 5'10", but
Yeah.
he's a linebacker.
Yeah.
Like, he's just
Jacked.
literally a human being that if you were walking past him in the mall and he chose not to get out of the way, you would knock back off of. And then my brother Adam was like 6'4", And then me and Sarah are 6 foot.
Yeah.
Josh is 5'9", and he just what we think is, the siblings will pick on each other no matter what. Older siblings are gonna pick on little siblings, and as a little sibling, you think to yourself, one day we're gonna be the same size, and this won't be so easy. And like that dream never came to fruition for Corey.
Yeah, odious completely, man. It's being on an airplane, especially Katie and I have the same body proportions. We're both completely legs, and you get into that like the seat doesn't. We're not like hitting the top of the seat like with our heads like the ceiling, but our legs are like pushed back into our chest. You're like this. You're like
It's a horrible,
Yeah.
and like the neck rest on the seat, because it's made for people 5 feet tall, sits in such a weird spot. You're kind of like this the whole flight. So like people are like, why don't you just sleep? And you're like, oh yeah,
you could do it.
I guess I'll do that.
You can
Thank you so much for that advice, bitch. What's it like being tiny? But I mean, I think we both have problems. It's just I can't speak to small problems other than it's put my brother in jail repeatedly throughout his life and on drugs and shit
What does
because
he
he
do
just
for a living?
construction. He can't literally get any other job because he just like keeps
Punching people?
yeah. He just gets pissed. Corey means basket in Finnish. Oh my god, my brother definitely is a basket case. I love him.
Every time Zeke gets loud, he's like, what is that? He's like, he hears Zeke and he's like, what is that?
Look at him staring down the hall.
With his black teeth. It's like, what is that noise? I know what it is.
Oh, Viata. Oh my god. Can he? I mean, what does he do? Look at him huffing.
Yeah, he's like, I'm big and bad.
He does not like the Zach screaming in the other room. That's pretty precious.
He's just like, he doesn't, he's like, do you have to get all buff and we guard dog?
Oh, Gorg, dude. I honestly, like, not saying everybody needs a Jeep, but if you're tall and in the market for a car, I got a Jeep that, a couple years ago. Well, was it like a year and a half ago now-ish?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Beginning of 2021, I think.
Yeah.
Is when you got it, yeah.
And I've always wanted a Jeep. It's been like a dream car of my whole life, but also I live in a very mountainous area, tumultuous weather, whatever. And it is the first and only car I've ever sat in my entire life that I didn't just have to automatically start adjusting shit just to fit. You know what I'm saying? Like most cars, most any vehicle I get into, the moment I get into it, I'm like this on the ceiling. And I'm like, hey, is there like a lower the... No, it's cool. So I'm just going to drive like a gangster then. Sick. No, this is fine.
So, my first
You know,
car,
kind of thing.
my first car, which is sitting out front, was a Honda Civic. And
How do you fit in it?
that's what I'm saying. It's actually amazingly, like, it's built to, like, that you can...
Oh, you're kind of laid
Yeah,
down a
you're,
little
like, kinda
bit.
like this a little bit.
Yeah.
And the other car I was, like, gonna look at was the Scion, those TC cars. They had, like, the Scion Cube-looking ones.
I know the Cube one.
The one that was, like, a more sporty car, like, was kind of equivalent to a Honda
Oh,
Civic.
sick. I didn't even know they
Yeah.
got one.
And
Got a
this
little
was
butt.
back in like the mid 2000s, right? And I got into that thing, and it was exactly what you're talking about. I couldn't fit into it, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm not getting this car.
My mom has a Toyota Solara. I think it's called Solaris, something like that.
Yeah,
It's like the Toyota's like convertible 2-door sporty car, but she has not the convertible version. And it is comical to watch my little sister and I like try to crawl. We literally have to crawl into the car on all fours and like completely crank the seat back and like recline all the way back, literally like fucking thugging it out. It's comical. We just do not fit.
a car backfired.
Yo, why are we barking?
A car backfired.
Stop. What's your problem? Fools.
Gizmo, you were such.
He works in a factory. He builds backup cameras for cars and SUVs. No shit. Dude, he probably has like long ass spindly fingies though, right? Where he can do like little work. Like that little like teensy shit.
Yeah, I mean, knives. That's common now, but it wasn't always.
Ghetto, that's me with like any surface. Literally. Like that's why this table is taking me so long, because I can only work on it like an hour at a time before my back just starts to fucking feel like it's on fire and screaming. But that's every surface in the world for me. I'm assuming you're the same. Because it's that little, it's not a severe hunch. It's just enough to like set every fucking muscle in your back on fire.
Yep. And that's why like you start getting
The
random
nub.
back pains and like back like That's why if
Do you
don't-
wake up and can't turn your right?
Yeah. With me, it's like the lower back, like right here.
Oh.
It gets like tight, and I just can't move. And it's like, babe.
You can't even walk?
It just
Oh, like you
tight.
can't.
Yeah, like it basically tightens, and so you're like movement. Is
How do
just-
you loosen it? Do you have a stretch?
No, it's take as much Advil or ibuprofen until you can walk again, which
Oh no.
it doesn't happen very often anymore. Because I put a pillow between my legs when I sleep.
I do that sometimes. The prego pillow.
Yeah.
Literally, my hips ache sometimes if I don't, because my hips are so wide, but my knees just buckle.
Yep, I got told by a doctor to do it, and I was like, okay. And then it happens every once in a while, but it's amazing how
It
Like-
helps so much.
it's. My wife got me. It's like a memory foam, like that looks like a triangle kind of,
Yeah.
with like knee indents in it. So it's like made to like
Oh.
go there. Yeah, and it's just like
Oh, I just used some fucking pillow. But I've seen pregnant women do it, and
Yeah.
one night that's why I toss and turn so much at night is when I'm on my side. Whatever hip is on top, it feels like my leg is like slowly tearing out of the socket
Yeah.
while I'm laying there.
Yeah.
And my hip starts to hurt really bad. And I was like, bitch, I watch pregnant ladies do this. I'm going to put a pillow between my
Yeah, I
legs. And
do
it's
that.
incredible.
look at it. Maybe I'll see if I can find one online, like the one I have. But yeah, it helps a lot because it keeps your spine
Yeah.
aligned.
It keeps it from like it. My doctor told me the same. She told me it's like when you don't do it, the middle of your spine sags
Yeah.
right into your mattress, and it somehow aligns your hips and your spine. I don't
Yeah.
fucking know. I'm not a doctor that way, but it does feel good.
With long ass spines like we have, it's like
Also, did you paint those things on the table because of some subconscious need to look at titties? Everybody thinks they're titties. They're peacock feathers eventually.
Yeah, that's what you can tell they're peacock feathers. And from the camera, I think I can tell like sometimes they do look like boobies.
Oh, they totally look like titties right
Yeah.
now. It's because I haven't added any other colors, but I had to you guys know this. I had to sand the whole thing down multiple times and refinish it so that the wood wouldn't go bad. And like I said, I can only do it an hour at a fucking time, and my back is just like, wah!
That's why, like, man,
Drives me nuts.
I
But
was having
it
a-
will look cool.
I work with this kid who's like in his mid 20s, and we were sitting there at lunch yesterday or the day before, and we were watching some guys like fix tree branches. On
Oh,
like,
yeah,
on
yeah,
our
yeah.
campus that got blown over the weekend.
We lost
And-
a couple branches on our tree.
And yeah, and he was like, "Man, wouldn't it be good just to do manual labor?" I'm like, "The turning your brain off thing every once in a while, maybe, but like I'm like my brain would be all over, and I'm playing with
Dude,
like,
your
power
brain
tools.
isn't off though. My dad, all my uncles do manual labor. My dad, and like the way my dad describes it is, it's like your brain is on, but it's like an instinctual way because at any moment a tractor could run you over, or someone could drop a pipe, or like the chain will break
Yeah.
and something drop on you. So you're sitting there like welding underwater, but also being highly aware that whoever is in charge of whatever machine is above you could murder you at any moment.
Yeah.
And so he is like, at the end of the day, he's so mentally exhausted sometimes, he just sounds like he's drunk. He's like,
I mean, you know how that is because I mean, with you and I, it's like with the super ADHD, and you're sitting here like talking to chat or whatever. You're kind of like super focusing on one thing or trying to super focus,
yeah.
and you go after you're done, you're going, "Why am I so
Yeah.
exhausted?" Like you go, "I didn't do anything," but you're just like hyper and like I don't know for you, but like for me, I'm usually streaming after being at work all day, so I've had my Adderall and shit.
Yeah.
So like it's wearing off, and it's like by the end of it, it's like my brain's just like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm done for now.
Yeah. No, I feel that way. It was hard. I had to explain that to my mom. Like, she would say, like, why don't you call me when you get off work or something? And I was like, it's not that I don't have anything to say,
Yeah.
but when I've talked to
Yeah.
all my friends for 8 hours ish, I like kind of just want to like drink some water and chill my vocal cords out.
Yeah.
And so she'll bitch and I'll call her and just sit there silent. And she's like, you have nothing to say? I'm like,
That's like
I've been saying it all day. Can I have a minute?
my mother.
Just a minute.
My mother is a super introvert, like a super introvert all the time. I might talk to my mom on the phone like 6 times a year, maybe. Like never talk to her, and it's always like I'll talk to her for like 3 minutes, and then like I'll be in the middle of the sentence. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Bye. And it's like no phone calls. It's odd with how I am, you know.
Yeah.
And
I kind of get it though. My stepdad's real quiet. Like if
Yeah.
we had a conversation, it's mostly silence.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, kid, I'm gonna hand you back to your mom, like that kind of thing.
Gizmo, do you like?
But my mom would talk to me every day if she could. She would love to. Hi, penis. I didn't want to interrupt him, but I saw you and I didn't want to not say hi.
My my wife, now that she's like had this full-time job, she like comes home every day and is like on the phone with her mother. I'm like,
Oh God.
well, her mom's a goofball. I like her mom, but
All
weird
moms
lady.
are goofballs.
But
They
this
have
wo-
to be.
This woman, we moved to Colorado in 2016 in July. She
Power
came and
moms.
visited in August, the next month. Hasn't been here since.
You know, my mom did the exact same thing. I moved here. She visited in August and has not been back since.
But
To be honest, I wouldn't come back here either, but you know.
extend that out another decade and a half.
She Baltimore. My mom never visited me, but she claimed it's because I owned a snake. I don't know how real that one was.
What are you doing?
I know he does. He runs. He goes and looks down the hall to like listen to Zeke, and he's like,
What is that?
"The fuck is that noise back there, motherfuckers?" My mind just looks at titties because I'm a
Penis
gutter mind.
wants-
I mean, they will kind of look
protein
like
powder.
titties. It is a. So I'm basing it on a design I found on Pinterest because I'm addicted to Pinterest. That was like an Art Deco. You know how Art Deco did a lot of repeating designs of like the humps, the titties. And if you look at the history of it, like the vast majority of Art Deco design is all based on sexual human body parts. That's literally all the designs because it was very much a time of like the prohibition and all that shit and trying to get away with shit on the sly. So they probably were titties.
I mean, think about it.
My titties don't look like that, but maybe.
If building skyscrapers wasn't phallic, then why would they like it be a competition to make
Dude.
a bigger skyscraper?
Why do monster trucks exist? Or lift kits?
Lift kits are like
If there's no mud on your truck and you have a lift kit, I am judging you.
that, and if you put tires that cost $1,000 a piece on your giant truck,
Dude, what tires are you buying?
yeah. My wife gave me a text message yesterday, or the day before. They go out into the field for her job, and they had to get gas to their company car, and it was like 50 something gallons. The people before them, and it was like $300. Yeah.
Oh no. I had to buy gas
I mean, yeah,
actually
penis.
when we went up into the mountains the other day. And granted, it's a little bit cheaper when you get in the mountains, less people, you know, whatever. But it was, for just my Jeep, not a full tank. It was only 9 gallons. It was $96. Yeah. I have not seen that. I don't know if I've ever seen gas this expensive in my life, to be honest.
It's funny, you know.
It was nauseating.
You
Thank
know-
fuck I don't drive at many places.
Well, it's funny because, like, all the people going, Biden is the reason we have inflation, and then you get all these actual economists who are like, hey, idiots, everywhere in the world's like this right now. And you know what?
People love to have a common enemy, though.
Yeah.
That's why people hang out in groups of threes.
Yeah.
There's always like 2 are always bullying up on one of them. But if there's only 2 people, it doesn't work. Vissy. We have Gizmo here too, but he's huffing at Zeke on the ground, so he's very busy right now.
He's like, he hears Zeke.
He's what's the word? He's I'm gonna try to move the
on
camera down.
patrol.
Yeah, he's guarding us. There's our little guard pup.
Little Gizmo.
And every couple of minutes he goes because Zeke's screaming. Oh no shit! Oh fuck yeah, Vile. Wait. She got, oh my god. Vile, I was misdiagnosed with lupus by an eye doctor one time. I'm not even shitting you.
I'm glad, Violet.
What the
because
fuck? It's not always lupus,
I was
doctors.
gonna say, I'd be like, this isn't house.
Yeah, it's not House. It's not
I think-
lupus.
I think almost every episode of House, they blamed it on lupus at some point, and I don't know if it was ever actually. I know you said medical dramas you hate, and I understand that.
I don't hate him. I just can't watch him
Yeah.
without, like, ticking.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense because you're like, no, that can't be it. No, that's not right.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
got to be like you watching someone, you know, do tech stuff on, like, try to code hackers.
Yeah, I
I've
was
heard
gonna
that
say
really
hackers, but-
bothers engineers and the like,
Well,
is
that-
watching hackers on movies.
That movie is ridiculous in so many ways.
I mean,
and
Angelina Jolie's young and plump and beautiful. I'll go with it.
I
Wait,
still-
hackers hate Angelina Jolie,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
She's
Because there was
young.
also Firefoxes, and sometimes I fuck those two up.
I love her in Gone in 60 Seconds with the,
That's one of my favorite
Yeah.
movies in the whole world.
Yeah.
I love those. That's why I say I love
Yeah.
Fast and the Furious. Like, they're just movies that are about the cars,
I'm
and I'm
telling-
into it. Like, show me
telling you-
some sexy cars and some titties.
watch 4 on. I think 5 might be when they actually get. But 4 is not bad though. I
Ow.
think when The Rock comes in, it's like they get real entertaining, and that's when you just yell. You have to yell, "It's about family!" because that's all it comes into. They're just screaming about family for like 2. Like,
That's
yeah.
great. It's not a tumor. I'm not a tumor. I'm a
It's not
baby.
tumor. Dude. I feel like so much of my
No shit, ghetto. Oh, dude. I mean, did you ever see? What was the other one? It wasn't
Swordfish?
Hackers. It was way later
Swordfish?
on. Nope, it wasn't. It's not Angelina Jolie. It's actually
Halle Berry.
not Halle
Sword-
Berry.
Oh, okay.
You said her Scarlett Johansson, but she has
Yeah.
dark hair and bangs, and she's like a little hacker in a movie.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
seen that one.
the perfect grades or something, and they're all trying to hack the SAT
Oh, right.
tests.
Yeah.
And for years, I didn't know that was Scarlett Johansson because
Yeah.
it's like this little goth chick, with black hair and chop bangs to here. And wow,
I still
just
think
no
one of my
idea.
favorite
Hi,
scenes
Crystal.
in all cinema is where they make Hugh Wolverine hack into something while Halle Berry's blowing him or someone's blowing him. They're like, John Travolta's the bad guy, and he makes him hack into something while getting a blowjob. One of the most insane.
Oh my God, what is that?
That's
I feel like
Swordfish.
I've seen it.
That's
Oh,
Swordfish,
okay, yeah, I've
yeah.
definitely seen it. I was like, wait,
Whereas John Travolta's
I'm an idiot.
face looks like it's made out of plastic the whole film. Yeah.
but Travolta, he's a product, man. Poor
Dude,
guy.
I talk about it all the time, but that fucking movie he did with Devon Sawa is one
Which
of
one?
the what the fuck is it called?
I had a Devon Sawa.
The
Anyone that saw
Fanatic.
Casper as a kid had a
Fanatic.
wedding for that dude.
It is
The
one-
Fanatic?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did you
Oh
watch
yeah.
that? It's
Oh
one of-
yeah.
It's one of my favorite terrible movies.
Perfect score. Yes. That's the one with
Okay, yeah.
Scarlett Johansson as a little goth girl. Yeah, and she's super cute,
It's
but I
always
didn't
funny
know it was
if you
her.
go back to movies like that you haven't seen in a while, and you see people
Baby
yeah,
actors
yeah.
and stuff,
Yeah.
right? And they look so different.
Yeah.
Like I do it with SNL. Like I'm sure if you ever watch SNL clips on like YouTube,
Yeah.
they'll come up really old ones, like the old
Yeah.
update with Colin Jost when he
Yeah.
just started.
Yeah.
And then I'll watch a live one and I'm like, what happened overnight?
Yeah, I
Whoa.
Those two guys, like when I was still watching WWE, started popping up, and like they ended up in the Royal Rumble a couple
Do you
years
smell
ago.
burning?
I don't think so. I smell something though.
I smell burning.
It's not your heat gun or anything.
Are one of you on fire?
This thing is on, but I don't see anything.
That's just AC.
Yeah,
Alright,
that's
it's
a-
fine.
I was just trying to see if there was anything on that would be.
I smell burning something. I'm nervous.
Yeah, I was figuring I'd get out of here at 3.
We have no AC, so like all of our electronics are on right now in the house,
Yeah.
and I'm sure it runs our circuits pretty fucking hot this time of year.
Your knees,
Crystal, I actually have been journaling on it. Yes,
you
I have.
tasty knees, according to.
It's my lotion.
Pussy.
They love that. It's that Kiehl's lotion.
Of course you can, penis. He's a
My
little
dogs
goofball.
eat it.
Just don't give him raspberries. He fucking.
Oh, I
hates
love
raspberries.
Jason Bateman.
He hates raspberries. He hates them. He tries to eat my face when I give him raspberry.
Oh, have
You
you ever
know
tried to give him a
raspberry is-
lemon?
What?
Oh, you're just the cutest. Have you ever tried to give him a lemon?
What's a lemon? Oh, just a regular lemon? I thought you were talking about like something. What's?
Please tell me you heard that. Please tell me that's captured for all time. That Rod_Johnston just asked me, "What's a lemon?" with a completely straight
I
face.
did it. I thought you were
Please.
talking about something like a raspberry, and now I'm gonna sit here and be embarrassed for the rest of time.
I'm the high one. I'm just pointing that out real quick.
This is just Rod operating
Stoned,
on a normal.
stone cold sober.
Yeah, completely sober. Yep.
What's a lemon, though?
Oh,
Were you here the other day when I learned that life didn't give us lemons?
no.
Dude, humans created lemons. It's a hybrid between a bitter orange and a citron. Not even kidding you. 4,000 years ago in the Himalayas, life didn't give us shit. We gave life lemons. Do what you will with that information.
So
You're
that-
welcome.
That explains a lot.
He's just huffing and sad.
He keeps saying Zeke. Yeah.
His roly-poly arms.
I'd
Are
like
those
to point
coming
out
up on
again that the
cam?
wife is the story y'all choose to disbelieve. You know what? My wife has videos of me in the. God damn it! I got clipped.
Oh god damn it.
I love you
me-
so much. I love you. I love you.
there
Oh,
are-
both. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep both
So
for
on
all
the
time.
NASA channel,
Thank you so
when-
much for this.
When my satellite got to Jupiter, I'm on there. You can see me. I have hair. I mean, I have no hair, and I'm tall. But... oh God, no! I thought you were meant like a raspberry. Like
Hold on.
something-
Hold on. I gotta turn the volume up. I gotta hear you say that one more time. This is probably gonna be super loud. I apologize. I just really need to hear Rod say, "What's a lemon?" One more time. Together with me. Oh my God, it's so quiet.
Okay, Gizmo, let's go.
That
Gizmo.
is the straightest of faces.
I thought you meant like a raspberry. Like
Look, that is the what's a lemon. That.
And then the realization, like immediately after I said it. Uh, what are you barking at, Gizmo?
What's a lemon?
To be fair,
To be fair, to be fair, to be fair.
Katie, I think of you when I'm talking to you of things like lemon party.
Oh, word. Although, I'd believe you more if you went with that instead of the whole, I thought it was a type of raspberry. What's
No.
a lemon?
I meant we're
He
talking
tried
about,
to improve on
I was talking about giving
what's a
Gizmo-
lemon with, oh, I thought that was a type of raspberry.
No, not a type of. I thought you were talking about an action like a raspberry, would you blow in someone's belly? That's a raspberry. That's what I thought you were referring to. I mean,
A lemon?
uh,
What's a lemon? I love it.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
So
If you,
much.
do you have any? I need about 3 feet of, like, strong cord. No particular reason. And how sturdy is your shower curtain? Is my next question.
not at all. I have knocked it down multiple times on accident. Be careful.
If I'm trying to go to your bathroom, I
Oh,
don't need
Viata,
to-
please. We have to make a lemon emo and taunt him with it forever. I mean, it's not a totally off base question because we did invent them, you know, as a people. So it's not like super out there. It's just kind of like a grown man just asked me what's a lemon though. That is some of the best shit of my life. And I'm so glad you were all here for it. Because sometimes those moments just don't ever. I mean, those are things that happen, you know, when you're alone and drunk and you can never get anyone to believe. That's just. A grown man who has a satellite on Jupiter just asked a streamer, what's a lemon? What in oh my god, wait, wait. Hold on. I think this might be porn. Did he get in trouble for this? Here's Rod's other puppo. No, it's your other puppo, but the dude in the background of the game looked like he's blowing a dick. Hey, that baby.
Old man, he's 15 and a half.
15 and a half. That's a baby. Death is shit, but still the most perfect popper.
He's a wonderful
Look at that
boy.
baby.
Uh,
Wait, do we get 3 clips? Stop it.
oh, there's more clips of that?
I didn't see it, but I'm going to send it to your wife.
I mean, you don't,
I think she needs, I think she deserves to know what we were up to today. All the
I mean-
nefarious things, like lemons.
Man, lemon parties and.
I'm sorry. I just die.
do
I
this
die.
to myself, guys. That's the best part of all of this. It's completely voluntary. I do this.
I have dumb moments like that.
Yeah.
No shame all the time. And I think to myself, at one point, I was paid to be in charge of human life and death.
Again, as
And today I
Viata
couldn't
so
spell fork.
finally points out, I literally help send things into space.
Oh, we said that while you were gone. We
I-
made fun of you.
I send things as
That are in space, like currently, but he doesn't. Lemons. That's the puzzle of the day. I think Rod's going to take off. Yeah. And I need to take a break
Yeah.
so I can send them out safely. But would you like to say farewell with Gizmo in the Seat of Magic real quick to the community?
Yes.
Sit and say wonderful things.
Come on, buddy.
With
Let's
that
say bye
baby
to everyone.
boy.
We gotta go home and stream, and people could give you treats. And he's like,
a baby boy.
"You've been pretty
Such a
good."
baby boy.
He doesn't understand
He
the
was
loud
so
noises, but
good. I
yeah,
think he was very good. Don't you guys think? I think he did such a good job.
he's a good boy.
This is so well behaved. He never had an anxious potty in
Yeah.
the house. Nothing. Drink some water. He did so good today.
Yeah, he was good.
This is the first time he's ever met these giant monsters. And
He-
he's just like chilling. He's been sleeping on the carpet protecting.
Yeah, he was just kind of
Yeah.
hanging out with himself
You
and
did
just
such
like,
a good job, baby boy. You did. You did a good job. You protect. Yes.
he protect.
You keep that safe.
He's a good boy. Yeah, he'll be hanging out later on and doing whatever, doing gizmo things.
Yeah, make sure to follow Rod on his channel. He streams at night times, but
Yeah.
he usually plays a lot more games than I do because, he can actually shut up, contrary
I
to what
ca-
you might have witnessed here
I
today.
I don't shut up though. I just keep talking during the games.
No, I've seen you be silent for like a minute.
Yeah, well,
There's
usually when
intense fights. They happen.
yeah, it's been
I
doing
have
that.
footage.
I'm playing Ghostwire Tokyo right now, and it has like
My baby boy.
some sequences you're fighting a lot of people. So I'm just like, I'm running around.
It's intense, man.
I do screech all the time. But yeah, it's very, very.
My sister outed me as a screamer on stream the other
As-
day, and that was weird.
Science just posted the Red Rocket emote, which is the best emote on Twitch, and I love it to death. So
We love Red Rockets here. We're very pro Red Rocket. No shame in the game. Sometimes you relax and your peen hangs out. That's life.
he's like, see, this is what you could do.
Look
He's,
at
gonna,
that baby.
he's like, I'm gonna sit here and just kind of look at the desk and kind of do the gizmo thing.
Here's the stream now. You could narrate him.
Yeah, this is Gizmo, and he goes, and I got to this point, and there were no
I'd
trees.
like to have a conversation about gun control in America. I've got many emotions regarding your fucking lack of caring about dead children. Shit, my penis is on camera again. Tina, fix it. Tamara, get the camera. My penis.
So I went live for like literally 10 minutes a couple weeks ago and gave him a bath on Twitch, and
Cute.
Loznay's the thumbnail he made for it was with Gizmo standing up, and he covered up his ding dong with a little face, and it was I was like, he does look surprised all the time. Penis. He's just like,
Look at him on the desk with his little tootsies.
we always wonder like, it's funny what it's gonna be like when Newbie's not around, because he's such a this dog he's like Colin Robinson. He feeds off energy more than any other dog I've ever had, right? Like
All dogs do though. I would say,
but
just in general.
more than, because he's such a pack member,
Yeah,
and not like
it's like a
yeah.
survival instinct.
And so
right?
like he feeds off of this stuff because he's like, okay, what's the rest of the pack doing? And
Yeah.
that's why like he gets angry with Newbie, because like Newbie's scared, and so he
Yeah.
gets scared. And what do you do when you're scared? You attack, because then they'll leave you alone. So like, yeah, he's
so cute. He's such a good boy though. Honestly, I've been around some really shitty animals. He's such a good boy.
and we know we give him shit because when he does go after Newbie, it's like it's
What are you gonna get done?
Yeah,
bro?
yeah. And it's like we try to control. I mean, like we have to we flip him on his back and like no,
I do that to him sometimes
dominate.
too. Yeah.
And he's like, he does not like that. And we have to be careful though, because of that neck thing, like we were talking about with like
Yeah.
Millie had. So we have to be careful with him with it. But
Yeah, but I've definitely the trick the same. I've told you guys. I've when I had a boy pug way back in the day, I bit his damn ear one time. Sometimes you just gotta get dog with him.
Yeah.
To get him to understand you are leader.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
okay. Well, yeah, guys, I'll be live later if you want to come hang out. So
yeah. You should definitely go hang out with Rod. He plays game. What are you playing? Are you playing anything? today?
Ghostwire Tokyo.
Oh,
yeah.
So Screamies. It'll be fun.
Yep.
And you get to see lots of this guy.
You could summon Gizmo with points,
Yeah.
or put me in
all the smooches.
an
Aw.
inflatable T-Rex costume.
You're just so cute.
He's precious.
Oh.
Say bye, everybody.
I'm dead.
Bye.
We'll be back, my dudes. Well, I'll be back, but you could see them as well. You know, because the world is weird like that and the internet's magic. Wash your hands and go pee and do all the things. And I shall return as I'm going to send them out safely. I'll BRB. Sorry about that. Fucking when he went to go say goodbye to Zach in Zach's stream and let everyone see Gizmo one last time, and we fucking couldn't find his phone anywhere. And I was like, what color is it? Black. I found it though. Thankfully, it was Yoda side up, so we are good. Phone is found, and Rod has been informed to please drive safely home. Cause bitch, if he races, I'll kick his ass, motherfucker, or something. Violence. No, it was on the couch. It was Yoda side up. Thank fuck. That's why I have like a lavender phone now. It's actually the actual phone is like lavender. Not because I wanted a purple phone, but everything in my house is black. And like, I've had a black phone with a black case before. It's gone. I mean, it's just gone. It could be literally sitting on my desk in front of me and I won't see it. It's horrible. I'm sure a lot of you have that problem. A lot of furniture is like, especially if you're like me and you have a lot of IKEA going on, because, you know, we broke hose. It's cheap. It's easy. It's if you want everything to match, a lot of the time you like buy all one color. I got all black, and anything black just disappears. Thankfully, I have that like find my phone on my Google Nest thing. I have like what is it? Is it the Google Home or Google Nest? It's like the smallest little Google AI thing that they even have. I got it for free. Because I have Google Fi. But you can say, hey, Google, find my phone. I don't want to say it because she'll set my phone off. But she'll make my phone ring anywhere it is. And your phone just has to be, like, alive. It sucks if your phone's dead. What are lemons, though? Alchemy gifted a sub while I was gone. I see that, bitch. Oh, you sneaky hoe. Alchemy gifted a sub to Ice Penis. Penis. You keep swanging that donger consensually. You know what's up. Is it? Oh, my God. I didn't want to smoke too much with Gizmo so close to my face. You guys know I don't ever, like, blow smoke on my dogs or anything unless I blow smoke around them because they farted and I'm choking on it. I don't want Gizmo to get like, I don't know. I don't think there are any studies done on like what pot smoke does to dogs or what like marijuana does to dogs in general. I'm turning my threshold back up so we can get rid of that fan noise. There we go. Perfect. That was really nice of Rod to come over though. Seriously, like we don't live close. He's like a half hour away. He's in a whole different city. I'm Denver proper and he came all the way up here just to hang. That was really cool. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Gizmo is quite legitimately one of the cutest creatures I've ever seen in my entire life. First time I ever went to Rod's house, I think we were picking them up. We were going to a concert or I don't remember. We stopped. Oh, we ate dinner there first. They made dinner for us. They barbecued and we went to a concert. And when they opened the door, it was Gizmo and Ripley and I fell on my knees and just started crying because it was literally like a couple months after Millie passed. Ugh, like a month or something. And I get all the sounds Gizmo makes, all of them, the little is Millie. I mean, to a T. There's not even a tone difference. It is that smush nose sounds. They just melted me so hard. So it's really good to be around Gizmo for me because it's like, you know, exposure therapy. Mm-hmm. All dogs are the cutest thing in the entire world. They're just so much cuter when I get to kiss them and hug them and smooch them. I would die for Gizmo. I would die for almost every pupper. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find a pupper that I wouldn't die for, to be completely fair. I'm just restuffing my bowl, but I'm definitely, cheers, it's 4:20, my bitches. Central 4:20? I don't know my clock up. I don't know what actual time it is, but it's a 4:20. Cheers to whoever it is. Is it Vissy's? It is, it's Central, yes. Cheers to Vissy. Gizmo's precious. But my dogs, like, they don't, you know, they're not sitting up in my eye level because I'm not holding them, whereas Gizmo was right there and I didn't. What if I made Gizmo sick? I just don't know. My golden retriever ate a whole blunt one time and just took a super long nap. That was okay. I mean, obviously he was fine. But why take the chance? I don't know. Dogs can't control whether or not I'm getting them high. It seems kind of like non-consensual. It's weird. Cheers to my Central Beaches. Lizzie, I feel that. I try not to smoke too much because I don't want to get so high I can't function. Oh. I hope that was enough, Fissy. Gizmo's super cute. I love it's so heart-wrenching because like in my dark like some days I wake up and I'm just thinking about Millie and I'm looking for her and I can't stop crying. It's just part of the grieving process. Some days it's really hard. And I have these thoughts like I need to get a pug. I need another pug in my life. Like I just miss the personality traits and all this stuff. But when I, sober up from these down moments where I'm just sinking into sadness over something, I'm like, why would I ever perpetuate such a breed? They're wonderful. I love Gizmo and I would die for him. However, what they've done to bully breeds in that they can't physically breathe and they can die of heat exhaustion in 5 minutes because their torsos are so short and shit. It's a hard life for the dog. Like we may not perceive it, as humans as like, oh, they're not suffering. But I mean, if you look at the stats of it, they get way less air than a normal dog with like an actual nose and all this stuff. It's just I feel it's so conflicting in my head. I want my Millie back, but another pug would never be Millie. That's one strike, I guess. But it's just so sad that these entire breeds of dogs, like pugs. Oh, there's a hair on my hand. I felt it on my face. Pugs, I think, are literally the #1 most popular family dog in America, actually. And they're bred to be disabled on purpose. And it makes me sad because they have all sorts of problems. Like, I've told you guys about I had an ex who had a pug that was a boy pug, and he had the wrinkle on top of his nose, which is like AKC, whatever, blah, 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 standard. But you have to clean it every single day with baby wet wipes because otherwise it gets, sweat and oil in the wrinkles and hair that's falling off because they shed like wild. And it can cause massive facial infections and funguses and all this stuff. And like, I had a friend, my friend AJ, I've told you guys about him. He was my best friend in high school, the gay one who couldn't come out. And he had 2 pugs straight out of high school. When he was in beauty school, he got 2 pugs. And one of them, they were named Button. What was it? It was Buttonfly and Bowtie. Buttonfly and Bowtie. They were so fucking cute. And they're both passed away now, unfortunately. Rest in peace, beautiful puggies. But the girl pug, her body was so short and stubby, she couldn't lick her own ass. He had to wipe her genitals for her. Like, why would we do that to a dog? It's human mutated animals, right? Like, we all know, I mean, we've been told this for years now, mutts are the healthiest dogs. Like, they're going to live the longest and have the least amount of problems just because we're not, like, inbreeding them. That kind of shit, yeah. It makes me sad. And, like, I've shown you guys my nightmare fuel. I'll show you again. It's not. I mean, don't worry. I'm not, like, showing you a compound fracture or anything. But what I'm going to show you is a pug skull. And this is the shit that haunts me because I want my moose back. Like, obviously, I love pugs. If I ever see a pug, I melt. Where's my mouse? They're wonderful dogs. I mean, not just the way they look. Their personalities are fucking hilarious. Pugs are just a comedic little clown creature. But when I look at this, I'm like, why would I want to buy into that? What they're doing. I mean, they're doing this on purpose, and they're selectively choosing pugs with more severe this to breed together to make it even more severe because it's cute to us. But you can't, like, there's a normal dog skull, I guess. That's a really great comparison. Like, where is the nasal cavity? It's gone from a pug. You know what I mean? There's a good one. Like, this is what we did for cute. And I don't want to be a part of that, As much as I love pugs, I would rescue a pug, like an elderly pug that was an old lady passed away and no one would take her pug. I would totally rescue one, but to buy a puppy again, I don't know, man. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I was young and dumb, and I did adopt Millie. I mean, I did rescue Millie, from a puppy mill. So I guess I kind of did that, but totally unbeknownst to me, the fuckery. Chicken nugget, all pugs are solid. Pugs, Millie taught me how to love. Like, true, unadulterated love, like, unconditional. Like, Millie was a vital key to me growing up and becoming an adult. I firmly believe in no way would I take back having a pug. But as an adult, do I want to, like, buy into it again? Probably not. Because it is kind of sad. It's not a really good life. And almost all of those breeds get that spinal. It's called, and by those breeds, I mean little bully breeds like French bulldogs. I think actually, Gizmo already has it. The same thing Millie had that killed her back legs. It's called intervertebral spinal disorder, and it is almost 100% going to happen to these tiny bully dogs because of the way we've bred them down to this little micro size. They still want to act like a big dog, but they're super small, so they fuck their bodies up. And if they go far enough, it can lead to paralyzation of a lot of the body parts, like Millie dragging her ass around here for the last 3 years of her life. Thank fuck that they caught it early in Gizmo so they can be like really careful with him, and not roughhouse and not like fuck with his spine, because you don't want a dog with dead back legs, let me tell you. That being said, I would milk Millie every day for the rest of my life if I could get her back. Isn't that sad, right? And that's shit like I think I found out about I started, learning about the anatomy of pugs and how terrible it was for them because I watched one of those Breed All About It's, and it was about like how pugs came to be, and they have them on every breed ever. They're kind of fun. They're like short little old Animal Planet videos. And there was a pug one, and it talked about how they believe pugs actually were originally bull mastiffs. If you look at the coloring, they're identical, and we just selectively bred them smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But the problem is especially back then, but even now, we do not understand genetics in any way, shape, or form. I've talked about this a few times. I probably sound like a broken record, but it's very important when investing in purebred dogs or anything like that, because we, as dumb, idiot humans, can just backyard breed anything we want. And so say that you go online and you see that pure white dogs of whatever breed are selling for a hot dollar, like $11,000 a piece. They will breed their dog to death to get one $11,000 dog out of it, and the rest of the puppies get drowned in a bucket, sold online for pennies. They don't care who they go to. Like, it could go to a good owner investing in a life mate. It could go into whatever else exists out there. I don't want to know, to be honest. It's irresponsible dog breeding, essentially. But what happens is when we selectively breed for, say, a white fur trait, because we're ignorant, dumb humans, we don't know even geneticists will tell you we barely have scratched the surface of genes. We don't, as in people outside, like backyard breeding, don't realize that the alleles of genes are often pairs and triplets and, quartets, and they cannot be split, these quartets, pairs, and triplets. So a really good example is the Scooby-Doo dog, the one that fucking Rod was just talking about him. What are they called? I never remember their names, but it probably irrelevant. Great Dane, thank you, Viata. God, I don't know why I'm so bad with that dog breed. I always say Scooby-Doo dog, the Great Danes. So one thing that breeders do is they try to get pure white Great Danes with blue eyes because that's a hot dollar. It's big money to sell a puppy that's that much money. And so all of these breeders were like, for years, just pushing pure white dogs. And what they didn't realize, because when a dog is newborn and a puppy, you don't really pick up on these things because their eyes are shut and ears are literally shut, is that the allele paired with the pure white gene, and not albinism. It's just like really white fur. It's like leucistic snakes or leucistic snakes. Is that how you say the word? I don't know. Leucistic, I think, is the gene name, and it's just this pure white animal with blue eyes, basically. And the allele bonded to it permanently is deafness and blindness. So these people would mass breed white puppies, sell them before, anyone could catch on the puppy was deaf and or blind. And then people that had paid, $5,000 or whatever they paid for their pure white puppy would get pissed and just give it to a shelter. So there are literally hundreds of Great Dane shelters just in the USA alone full of pure white deaf dogs because of irresponsible breeding and then not taking responsibility for the repercussions of your actions. It's disgusting, and that happens across the board with purebred shit, I would not have purebred dogs if I had a choice. We tried so hard to adopt, but it was COVID and all the dogs were gone. I mean, Millie's breathing was always phenomenal. I got real lucky. My pug, she didn't have that wrinkle. Like, you would never look at her and be like, oh, not a pug. But her nose was just a little bit sticky outy, just enough that wrinkle on top never formed. So she always could breathe, thank fuck. But when it was hot, because dogs can't sweat, she couldn't. I felt so bad for her. She's just such a tiny little butterball. But I always felt so lucky she could breathe because, I've been around bulldogs and stuff where you listen to them and they're like, and you're like, oh my God, do I need to NTS you? We bred Mastiffs down to pug size. We are the worst species. Oh, 100%. I mean, why would we do that? Why would you? I mean, the theory is that we did this because we liked the personality of a mastiff, of a bull mastiff, and so, but we wanted a lap dog that was a bull mastiff. We, meaning humans. So we were like, what if we take this sick dog with this really cool personality and make it that size? I don't know, man. It's weird. It's weird. My Chi-Chi was required to be spayed because she was a rescue, but I wouldn't breed her anyways. She has a massive overbite that both her brothers also had. Oh, the vets think it was a result of inbreeding. She had a great life, but let's not pass that on anymore, right? And that's I I always regret it. I always thought Millie would have made amazing puppies. Even though she was a puppy mill rescue, she was phenomenally healthy. Up until the last 3 years when her legs gave out, she never needed a vet visit other than her regular shots and flea tick treatment. Never. She never got sick. Nothing. She was such a miracle. I was really, really lucky because I got her when I was 18, living in fucking cheap ass, like the most ghetto apartment ever. I could not afford a dog, but I'd gone one whole year of college without having an animal in my life, and I was like, give me a dog. So thank fuck she didn't have problems because I would have no way been able to afford a vet bill. If you can't afford the vet, you can't afford the pet. But I was a dumb bitch. The young dumb bitch. It's a video where the musical phrase "the lick" is played. Wait. The lick? I don't know about white German Shepherds. German Shepherds have, I mean, I'm sure if you like German Shepherds, you know all about the hip issues. They breed German Shepherds to purposefully have shorter back legs than front legs. So they get hip dysplasia by the time they're like 5 years old. It's so sad. We had a German Shepherd. She was a wonderful dog. But she limped her whole life. It was so sad. I don't understand the appeal of trying to get a purebred. Do they have superpowers or something? I think it's a status symbol. Honestly, it's like having a Louis Vuitton purse. We got poodles because we could literally all the dogs adoptable were gone in the world. Or get this, I'm not even shitting you guys. So you guys remember Millie, my 13-year-old pug with no functioning back legs, who I literally had to milk to get her to pee outside. Because I had her and she was female, I couldn't adopt any other female dog because they'd have problems. And I was like, okay. But like calling Millie like a female at this point, we're really stretching. I don't think she's aware much. Would not. I mean, they literally would hang up the phone. No. They'd just take your number down and you are not allowed to adopt anymore. And I was like, what the fuck? So we weren't dead set on poodles, but I did a shit ton of research on just breeders in general and tried to find someone who was super responsible. And I ended up finding the breeder for them. And I went with her because she had like 40 years experience. And she wasn't, and it was like from a large gene pool, you know? It wasn't like someone started in their backyard with 2 dogs and just kept breeding siblings. Icky. She didn't breed for any specific color. She literally breeds dogs for service dogs. And I was like, I like that. That sounds ethical to me. She's not like breeding puppies and then putting them for sale on Craigslist. She waits until there's enough interest for service dogs or otherwise from responsible owners who she heavily fucking interviews. Whoa. Which is good, honestly. Like, you want your dogs to go to a responsible home. But then she'll, seek out a sire or whatever and breed the dogs. But I thought that was like the most ethical way I could go about it. At least she's doing a good thing with what she does, And I think poodles make amazing service dogs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard really good things. Hi, Anubis. How are you, love? What is NTS? Oh my God. NTS is so sick. It's called nasotracheal suctioning. It is, I mean, off the top of my head, easily my least favorite activity I ever had to do as a respiratory therapist. And you usually always have to do it to either babies or like super old people who can't cough. And we take a tube that is very narrow and we lube it up and then shove it down your nose, into the back of your throat, into your lungs, and suck out the mucus you can't cough out your nose. And it's horrible. It makes everybody vomit. It's horrible. It's like last ditch effort. Most of the time it's driven by family because they can't stand to hear their grandmother or grandfather gargle on their nonsense. It's so fucking sick. It's the worst. I hate it. I hate NTSing people. Honestly, it feels like the cruelest thing I do. Because being intubated is a hellscape in itself, but at least you're most of the time you're heavily sedated. NTSing, I got some fucking Novocaine for your nose hold. That's end of story. Like, nurses will hold your arms down. It's sick, and they force us to do it so much. It's just fucking ugh, I hate it. It's my least favorite. But if you got someone gargling on shit and they won't cough, it's one way to get it out. Rhiannon, girl, I'm pretty excited for the new job you was applying for. I tried commenting on your post, but my internet is a shit show Wi-Fi wise, so it didn't go through. But what I wanted to say was, it's their loss if they don't see what's in front of them. Bitches. And since people hate it, they're usually being held down when we do it. Exactly. I mean, it feels like old school torture, like when you watch movies about the suffragettes being force fed. So you feel like you're doing to your grandma. Like, imagine asking a bunch of your friends to help pin your nana down so you can suck snot out of her lungs through her nose. That's what it feels like. It's horrible. It feels torturous. No human being would ever be like, yeah, go. Usually when they know you're coming, they hide or they start trying to cough real bad. We have one other thing we can do, usually if you're younger, meaning just less frail. We have a cough machine that it looks like a face mask with a big hose on it. And I just push a button for a couple seconds and then push it off, and it sucks. And what does it do? No, it push sucks extremely quickly, it literally forces you to cough. It's crazy. Like, even if you are quadriplegic, it will force a cough out of you. And so a lot of quads will literally have a cough machine from home. They bring to the hospital, and they're very used to it, and they love it. It's the only way they can get anything out of their lungs. Oh my God, can you imagine relying on another human to cough? Fucking Christ. Those are pretty cool. Those aren't obviously, it's not near as invasive or torturous, but NTSing is just... I would rather gargle shit because it just feels like torture, and none of us want to torture a patient. It's that or be retubed, right? And so it's like, no one wants retubing, because if you retube, no matter what, you're going to have to do this again. So it's like, get it over with now, or you're just extending it a week. And nobody wants to do that. You don't want to be on a ventilator. Nobody wants to be on a ventilator. Shit's the worst. Ghetto, it's crazy. I mean, it's a wild world in there. It definitely is. I don't know why I could do it, though. Everybody always says that, like, man, you guys do a crazy job. You see so much death. Like, I don't know how you do it, but I couldn't answer you either. But I don't feel crippled by it. It makes me sad, but who wouldn't be sad watching some of the death we see, Like, only humans get sad. But it didn't, like ruin me permanently, I learned a lot.
Go, Pikachu. Come out. I'm gay.
Bitch.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, a few nights ago at the kink club I hooked up with a cutie who had an android fetish. Turns out they were a dirty bitch, and now I have robot clubs. Any suggestions on how to get rid of these things? A friend suggested an electromagnet in my pussy woo.
I mean, you need some sort of little what are those called? Those little what are they? It's like a bomb, but it shorts all the electricity out in a certain area. Fuck. EMP. You need like a little EMP, like a clit size, like a clit ring EMP. Yeah. It's like a flea collar, but for your vagina. Or your genitals, I should say. It probably would work either way. No, go, Rhiannon, I love you. I just wanted to say that because I wanted to say it on Twitter so bad, but my phone is, it's not my phone, it's our router. It wouldn't be a new job, but it's just a new thing in my union. Still would keep my day job, but would have a lot more say in union dues are spent. Fuck yes. Imagine relying on another human for anything, right? It really makes you have a lot more sympathy for grumpy old people. I'm going to be a grumpy old bitch. I watched them do that to a patient we had trached. She didn't have any muscle tone to cough. Poor thing. Oh, she cried. I'd be crying, man. I cried with my patients a lot of the time because I don't think there's one healthcare worker in the world who's like, hell yeah, NTSing, that's my jam. It's the work. It just feels like torture. It feels like old school torture, man. It's just gross, but it's unnecessary for some people, We do compartmentalize, and we, it's like there's always worse around the corner. I know that sounds horrible, but yeah, I don't know how else to say it. There's always worse in the next ED room. So, like, if Sounds weird to say it like that, but there is. There's always something else coming in that's going to be worse or, horrible in its own unique way. And you just kind of, you don't get used to it, but it's almost like a survival technique that you can't like break down because you have to move on to the next patient, Like life and death doesn't wait for you to cry. So a lot of the time you cry at the end of your shift. I broke down a few times at the door. Robot crabs are nothing like in the movies. They aren't. Wait. Anubis, how do you know? Losing your independence and ability to take care of yourself is sad. Once my grandma lost that, it was a hard downhill slide. That was my grandfather, man, dude. My grandpa fucking survived a AAA, which if you don't know what that is, it's a triple means ×3 aortic aneurysm. Fucking crazy. Means his aorta, like, had an aneurysm 3 places, 3 times, and he survived. Wild. It's a form of heart attack. It's crazy that he survived. He survived for another, 14 years and then had another one and was put in a wheelchair. But once he was, it was literally because he was put in a wheelchair, he just lost his will to live. Because my grandpa was, a shop man, in his huge shop, being a mechanic, tearing cars apart, fixing stuff all the time. Was just, from dawn till dusk. If he wasn't busy, he felt guilty about it and was always busy. And once he was in a little cart because he physically could not walk up to the shop, he just faded. It was really sad. But I kind of get it. I don't fault him for that. I wouldn't. Once I lose my legs, I get pissed if I can't turn my head. That's not much of a. That's not quality of life for me. It's just specifically. 1 aortic aneurysm normally kills a person. Dude, it was wild. I still remember it. I was 5, and it happened in the middle of the night. My mom got a call in the middle of the night, and me, her, and my sister were all sleeping in the bed together. I think my sister literally had just been born. If my mom wasn't pregnant still. And we had to fly to Vegas in the middle of the night and go to their big old hospital, and that's where my grandparents lived, but that's where he was. It was scary. My very first experience in Vegas was my grandpa's heart attack. I like Vegas though. It didn't wreck me because he was fine. I mean, he was I don't want to say military man, but he was your quintessential golden age military dude. He could cut a finger off and he'd still go about his day with it in his pocket and wait till after work to go to a clinic. But not because he was hardcore, that was just his mindset. I've told you guys about him. He was my grandpa who literally lived on a dirt floor and shit. He grew up. He was the one, they escaped, the Nazis and shit and created a fake persona, and they lived on a dirt floor in Seattle somewhere, and he had a horrible childhood, so they worked for everything, and he just kept that forever. I admired it in him, though. He had an amazing ethic, literally until he couldn't. No shit. He was a proper gentleman, the unassuming kind from an age that doesn't exist anymore. Aortic aneurysms are one of those ones that can be caused by lifestyle, but more often than not are caused by a genetic, weakening, of the aortic wall or something like that. It's something that's, not preventable because it's not we can prevent what can, what's the word? Accumulate the chances of this happening, cholesterol and shit like that. But it's like aneurysms in your head. Most of the time it's genetic. It's just a genetic something, and it's one of those things. I hope they're fast. I've heard brain aneurysms take you out pretty fucking fast, lights out. I hope they're not painful, because that's my biggest fear. I'm not afraid of dying, but I don't want to be writhing in pain in a hospital for weeks. Hello, Zatsume. How are you, love? Yeah, you gotta have a reason to keep moving, and I think what happened, now that I'm thinking back on it, the second one, not only did he have another heart attack, he had a stroke. So he had to kind of relearn how to walk, and he was in his late 70s, early 80s, I believe. I think it was 76 or 77. And so he didn't have the strength there anyways, and after being in the hospital for weeks, it was just, his spirit was taken out of him, and I get it. I move a lot. I highly depend on this body to do what I need it to do at any given time, and once it won't, I'm gonna get real frustrated with it real fast. Where the fuck is my android body, motherfuckers? Man, Anubis, that was some of the shit. We see the saddest stuff in the hospital, obviously. Everybody that's ever worked in a medical facility, you see some sad, tragic shit. But the stuff that taught me personal lessons the most is when I had a patient who was, 45-year-old vegan trail runner drop dead. And we'd get them because, someone would do compressions, keep their heart going, but the anoxic injury would lead to brain death. And it would be this moment of me, like really having like a coming to Jesus with lack of Jesus moment of like, you can lead as perfect of a life as you think, as we're all led to believe we can do, and still fucking die anytime. And it's nobody's fault. Like nothing. It was a weird genetic anomaly in his heart. His heart beat one time too hard, and that was it. He was thankfully an organ donor, and everything went to good use, which was great because he was super healthy. But which is why I always tell you guys, like, even as a medical professional, like, I could never say this in the hospital, obviously, because I'm taking care of people who are currently dying. But like, it's important to eat a fucking cupcake if you want a cupcake and enjoy your life. Everybody needs a sin. The trick is to just not like compound all the sins at once, But everybody needs one. Nobody can lead it's quality of life over. You want a nice balance between the quality and quantity of life. We want a nice quality of life, meaning I'm going to have ice cream once in a while, even though dairy makes me break out. I'm going to smoke pot when I want to. Like that, the heat's probably bad for my throat, but everybody needs a little something because at the end of the day, like, did you live? Or did you just wait to die? I don't know. I'd rather have something good once in a while, Oh, I love this. Mr. Data. Did you guys ever watch this show? What was the show called? Oh, fuck. I'm so bad. What was that show called? It was so good. Mr. Data, it's impossible to make no mistakes and still lose. That's not a fault. That's life. Next Generation. I mean, I've only seen like 5 episodes out of it ever. But I remember that one very specifically because it's so beautiful. The 1001 Ways to Die. No, but I read a really, really good book, Magi. If you're like not queasy about death stuff, there's a really good book and it's called, oh fuck, I think it's Stiff. I think it's literally titled Stiff, but it says it's like titled Stiff: The Journey of a Corpse, and every chapter is a different way corpses are either used after death if you donate your corpse to like science or organs or whatever. And it's really fascinating. It's a pretty quick read. I read it on a plane flight. It's not so in detail that you like have to be a fucking scientist to understand what they're talking about, but like one chapter goes over how some bodies are used to study decay. So they have hills of bodies in different stages of just natural decay laying out on hills out in the middle of fuck nowhere, probably Kansas. And someone goes around and studies how decay happens in different weather and different weather patterns and all this stuff. And that way, when we find a missing person who's been missing for years, and their body has decayed, we can look at what these people have studied and be like, oh, we think they've been dead this amount of time because that's the amount of decay, like stuff like that. Fucking interesting shit. That because I saw death all the time. I was literally part of organ donation. Like I was the ventilator person. So to get to read about where it all went and what good amazing things it does for the world is just really cool. I highly suggest it. Really good read, easy to read, quick read. Don't read it if you're afraid of planes, though. If you're afraid of flying in planes, this book is not good for you. I wouldn't read it. That is the only stipulation. There's a pretty creepy chapter on plane death. Don't do that one. But I'm not afraid of planes, so it's fine. Dude, for real, Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers. Can you imagine? Well, did you ever watch that documentary about Bob Ross's family and how they just got fucked out of everything? Take all the parts that are useful to someone, then just let nature have its way. There's a couple states in America where you can do that now, where they, instead of burying you or incinerating you, they have a way to encapsulate your corpse with a bunch of hay and stuff. And they, like, basically incubate this little capsule with your body in it, and you decompose to dirt in 3 months. And then they give your family the dirt with a baby tree in it or something. It's incredible. And it's your entire body. They still have a bone blender because, bones are complicated. But I thought that was the coolest idea because I'm kind of the same. Like, I want all my good stuff to go to people. And then the rest of me, like, put me back in the earth. Like, I don't want to not go back into nature. Like, I want to decay. The whole idea of not decaying freaks me out. Honestly. Right, Mayo? I thought that was the coolest shit. They do have one in Kansas. There's also one in Minnesota, and I think there's one in Washington, Oregon. Yep. All those states are huge and have so much open land. It makes sense. Really. I mean, it's a good use of the land. But imagine being the person to like be frolicking through the fields and come upon the body farms. Oh shit. I mean, I'd know what it was. I'd probably like find the person in charge and be like, "Oh, teach me." But you know, if someone who hadn't read Stiff might be a little freaked. Did they? Washington did it too. Fuck yes. I think Washington, Oregon, and California, I think, are the 3 states that allow body composting, I think is what they call it. But that's like the coolest way. I mean, boom, you're dirt. You don't have to worry about anyone fucking with your corpse. No one's gonna be like, you're not like destroying the ozone to set yourself on fire, and you're not taking up land by being buried. You get to be a tree. I love that idea. Ooh, like a fucking space dildo with like a surprise in the middle. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the? Oh my god, is that a person? Oh shit. You know what I'm saying? It'd be funny. I'd laugh. It's pretty new, Magi. Honestly, like in the past 5 years, these have just. It's one person. I think it started in. I want to say Seattle. I want to say the woman who's in charge of it, the person, I should say. I don't know her pronouns, their pronouns. But the person who started it all, I believe, is Seattle based. And then it, like, they have gone and worked with other states and governments who are, you know, super blue and liberal and all about that kind of stuff. And it's great. I think it's a great idea. Imagine coming back as a comet or like a baby alien. I don't want to come back, though, to be honest. There's a lady who made a mushroom suit that will decompose you, and it takes the heavy metals out of your corpse. Wait, what? Oh my god, the mushrooms do. Oh, that's fascinating. Plants are miraculous. I read a really cool thing years ago. It was right after a huge, not huge, like notably like historical event, but there was a nuclear incident in Japan. I can't remember which one it was. Please correct me on the specifics if you guys remember. But what the country did to help relieve the amount of radiation in the earth that had been spilled, whatever had happened, is they planted sunflowers because apparently sunflowers are incredible at soaking up radiation. Like they just take it up into them. I don't know what the fuck they did with sunflowers, but that was pretty cool. And then this was the extra cool part that I just blew me away. So they were like, all right, we know what to do. We're going to fucking plant sunflowers, but how do we plant them without our citizens getting nuclear like radiation damage to their bodies out there planting sunflowers? And I shit you not, a huge population of elderly people living in old folks' homes step forward and they're like, we'll plant them. I can still walk and drop a seed, and I'm not going to live long enough for radiation to give me cancer. Let's go. Like, the fuck? How selfless can you be? Leave some for the rest of us, motherfuckers. For real, though. Isn't that one of the most, like, it's such a cool, like, community coming together, something you would never see in America kind of thing, you know? Which is cool. Ooh, what's the London Possible meetup? Okay, so I'm going to be there the 2nd through the 9th, and the 8th. I want to say the 8th is the day that the actual festival is that my sister and I are going to, like the Pearl Jam. So it'll be some, like, in the day, like the 3 days before that sometime. I got to look at a calendar. I'm still trying to find a place to stay. Travel is very bend you over dry expensive right now. So I've been looking at all of the places to stay in and around the place because we don't want to have to pay for transportation. So we'd like to kind of be just in the middle where we can walk, which makes it way more expensive. It's great. I'm having a great time. I love traveling though. I'm really excited. Apparently there's a new horror film called, oh my god, I hate it. Lizzie, I saw it yesterday. I didn't see the movie. I saw like the, commercial for it. And it had the picture of the Winnie the Pooh mask. And I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. Odious, right? Like, not only could someone on my plane have COVID and I could get stuck in London forever. Not stuck. I have so many friends there. Like, it would be a blast. But when you're exposed, you gotta quarantine and all that shit. But someone could jerk off on my plane and it could get grounded. Like, that's happened a couple times this year. Someone could get duct taped to a seat and my plane could get grounded. For fuck's sake, the world is not right now. It's not right. Stop it. It's scary. I don't know if poo is public domain yet. I think it has to be 100 years old, right? To be public. If you go to the concert, Katie will be easy to find. She and her sister, it's so hard. And for me, like, if I could get a magical ability, it'd be invisibility. Probably because I'm 6 foot and have blue hair. But it's the same at, like, TwitchCon. I stick out like a beacon. It's just one tall bitch amongst a sea. And the blue hair is definitely shiny. It's not hard to find me. But honestly, I've never been one to hide, really. I'd like to hide sometimes, but, you know. Tennessee, North Carolina, Texas, Illinois, Colorado, and Florida, from what I can tell. No shit. Wow. Honestly, Lizzie, like, I think we have open plans. Like, we aren't planning anything anything finite except the festival, obviously, because we have tickets. But it's just open game. Like, we're literally just gonna be trompsing around London for a couple days, probably getting kind of drunk. I don't fucking know what you do. What do you do in a city when you don't have your computer? What does one do? I think we're gonna get tattoos. But we haven't planned that either. We haven't even found a tattoo artist. We're just like, let's fucking get ruined in another country. We have no, like, because we're kind of fly by the seat of our pants. We don't need definite plans. I kind of like to just explore. Anubis. I don't pay for drinks, but thank you. So hard to do with a straight face. Good job, Katie. That was a whole 30 seconds. That was like a millisecond. Good job. We did it. I don't drink. I'm just kidding. I actually don't drink. It's fine. I'll find pot somewhere. Pot finds me. It's amazing how that works out that way. That's honestly what I do, is wander around. When you get lost, you can find the coolest historical shit. It may not be like the most famous piece of history, but I think the stories that have to do with just the citizens of a place are far more interesting than a king queen who built a palace. I think that's cool. That's what I like to get. I like to find like the super old houses that someone probably still lives in, you know, like that kind of shit is cool to me. And when you get lost, you find that stuff on accident and you're never going to see it in a travel book because no one gives a fuck. Usually they want to see, like, you know, what's that? Not Auschwitz. Neuschwanstein Castle in Germany. I went to it. It was beautiful. Pot in London's impossible. You're completely correct. I did not smoke pot in London at all. And it wasn't fabulous. That's not where I learned how to roll joints. Definitely wasn't the UK. Some fantastic Thailand weed. Hey, Ghetto, you're probably not wrong on that one. But I've been offered, I either get weed finds me or people think I'm selling like ketamine. So it's like, it's very polar. Either people are like, yo, you smoke? And I'm like, yes, I do. You got some? Or they're like, do you have any ketamine? And I'm like, did I wear my respiratory badge in public? No. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, it's one or the other. It's very polar reactions. Or, you know, like that old guy at the airport who asked me if I was there to eat children or steal luggage. People definitely have opinions about blue hair, which is so weird to me. New Schwankenstein, that one. Yep. The gay guy who had the fuck palace in his garden. The fuck palace was pretty cool to see, actually. Yes, no, I can never say it. But it's a beautiful castle. Definitely worth seeing if you're ever in the area. It's gorgeous. And I've shown you guys like the albums of my travels before, but if you remember me showing you the reliquaries, where it would be like people's bones, like literally a finger bone from your grandpa in a picture frame, that was all in that castle. My horse, I have 17 tubes of ivermectin in my ass already, and I don't even leave for a month. I'm fucking ready. called preventative medicine. Get with the program. Dude, fuck yeah. I love Atlanta, actually. I'd love to go down there because that's Crispy and Cocky are down in that area, along with a lot of other parts of our community. I love the Georgia area. Everybody in Georgia is so nice. Atlanta has the best strip clubs, I hear. You know, I almost went to mortician school. I almost went to mortuary school, but the vast majority of the job is being a salesman, unless you have like a family mortuary, and I did not want to be. I realize not all morticians do this, but normally in the beginning, to get your business going, you're kind of preying on grief, which is nasty. I don't want to do that. You know? So instead, I unplugged them and sent them to the mortician. Life doesn't make sense. People hate what they don't understand or just dislike. I think it's a lot of fear from those, like when they don't understand something or it gives them kind of a not straight away positive feeling. Fear turns into just, you know, they translate it into hate and stuff. I agree with you, which is sad. 17 tubes of ivermectin will catch you a fortune in the anti-vaccination crowd. They'll take anything. Oh, man. All those horses out there dying of worms. It's so cruel. Wondering how long it is until they stumble on something which is accidentally beneficial to their health. Like Viagra for your heart, but ends up just giving, like, raging fucking boners. I mean, how long does it take, though? For real. My mom said that some patients are literally suing her hospital for not providing regularly dosed ivermectin doses, whatever the fuck you do with paste on a human. Literally trying to sue her hospital because they had family members die of COVID, and they're like, if you had ivermectin, they would have been fine. And a lawyer took it, which is wild. Pog you, Mayo. I've never been to a strip club either. I've never had a problem getting pussy, so, like, you know, I can get my own strip club. My, like, private strip club with good music, less dirty dollars. I've never been a club or bar person, so it's like, you know, I could watch this in a bar with strangers, or I could go home and sit at my computer without pants on and rub a few out while watching it. From a better angle, you know? That's just me. I know a lot of people are into them, and ghost strippers, man, they make a fucking living. Some, I mean, obviously, some get fucking taken out by the owners. Some owners literally just take all the money. But good strip bar owners, literally, those girls are making bank. It's awesome. I knew a lot of girls who straight out of, literally, it was like a common theme and like I guess a meme before memes existed in my high school and all the local high schools in Eastern Washington, that when you graduated, you would go work at State Line, which was the one strip club on the line between, I think it was between Idaho and Washington. I think. And it was called State Line. And so every year, all the creepy dudes who never leave the hometown and still go to high school parties would all go to State Line like 6 months after graduation and see which seniors stuck around. They all put themselves through school, however, and those guys are still in Kettle Falls, so I'm thinking one half, one out. They're trying that at yours too, but in our state, the docs can lose their license, so fuck them. Good God. Ooh, knives. Have a wonderful evening. Be safe. Don't let strangers cough nasty things on you, and wash your hands and pee after sex. And self-loving. It's important. Urethras are a kind of a finite thing. I had a mortician get a degree with me, and then he ended up being a park ranger in Chile. What the fuck? Good for him. What a cool job. It was, I mean, honestly, I like the idea of helping families grieve and, like, you know, process a body or whatever. But to make money and actually, like, run a business, you do kind of have to prey off grief. And I just, On the subject of doses, as part of my maths uni module, I can read, it's fine. Module. They had us calculate the degradation rate, exponential change of drugs in a patient's bloodstream. Ooh, fuck yes, like half-lives and shit. It was actually kind of stressful thinking that if I got the maths wrong IRL, it could end up harming a person. And nurses do this on the fly in their head. And this is why I'm always saying nurses are gods. Like, I worshipped I'm not a nurse. I'm like a specialized form. We do all the same schooling up to a certain point, and then I go into lungs and heart, and they go into like everything. Nurses have to know everything. It's crazy, but they are gods because they do those calculations by your bedside and keep you alive. And they're doing them times. I mean, I'm not even shitting you. I have had patients before who have easily 7 different IVs going into them at a time, and their nurse knows every single IV, what it's running and at what rate and why. All the time. Gods among the peasants. That's all I'm saying. Shit, I could never do that kind of mental math. Like, I would never have the confidence not to kill somebody. However, I mean, maybe I would. I don't know. I would have probably said that about respiratory too, had I known better. I didn't know what respiratory was really until I got into it and started unplugging nanas. You know? Life is weird. Pee after sex, always. The friction of sex against another person, like their sweat and your sweat and all the sexy fluids can push bacteria up your urethra that would normally, like, because of just gravity, and we're normally not just sitting there grinding our genitals on other people, wouldn't normally get shoved up there. And if you don't pee after sex, that bacteria can crawl up into your bladder and cause a UTI. It's the leading cause of death in elderly women. It's really sad. Thank you, Zoe. I told Rod we wanted to raid him. I thought it'd be really funny. Just, welcome back. And then you guys can hang out with him. Thank you, Zoe. I appreciate that. Death Realty. Oh my God, I love that, though. Yep, that's what I mean. Self-love, wanking, jerking it, tickling the pickle, flicking the bean. Fingernails and fingers are really dirty. And, like, whenever you're self-loving, whatever's on your hands is getting shoved into your pee hole. You want to pee after all that. Because UTIs, even if you don't die, you feel like you have to pee 24 hours a day, every day for like 4 days while you're on antibiotics. And not only do you feel like you have to pee, you feel like you have to shove a brick out your pee hole that is on fire. And I've never had one. This is just a description. I'm sure people who have had a UTI could give you much more colorful language on the pain. I mean, I've watched people go through them. It's horrific. For such a wee little infection, they are mind-blowingly painful. Dude, that's how I felt about nurses. Like, my nurses, when you work in a unit, you kind of your schedules sync just because lifestyles tend to match up on accident. And so you tend to work with the same nurses all the time. And no one will have your back like a nurse. I mean, seriously, like, if I ever had a doctor, a new, a baby doc or something, some overnight gynecologist doing their one round through the surgical unit, fighting me on something, dude, it's like I could feel the eyes behind me listening to the conversation turn red and like look up from their clipboards. And then the doctor would just be like, oh yeah, that order? Yeah. Just looking behind me, like at whatever's happening behind me. It's nurse glare. I have no idea what it looks like. It hasn't happened to me yet. I never want it. I hear it's similar to mom glare, but it actually physically hurts you. It's incredible. Like, I don't think there's a doc in the that has a brain or is worth 2 cents that would ever piss their nurses off. Nurses are everything. Every time I watch nurses work, I'm like, how do you do that though? No, but really, like, how did you do that in your head? No, there's 9 IVs. Like, how did you know that though? And then they'd be like, but how did you know that in the ventilator? I'm like, no, don't change the topic. How did you know that though? Like, because it's just so impressive to me. Because when you go into respiratory, your pharma drug education is like corticosteroids and albuterol, end of story. Like, that's it. That's pharmacology for an RT, And so when I watch nurses go through their pharmacological brain massive tumor vomit on the table, I'm just like, oh, whoa, that's what happened when we got into different classes though? It's like, you remember when you were a kid and like you went to summer break and then you came back and some kids hit puberty and grew really tall? That's what it's like. You just feel a little left behind. You're like, oh man, shit. Fuck. They are so smart. And you're like, but I'm gonna go unplug the little lady. Okay, bye. You know what I'm saying? Nurses, man. I've told you guys about that. Like, the only thing I ever miss about my job is just being around that constant brain environment of nurses and the docs that I would work with on night shift, like they're just, everyone's so smart. I don't think osmosis is a thing, but there's something about just being like saturated in that kind of academic environment. It's challenging for you. It makes you think all the time. That's why I like talking to you guys, though. You guys force me to think all the time. You guys ask questions that I have never thought of in my entire life, and it's like working out, you know? It feels good. Thank you, Cream Team. I think I'm wearing the... I have a couple of these. I have a couple, and they all have a different concert on the back. I gotta guess. I think this one's just Papa Neil. Maybe with his sexy saxophone. I love you, Kaimo. You are a hero. Although I know everyone says that and they're just so fucking boring. The residents think that look means try me. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, I would love to see them try you. If only we could film. Oh my god. I've seen some baby doc. I call them the fetus docs or baby docs. It's the residents who they come out of school thinking they're hot shit for a few weeks and then they get beat down. Don't worry, it happens naturally. But they'll try to go toe to toe with a nurse who's, you know, been a nurse for X amount of years and literally like has blood from another 7 humans smeared down their face. And the doc will think they know better because they just got done reading a really cool book. And the nurses, man, whew, it's like the mom thing. It's that power moms have where they cross a certain threshold and you no longer have the spirit, soul, or will to live. It's magical. I don't know. And it's honestly, it's kind of, I assume it's comes from the same place because it's like a nurse, that's their patient. Like, that's my patient. That's what your nurse will say. That is my patient. What are you doing to my patient? What are we doing to my patient? Because that nurse for that next 12 hours is responsible for the human life right in that room. And if I was that nurse, I'd fucking want to know what the fuck was going on with my patient too. And so they've got like that primal like protection, want to know what's going on. What the fuck are you doing? Like I would never walk into a patient's room and just start flipping shit without telling my nurse what was up. How the fuck? How dare you? How scary as a nurse would that be? Jesus Christ. Smart talk make brain feel good. Seriously though. And like, you know, every once in a while we get some fucking weird, you know, we got a couple tuberculosis patients. That's weird. You shouldn't see tuberculosis anymore. We got 2 in my 5 years there-ish. And that was insane. But you start getting into the research and the academics of it and researching the, you know, morphology of the mechanisms of transfer and all this shit. And you just start, your brain, it's like a muscle. You start like sweating out your ears. It's weird. But I missed a little bit of that. Metal, thank you for subbing the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it his swings, you silly fuck.
Cheers, bitch.
Guys, I have to go and do like a stupid telecom doctor appointment again, but we're going to raid my friend Rod and send him love. Rod is the one who was here today. So if you were like, fuck, what was that guy's name? We're going to raid him so you can follow him anyways. And he is legit a super cool person. We met literally, he told me this. This is how Rod and I are friends. When I was still living in Baltimore, he came across my Twitter somehow, saw that I had tattoos, followed my Twitter because if you have tattoos, you get it. Like, we're like, oh, bitch, cool. Because we want to know your artist and we want to stalk them. And then he found my Twitch channel and he came into the Twitch channel and we became friends. And now I live in Colorado and we're friends. Super small world, but literally most of the most important people in my life I have met through Twitch. It's amazing. It's amazing what the internet breaks down. Seeing party streamers on person in coma. Yo, what you doing with that patient? Seriously, though. I mean, I wouldn't be like, you know, I think it's Mission Impossible 3 when he like drops from the ceiling for the first time in like the GIMP suit with all the cords. Like nurses will do that in the patient room if you try to fuck with shit. I'm not even kidding you. I have had a nurse call me at 4 a.m. There's a doctor in here staring at the ventilator way too intently and I think he's going to touch it. I'm not shitting you. And I'll be like, I'll be right there. And I will walk through the door, gel, and that doctor is 1 inch from a knob like this. And I was, what are you doing? I wasn't going to tell you. I would have put it back. Respiratory therapist is legally in the United States of America the only human being allowed to touch a ventilator and make any changes physically and then chart it. Doctors can make orders, but they can't touch it. It's on my ass. It's millions of dollars of liability on this bullshit. That's why I go to school is to learn that goddamn machine. And nurses will watch it for you. Like, it's not just their shit. They care about that patient so hard they will watch anyone's shit. Because God forbid you fuck with it. Don't you fuck with my human. That's my human. You know? And I have so much respect for that, though. Of course, there's gonna be shit. Like, there's shit people in all areas of everything. I've told you guys, I've definitely done the safety in every hospital. If you work for a hospital, there's always some sort of I don't know how to word it. It's like an app on the hospital website where you can report an incident anonymously. So if you see a respiratory therapist, a doctor, a nurse, anyone do something that you think is very unethical and no one else really caught or said anything about, you can write up this and it will be very silently investigated. And if it turns out to be nothing, nothing will happen. If it turns out to be something, they'll but it's always anonymous. I've done it one time in my entire life because I don't think I'm better than anyone. And honestly, like, I have a hard time looking at other people's work and thinking it's wrong. I'm just like, you do you, I do me, we're good. But one time in my life, and it was a nurse, and oof, she was gone the next day. It was terrible. Ooh, a new book. Yes. This is going to hurt. Ooh. I just started a new book, actually, literally 2 days ago, but I don't think it'll be very long. I think it's just called literally like the Sanitarium or something like that. But I'm very little of the way into it, and I'm so goddamn hooked so far. It's supposed to be kind of a gothic-y horror novel, but it's so far about, like, every chapter kind of is swinging between a couple different groups of people, not necessarily families, but all of them are visiting this hotel up in the mountains, like a ski resort that used to be an insane asylum. And I don't want to spoil it if anybody wants to read the book, but it's been very creepy so far, and I'm into it. My explanation probably sounded terrible. I like it. I'm stuck. Like, after reading Midnight Library and not really enjoying that experience, this has been a very pleasant one for a couple pages. I gotta write it down. Hold up. I will forget. My brains. This is gonna hurt. I feel like I saw that on my suggested list, actually. Hold on. This is gonna hurt. I will say that the Kindle app on my iPad, I guess, has been kind of a godsend during COVID. I'm normally very... Just personally, I don't like digital books. Like, I want to hold a physical book in my hand and turn pages. But when all the bookstores closed down and we couldn't fucking get any books, oh man, Kindle, let me tell you, I've got quite a library at this point. But there are some books I would still get the physical copy of just because I enjoyed them that much. Adam K. 'Twas the Night Shift Before Christmas. Ooh, ew. It's really hard to find good horror authors. And by good, I mean, like, actually horror. It's not just, Dean Koontz, for lack of a better description. You know what I mean? Like, there's something in it that's unique. It's really hard to find for some reason. They're either so corny and just, like, cheesy that nobody's taking it seriously, or it's just, like, a slaughter show. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'll read anything. I can kind of get through if it's a decent author. I don't really have a genre I, like, must read or stick to. I know a lot of people kind of have to stick to a certain genre just so they can get through a book. If the author writes well, I've accidentally read entire series of Christian books and didn't even know it till the end, and I was like, oh my god, they said Jesus. Well, that was well written. I don't have to believe in Jesus to enjoy an author. It's about a doctor in his time. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. I love reading stuff like this. I have another one. Man, I'm going to make a note. Tomorrow I'm going to bring my iPad to stream because I have a couple books I want to show you guys. One of them is... Oh, God, what was it called? I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's a history of surgery, and, like, the surgery theaters and all that, but kind of, like, the real hardcore nasty side of it, like the grave robbing and stuff like that, and it's been really interesting so far, and it's got some really cool, like, firsthand accounts and stuff in it. I actually sent, I'm not even kidding you, Zoe, I sent Neuro on Twitter a gif of thoughts and prayers, because I knew he'd get it. But yeah, our boy Neuro fucking got COVID, my dudes. So please send love to my boy Neuro. We are going to raid Rod right now, who is my friend who was visiting today. Super dope streamer. Hit him with a follow. He's awesome. I know most of you are going to go flobble off and do whatever you want. But give him a chance. He's awesome. And you can see more of Gizmo because Gizmo's a precious bean. Other than that, I got really nothing. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is motherfucking Faded Friday. So bring your faded materials if you wish. If you fade. If you don't, however, don't fucking stress over it. Just come hang with us. We usually get super stoned and just laugh about, things in life. Because that's life. One of the stories was about a girl who put an engagement ring up herself and wanted to stop it. I wonder if I want to read that on stream. Would you guys want to read like hilarious, not super fucking depressing medical stories on stream? Because that'd be a fun book. That kind of stuff, as long as it's not, people tragically dying at the end, that's not very fun. But that kind of stuff is fun to I'd love to read it with you guys if you had to be down. I'll ask you on Twitter. I got to go to a doctor's appointment. Be good. Take your goddamn joy.
Did you take your joy today?
I don't even think I hit that button today.
Never forget to take your
Cheers.
joy.
One last
and
cheers.
I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
One last cheers for the road, and then I shall hand you off to my friend Rod. Be nice and share love. Wash your hands after self-loving. It's important. And I will work on the London get-together a date for y'all, so you can get trains and whatnot. Those things, stuff. Runs is such a solid strain, my dudes. Go be good to my boy Rod, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye, sluts.